Chapter 1, Why Are People? Let's begin Chapter 1. Intelligent life on a planet truly comes of age when it first figures out the reason for its own existence. Imagine if superior beings from space ever visited Earth. The first question they might ask to gauge our level of civilization would probably be, have they discovered evolution yet? For more than 3,000 million years, living organisms existed on this planet without ever knowing why. Then the truth finally dawned on one of them. His name was Charles Darwin. To be fair, others had caught glimpses of the truth, but Darwin was the first to put together a coherent and believable account of why we are here. He made it possible for us to give a sensible answer to that curious child's question that titles this chapter, Why Are People? Now, we no longer need to rely on superstition when we face deep questions like, is there a meaning to life? What are we for? What is man? The great zoologist G.G. Simpson addressed this last question by saying that all attempts to answer it before the year 1859 are worthless, and we would be better off ignoring them completely. Today, the theory of evolution is about as certain as the theory that the Earth goes around the sun. But the full implications of Darwin's revolution have yet to be widely understood. Zoology is still a minority subject in universities, and many who study it do so without appreciating its profound philosophical importance. Philosophy and the humanities are still taught almost as if Darwin had never lived. This will likely change over time. In any case, as you listen to this audiobook, my goal is not to give a general defense of Darwinism. Instead, I want to explore the consequences of evolution for one particular issue, the biology of selfishness and altruism. Beyond its academic interest, this subject is hugely important for all of us. It touches every part of our social lives, from our love and hate, our fighting and cooperating, our giving and stealing, to our greed and our generosity. Some popular books have made similar claims, but their authors were completely wrong. They were wrong because they misunderstood how evolution works. They mistakenly assumed that the most important thing in evolution is the good of the species or the group, rather than the good of the individual or the gene. I believe that the phrase nature red in tooth and claw perfectly sums up our modern understanding of natural selection. Before I lay out my argument, I want to clarify what kind of argument it is and what it is not. Imagine we were told about a man who lived a long and successful life in the world of Chicago gangsters. We could make some educated guesses about the kind of person he was. We might expect him to be tough, quick on the trigger, and able to attract loyal friends. These wouldn't be certainties, but you can infer a lot about a person's character if you know the conditions they thrived in. The argument in this audiobook is that we, and all other animals, are machines created by our genes. Like successful gangsters, our genes have survived in a highly competitive world, in some cases for millions of years. This allows us to expect certain qualities in our genes. I will argue that a dominant quality to be expected in a successful gene is ruthless selfishness. This selfishness in the gene will usually lead to selfishness in the behavior of the individual. However, as we'll see, there are special circumstances where a gene can best achieve its own selfish goals by encouraging a limited form of altruism at the individual level. Special and limited are important words here. As much as we might wish it were true, concepts like universal love and the welfare of the species as a whole simply don't make sense in an evolutionary context. This brings me to my first point about what this book is not. I am not advocating for a morality based on evolution. I am simply explaining how things have evolved. I am not telling you how we humans ought to behave morally. I want to stress this because I know I'm in danger of being misunderstood by people who can't distinguish between a statement of fact and an advocacy of what ought to be. My own feeling is that a human society based only on the gene's law of universal, ruthless selfishness would be a very unpleasant society to live in. But unfortunately, no matter how much we might dislike something, it doesn't stop it from being true. My main goal is to be interesting, but if you want to draw a moral from it, see it as a warning. Be warned that if you, like me, wish to build a society where individuals cooperate generously and unselfishly for a common good, You can expect little help from our biological nature. Let us try to teach generosity and altruism, because we are born selfish. Let us understand what our own selfish genes are doing, because then we may at least have the chance to disrupt their plans, something no other species has ever even aspired to do. It's also a common fallacy to think that genetically inherited traits are, by definition, fixed and unchangeable. Our genes may instruct us to be selfish, but we are not necessarily forced to obey them our entire lives. It might just be harder to learn altruism than if we were genetically programmed to be altruistic. Among all animals, humans are uniquely dominated by culture, by influences that are learned and passed down. Some would argue that culture is so important that genes, selfish or not, are almost irrelevant to understanding human nature. Others would disagree. It all depends on where you stand in the nature versus nurture debate. This brings me to the second thing this audiobook is not. It is not a defense of one position or another in the nature versus nurture controversy. Of course, I have an opinion, but I won't express it here, except for what's implied in my view of culture in the final chapter. Even if genes turn out to be totally irrelevant to modern human behavior, it's still interesting to ask about the rule to which we have so recently become the exception. And if our species isn't as exceptional as we might like to think, it's even more important that we study that rule. The third thing this book is not is a detailed description of the behavior of humans or any other particular animal. I will use factual details only as examples. I won't be arguing, for example, if you look at baboon behavior, you'll find it's selfish. Therefore, human behavior is probably selfish too. The logic of my Chicago gangster argument is different. It goes like this. Humans and baboons have evolved by natural selection. If you look at how natural selection works, it seems to follow that anything that has evolved by natural selection should be selfish. Therefore, we should expect to find selfish behavior when we observe baboons, humans, and all other living creatures. If we find that our expectation is wrong and that human behavior is truly altruistic, we will have found something puzzling that needs explaining. Before we go any further, we need a definition. An entity, like a baboon, is altruistic if it behaves in a way that increases another entity's welfare at the expense of its own. Selfish behavior has the exact opposite effect. Welfare is defined as chances of survival, even if the effect on life and death is very small. One surprising consequence of the modern Darwinian theory is that tiny, seemingly trivial influences on survival probability can have a major impact on evolution. This is because of the immense amount of time available for these influences to make a difference. It's important to realize that these definitions of altruism and selfishness are based on behavior, not on subjective feelings or motives. I'm not concerned with the psychology of motives. I won't argue about whether people who behave altruistically are really doing it for secret selfish reasons. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't, and maybe we can never know. But that's not what this is about. My definition only cares about the effect of an act. Does it lower or raise the survival prospects of the supposed altruist and the supposed beneficiary? Demonstrating the effects of behavior on long-term survival is a very complicated business. In practice, when we apply the definition to real behavior, we must add the word apparently. An apparently altruistic act is one that, on the surface, looks like it must make the altruist more likely to die and the recipient more likely to survive. It often turns out that these acts of apparent altruism are actually selfishness in disguise. Again, I don't mean the underlying motives are secretly selfish, but that the real effects of the act on survival are the opposite of what we first thought. I'm going to give some examples of apparently selfish and apparently altruistic behavior. Since it's hard to be objective when dealing with our own species, I'll use examples from other animals. First, some examples of selfish behavior. Black-headed gulls nest in large colonies, with nests only a few feet apart. When the chicks first hatch, they are small, defenseless, and easy to swallow. It's quite common for a gull to wait for a neighbor to turn its back, perhaps while it's away fishing, and then pounce on one of the neighbor's chicks and swallow it whole. This provides a good, Nutritious meal without the trouble of catching a fish and without leaving its own nest unprotected. Another well-known example is the gruesome cannibalism of female praying mantises. Mantises are large carnivorous insects that will attack almost anything that moves. When they mate, the male cautiously creeps up on the female and mounts her. If the female gets a chance, she will eat him, sometimes starting by biting his head off, either as he approaches, right after he mounts, or after they separate. It might seem smarter for her to wait until copulation is over. But losing his head doesn't seem to stop the rest of the male's body from its sexual task. In fact, since the insect head contains some inhibitory nerve centers, it's possible the female improves the male's sexual performance by eating his head. If so, that's an added benefit. The primary benefit is that she gets a good meal. The word selfish might seem like an understatement for extreme cases like cannibalism, but they fit our definition well. We might sympathize more with the cowardly behavior reported in emperor penguins in the Antarctic. They've been seen standing at the edge of the water, hesitating to dive in because of the danger of seals. If just one of them would dive, the rest would know if a seal was there. Naturally, nobody wants to be the test subject, so they wait, and sometimes even try to push each other in. More commonly, selfish behavior may just be refusing to share a valued resource like food, territory, or a mate. Now, for some examples of apparently altruistic behavior. The stinging of worker bees is a very effective defense against honey robbers, but the bees who do the stinging are kamikaze fighters. In the act of stinging, vital internal organs are usually torn out, and the bee dies soon after. Her suicide mission may have saved the colony's food, but she isn't around to enjoy the benefits. By our definition, this is an altruistic act. Remember, we are not talking about conscious motives. They may or may not be present, but they are irrelevant to our definition. Giving your life for your friends is obviously altruistic, but so is taking a slight risk for them. Many small birds, when they see a flying predator like a hawk, give a characteristic alarm call. The whole flock then takes evasive action. There is indirect evidence that the bird who gives the alarm call puts itself in special danger by attracting the predator's attention. This is only a slight additional risk, but it still seems to qualify as an altruistic act. The most common and obvious acts of animal altruism are performed by parents, especially mothers, towards their children. They may incubate them, feed them at enormous personal cost, and take great risks to protect them from predators. For example, many ground-nesting birds perform a distraction display when a predator like a fox approaches. The parent bird limps away from the nest, holding out one wing as if it were broken. The predator, sensing easy prey, is lured away from the nest. Finally, the parent bird drops its pretense and leaps into the air, just in time to escape the fox's jaws. It has probably saved the lives of its nestlings, but at some risk to itself. I'm not trying to prove a point with these stories. Chosen examples are never serious evidence for any broad generalization. These stories are just to illustrate what I mean by altruistic and selfish behavior at the individual level. This audiobook will show how both individual selfishness and individual altruism are explained by the fundamental law I call gene selfishness. But first, I must address a common but incorrect explanation for altruism, one that is widely taught in schools. This explanation is based on the misconception that living creatures evolved to do things for the good of the species, or for the good of the group. It's easy to see how this idea started. Much of an animal's life is about reproduction, and most altruistic acts are performed by parents for their young. Perpetuation of the species is a common phrase for reproduction, and it is certainly a consequence of it. It takes only a small leap of logic to conclude that the function of reproduction is to perpetuate the species. From there, it's another short false step to conclude that animals will generally behave in ways that favor the species' continuation. Altruism towards fellow members of the species seems to follow naturally. This line of thinking can be put into vague Darwinian terms. Evolution works by natural selection, which means the survival of the fittest. But are we talking about the fittest individuals, races, or species? When we are talking about altruism, this is a crucial distinction. If species are competing in the struggle for existence, then the individual is just a pawn in the game to be sacrificed for the greater good of the species. Put more respectably, a group whose members are prepared to sacrifice themselves for the group's welfare may be less likely to go extinct than a rival group whose members put their own selfish interests first. Therefore, the world becomes populated by groups of self-sacrificing individuals. This is the theory of group selection, long assumed to be true by many biologists and popularized by authors like V.C. Wynne Edwards and Robert Ardrey. The orthodox alternative is usually called individual selection, although I prefer to speak of gene selection. The quick answer from an individual selectionist would be something like this. Even in a group of altruists, there will almost certainly be a dissenting minority who refuse to make any sacrifice. If there is just one selfish rebel who is prepared to exploit the altruism of the rest, then he, by definition, is more likely than they are to survive and have children. Each of his children will tend to inherit his selfish traits. After several generations, the altruistic group will be overrun by selfish individuals and will be indistinguishable from the selfish group. Even if purely altruistic groups, without any rebels, somehow existed, what would stop selfish individuals from migrating in from neighboring selfish groups and, through intermarriage, contaminating the pure altruistic groups? The individual selectionist would admit that groups do die out, and that the behavior of individuals can influence a group's chance of extinction. He might even admit that if individuals had foresight, they could see that restraining their selfish greed would be in their own long-term best interests to prevent the destruction of the whole group. But group extinction is a slow process compared to the rapid cut and thrust of individual competition. Even while the group is slowly and inevitably declining, selfish individuals prosper in the short term at the expense of altruists. Evolution is blind to the future. Although group selection theory now has little support among professional biologists who understand evolution, it does have great intuitive appeal. Many zoology students are surprised to learn it's not the orthodox view. A guide for biology teachers in Britain even stated, "In higher animals, behavior may take the form of individual suicide to ensure the survival of the species." The author was blissfully unaware that he had said something controversial. In this, he is in Nobel Prize-winning company. Konrad Lorenz, in his book On Aggression, speaks of the species-preserving functions of aggressive behavior. The group selection idea is so deeply ingrained that even he didn't realize his statements went against orthodox Darwinian theory. I recently heard a similar example on a BBC television program about Australian spiders. The expert noted that most baby spiders become prey for other species and then said, "Perhaps this is the real purpose of their existence, as only a few need to survive in order for the species to be preserved." Robert Ardrey in The Social Contract used group selection theory to account for all of social order. He clearly sees man as a species that has strayed from the path of animal righteousness. Ardrey, at least, did his homework. His decision to disagree with orthodox theory was a conscious one, and for this he deserves credit. Perhaps one reason for the great appeal of group selection theory is that it aligns with the moral and political ideals most of us share. We may often act selfishly as individuals, but in our more idealistic moments, we admire those who put the welfare of others first. We get a bit confused about how widely to interpret the word others, though. Altruism within a group often goes with selfishness between groups. This is a basis of trade unionism. At another level, the nation is a major beneficiary of our altruistic self-sacrifice, and young men are expected to die as individuals for the greater glory of their country. They are also encouraged to kill other individuals about whom they know nothing, except that they belong to a different nation. Recently, there has been a reaction against racism and patriotism, with a tendency to substitute the whole human species as the object of our fellow feeling. This humanist broadening of our altruism has an interesting side effect that again seems to support the good of the species idea. Politically liberal people, who are normally the most convinced advocates of the species ethic, often have the greatest scorn for those who go a little further and include other species in their altruism. If I say I am more interested in preventing the slaughter of large whales than in improving housing for people, I am likely to shock some of my friends. The feeling that members of one's own species deserve special moral consideration is old and deep. Killing people outside of war is the most serious crime we ordinarily commit. The only thing more strongly forbidden is eating people, even if they are already dead. We enjoy eating members of other species, however. Many of us oppose the execution of even the most horrible human criminals, while we cheerfully support shooting mild animal pests without trial. A human fetus, with no more human feeling than an amoeba, enjoys a reverence and legal protection far greater than that given to an adult chimpanzee. Yet the chimp feels, thinks, and may even be capable of learning a form of human language. The fetus belongs to our own species and is instantly given special privileges because of it. Whether the ethic of speciesism can be logically justified any more than racism can, I do not know. What I do know is that it has no proper basis in evolutionary biology. The confusion in human ethics over the level at which altruism is desirable, family, nation, race, species, or all living things, is mirrored by a parallel confusion in biology over the level at which altruism is to be expected according to the theory of evolution. Even a group selectionist would not be surprised to find members of rival groups being nasty to each other. But then it is worth asking how the group selectionist decides which level is the important one. If selection happens between groups within a species and between species, why not between larger groupings? Species are grouped into genera, genera into orders, and orders into classes. Lions and antelopes are both members of the class Mammalia. Should we not expect lions to refrain from killing antelopes for the good of the mammals? Surely they should hunt birds or reptiles instead to prevent the extinction of the class. But then, what about the need to perpetuate the whole phylum of vertebrates? It is all very well for me to point out the difficulties of the group selection theory, but the apparent existence of individual altruism still has to be explained. Ardrey goes so far as to say that group selection is the only possible explanation for behavior like stotting in Thompson's gazelles. This vigorous and conspicuous leaping in front of a predator is like a bird's alarm call, in that it seems to warn companions of danger while apparently drawing the predator's attention to the stotter. We have a responsibility to explain stotting and all similar phenomena, and I will do so in later chapters. Before that, I must argue for my belief that the best way to look at evolution is in terms of selection happening at the lowest level of all. I am heavily influenced by G.C. Williams's great book, Adaptation and Natural Selection. The central idea I shall use was foreshadowed by A. Weismann at the turn of the century, his doctrine of the continuity of the germplasm. I will argue that the fundamental unit of selection, and therefore of self-interest, is not the species, nor the group, nor even, strictly, the individual. It is the gene, the unit of heredity. To some biologists, this may at first sound extreme. I hope when they see what I mean, they will agree that it is in substance orthodox, even if expressed in an unfamiliar way. The argument takes time to develop, and we must begin at the beginning with the very origin of life itself. Chapter 2, The Replicators. Now we begin Chapter 2. In the beginning there was simplicity. It is hard enough to explain how even a simple universe began. I assume we can agree that it would be even harder to explain the sudden appearance of complex order, like life or a being capable of creating life. Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection is so satisfying because it shows us a way for simplicity to transform into complexity. It explains how unordered atoms could group themselves into ever more complex patterns until they eventually made people. Darwin provides a solution, the only feasible one so far, to the deep problem of our existence. I will try to explain this great theory in a more general way than is usual, starting from a time before evolution itself began. Darwin's survival of the fittest is really a special case of a more general law, the survival of the stable. The universe is populated by stable things. A stable thing is a collection of atoms that is permanent or common enough to be worth naming. It might be a unique collection of atoms, like the Matterhorn, that lasts long enough to deserve a name, Or it could be a class of entities, like raindrops, that form so often they deserve a collective name, even if each one is short-lived. The things we see around us, rocks, galaxies, ocean waves, are all to some extent stable patterns of atoms. Soap bubbles tend to be spherical because this is a stable shape for thin films filled with gas. In a spacecraft, water is also stable in spherical globules, but on Earth, where there is gravity, the stable surface for standing water is flat and horizontal. Salt crystals tend to be cubes because that's a stable way of packing sodium and chloride ions together. In the Sun, the simplest atoms, hydrogen, are fusing to form helium, because in those conditions, the helium configuration is more stable. More complex atoms are being formed in stars all over the universe, ever since the Big Bang that is thought to have started it all. This is where the elements on our world originally came from. Sometimes when atoms meet, they link up in chemical reactions to form molecules, which may be more or less stable. These molecules can be very large. A diamond crystal can be seen as a single, proverbially stable molecule, but it's also very simple because its internal atomic structure is endlessly repeated. In modern living organisms, there are other large, highly complex molecules. The hemoglobin in our blood is a typical protein molecule. It's built from chains of smaller molecules called amino acids. In a single hemoglobin molecule, there are 574 amino acid molecules. These are arranged in 4 chains that twist around each other to form a globular, three-dimensional structure of bewildering complexity. A model of a hemoglobin molecule looks like a dense thorn bush, but unlike a real thorn bush, it is a definite, unchanging structure, identically repeated over 6,000 million times in an average human body. The precise shape of a protein molecule like hemoglobin is stable. 2 chains with the same sequence of amino acids will always tend to rest in the same coiled pattern. Hemoglobin thorn bushes are springing into their preferred shape in your body at a rate of about 400 million per second, and others are being destroyed at the same rate. Hemoglobin is a modern molecule used here to illustrate the principle that atoms tend to fall into stable patterns. The relevant point is that before life began on Earth, some basic evolution of molecules could have occurred through ordinary physics and chemistry. There's no need to think of design or purpose. If a group of atoms in the presence of energy falls into a stable pattern, it will tend to stay that way. The earliest form of natural selection was simply a selection of stable forms and a rejection of unstable ones. There is no mystery about this. It had to happen by definition. Of course, this doesn't mean you can explain entities as complex as a human by these principles alone. You can't just take the right number of atoms, shake them with some energy until they happen to fall into the right pattern, and out drops a person. You might make a molecule with a few dozen atoms that way, but a human consists of over 1,000 million atoms. To try to make a human by shaking, you would have to work for a period so long that the entire age of the universe would seem like a blink of an eye, and even then, you wouldn't succeed. This is where Darwin's theory, in its most general form, comes to the rescue. His theory picks up where the story of the slow building of molecules leaves off. The account of the origin of life I'll give is necessarily speculative. By definition, nobody was there to see what happened. There are several rival theories, but they all share certain features. The simplified account I'll give is probably not too far from the truth. We don't know what chemical raw materials were abundant on the young Earth, but plausible possibilities include water, carbon dioxide, methane, and ammonia, all simple compounds known to be present on other planets in our solar system. Chemists have tried to imitate the chemical conditions of the young Earth. They have put these simple substances in a flask and supplied energy, like ultraviolet light or electric sparks, to simulate primordial lightning. After a few weeks, something interesting is usually found inside the flask, a weak brown soup containing a large number of molecules more complex than the ones originally put in. In particular, amino acids have been found, the building blocks of proteins. Before these experiments, finding amino acids would have been seen as a sign of life. Now, their existence need only imply the presence of a few simple gases, volcanoes, sunlight, or thunderstorms. More recently, these simulations have also produced organic substances called purines and pyrimidines, which are the building blocks of the genetic molecule, DNA itself. Processes like these must have given rise to the primeval soup that biologists and chemists believe filled the seas some 3 to 4,000 million years ago. These organic substances became concentrated in certain areas, perhaps in drying scum around the shores or in tiny suspended droplets. Under the influence of more energy, like ultraviolet light from the sun, they combined into larger molecules. Today, large organic molecules wouldn't last long. They'd be quickly broken down by bacteria or other living creatures. But bacteria are latecomers, and back then, these large molecules could drift unmolested through the thickening broth. At some point, a particularly remarkable molecule was formed by accident. We'll call it the replicator. It may not have been the biggest or most complex molecule around, but it had the extraordinary property of being able to create copies of itself. This might seem like a very unlikely accident, and it was. It was exceedingly improbable. In the lifetime of a human, things that improbable can be treated as impossible. But in our human estimates of probability, we are not used to dealing with hundreds of millions of years. Actually, a molecule that makes copies of itself isn't as hard to imagine as it first seems, and it only had to arise once. Think of the replicator as a mold or template. Imagine it as a large molecule made of a complex chain of various building block molecules. These small building blocks were abundant in the soup around the replicator. Now suppose that each building block has an affinity for its own kind. Then, whenever a building block from the soup lands next to a part of the replicator for which it has an affinity, it will tend to stick there. The building blocks that attach themselves will automatically be arranged in a sequence that mimics the replicator itself. It is easy to imagine them then joining up to form a stable chain, just like the original replicator. This process could continue, layer upon layer like crystals forming. Or the two chains might split apart, giving us two replicators, each of which can go on to make more copies. A more complex possibility is that each building block has an affinity not for its own kind, but for one particular other kind. Then the replicator would act as a template for a kind of negative, which would in turn remake an exact copy of the original positive. For our purposes, it doesn't matter whether the original replication process was positive-negative or positive-positive. The modern equivalents of the first replicator, DNA molecules, use positive-negative replication. What does matter is that suddenly a new kind of stability came into the world. Previously, no particular complex molecule was very abundant because each one depended on building blocks happening to fall into a stable configuration by luck. As soon as the replicator was born, it must have spread its copies rapidly through the seas, until the smaller building block molecules became scarce, and other larger molecules formed more and more rarely. So we seem to have a large population of identical replicas. But now we must mention an important property of any copying process. It is not perfect. Mistakes will happen. I hope there are no misprints as you listen to this audiobook, but if you listen carefully, you might find one or two. They probably won't seriously distort the meaning of the sentences. But imagine the days before printing when books were copied by hand. All scribes, however careful, make a few errors, and some are not above a little improvement. If they all copied from a single original, the meaning wouldn't be greatly distorted. But if copies are made from other copies, which in turn were made from other copies, errors will start to become cumulative and serious. We tend to think of erratic copying as a bad thing, but as we shall see, erratic copying in biological replicators can, in a real sense, lead to improvement. It was essential for the progressive evolution of life that some errors were made. We don't know how accurately the original replicator molecules made their copies. Their modern descendants, DNA molecules, are astonishingly faithful, but even they occasionally make mistakes, and it is these mistakes that ultimately make evolution possible. The original replicators were probably far more erratic. As miscopyings were made and propagated, the primeval soup became filled not with identical replicas, but with several varieties of replicating molecules, all descended from the same ancestor. Would some varieties have been more numerous than others? Almost certainly yes. Some varieties would have been inherently more stable. Certain molecules once formed would be less likely to break up again. These types would become relatively numerous in the soup, not just because of their longevity, but also because they would have a long time to make copies of themselves. Replicators with high longevity would therefore tend to become more numerous. There would have been an evolutionary trend towards greater longevity. But other things were probably not equal. Another property of a replicator variety that must have been even more important was its speed of replication, or fecundity. If replicators of type A make copies of themselves on average once a week, while those of type B make copies once an hour, it's easy to see that type A molecules will soon be outnumbered, even if they live much longer than B molecules. There would therefore have been an evolutionary trend towards higher fecundity. A third characteristic that would have been positively selected is accuracy of replication. If molecules of type X and type Y last the same length of time and replicate at the same rate, but X makes a mistake every 10th replication, while Y makes a mistake only every 100th replication, Y will obviously become more numerous. The X population loses not only the errant children themselves, but also all their potential descendants. If you already know something about evolution, you might find something paradoxical about that last point. How can we reconcile the idea that copying errors are essential for evolution with the statement that natural selection favors high copying fidelity? The answer is that although evolution may seem like a good thing, especially since we are its product, nothing actually wants to evolve. Evolution is something that happens, despite all the efforts of the replicators to prevent it. Jacques Monod made this point well, after wryly remarking, "Another curious aspect of the theory of evolution is that everybody thinks he understands it." To return to the primeval soup, it must have become populated by stable varieties of molecules. Stable in that either the individual molecules lasted a long time, or they replicated rapidly, or they replicated accurately. Evolutionary trends toward these three kinds of stability took place. If you had sampled the soup at two different times, the later sample would have contained a higher proportion of varieties with high longevity, fecundity, and copying fidelity. This is essentially what a biologist means by evolution, and the mechanism is the same: natural selection. Should we then call the original replicator molecules living? Who cares? I might say to you, Darwin was the greatest man who has ever lived, and you might say, no, Newton was. But I hope we wouldn't prolong the argument. The point is that no conclusion of substance would be affected whichever way our argument was resolved. The facts of the lives and achievements of Newton and Darwin remain unchanged whether we label them great or not. Similarly, the story of the replicator molecules probably happened something like the way I am telling it, regardless of whether we choose to call them living. Human suffering has been caused because too many of us cannot grasp that words are only tools, and that the mere presence of a word like living in the dictionary does not mean it has to refer to something definite in the real world. Whether we call the early replicators living or not, they were the ancestors of life. They were our founding fathers. The next important link in the argument, which Darwin himself stressed, is competition. The primeval soup could not support an infinite number of replicator molecules. The Earth's size is finite, but other limiting factors were also important. In our picture of the replicator as a template, we supposed it was bathed in a soup rich in the necessary building block molecules. But as the replicators became numerous, building blocks must have been used up so quickly that they became a scarce and precious resource. Different strains of replicator must have competed for them. We have considered the factors that would have increased the numbers of favored kinds of replicator. We can now see that less favored varieties must have become less numerous because of competition, and ultimately, many of their lines must have gone extinct. There was a struggle for existence among replicator varieties. They did not know they were struggling or worry about it. The struggle was conducted without any hard feelings. But they were struggling in the sense that any miscopying that resulted in a new, higher level of stability, or a new way of reducing the stability of rivals, was automatically preserved and multiplied. The process of improvement was cumulative. Ways of increasing stability and of decreasing rivals' stability became more elaborate and more efficient. Some may even have discovered how to break up molecules of rival varieties chemically and to use the released building blocks to make their own copies. These proto-carnivores simultaneously obtained food and removed competing rivals. Other replicators perhaps discovered how to protect themselves, either chemically or by building a physical wall of protein around themselves. This may have been how the first living cells appeared. Replicators began not just to exist, but to construct for themselves containers, vehicles for their continued existence. The replicators that survived were the ones that built survival machines for themselves to live in. The first survival machines probably consisted of nothing more than a protective coat. But making a living got steadily harder as new rivals arose with better and more effective survival machines. Survival machines got bigger and more elaborate, and the process was cumulative and progressive. Was there to be any end to this gradual improvement? There would be plenty of time for it. What weird engines of self-preservation would the millennia bring forth? 4,000 million years on, what was to be the fate of the ancient replicators? They did not die out, for they are past masters of the survival arts. But do not look for them floating loose in the sea. They gave up that freedom long ago. Now they swarm in huge colonies, safe inside gigantic lumbering robots, sealed off from the outside world, communicating with it by tortuous indirect routes, manipulating it by remote control. They are in you and in me. They created us, body and mind, and their preservation is the ultimate reason for our existence. They have come a long way, those replicators. Now they go by the name of genes, and we are their survival machines. Chapter 3, Immortal Coils. This is Chapter 3. We are survival machines, but we doesn't just mean people. It includes all animals, plants, bacteria, and viruses. The total number of survival machines on Earth is hard to count, and even the total number of species is unknown. For insects alone, the number of living species is estimated at around 3 million, and the number of individual insects may be a million. Different kinds of survival machine look very different on the outside and in their internal organs. An octopus is nothing like a mouse, and both are quite different from an oak tree. Yet in their fundamental chemistry, they are rather uniform. In particular, the replicators they carry, the genes, are basically the same kind of molecule in all of us, from bacteria to elephants. We are all survival machines for the same kind of replicator, molecules called DNA. But there are many different ways of making a living in the world, and the replicators have built a vast range of machines to exploit them. A monkey is a machine that preserves genes up trees. A fish is a machine that preserves genes in the water. There is even a small worm that preserves genes in German beer mats. DNA works in mysterious ways. For simplicity, I have given the impression that modern genes, made of DNA, are much the same as the first replicators in the primeval soup. This may not be true. The original replicators may have been a related kind of molecule, or they may have been totally different. If they were different, we might say that their survival machines must have been seized at a later stage by DNA. If so, the original replicators were utterly destroyed, for no trace of them remains in modern survival machines. A.G. Cairns-Smith has made the intriguing suggestion that our ancestors, the first replicators, may have been not organic molecules at all, but inorganic crystals, little bits of clay. Usurper or not, DNA is an undisputed charge today, unless, as I tentatively suggest in Chapter 11, a new seizure of power is now just beginning. A DNA molecule is a long chain of building blocks called nucleotides. Just as protein molecules are chains of amino acids, DNA molecules are chains of nucleotides. A DNA molecule is too small to be seen, but its exact shape has been ingeniously worked out. It consists of a pair of nucleotide chains twisted together in an elegant spiral, the double helix, the immortal coil. The nucleotide building blocks come in only 4 different kinds, which can be shortened to A, T, C, and G. These are the same in all animals and plants. What differs is the order in which they are strung together. A G building block from a human is identical to a G building block from a snail. But the sequence of building blocks in a human is different from that in a snail, and it is also different from the sequence in every other human, except for identical twins. Our DNA lives inside our bodies. It is not concentrated in one part of the body, but is distributed among the cells. There are about 1,000 million cells in an average human body, and with a few exceptions, every one of those cells contains a complete copy of that body's DNA. This DNA can be seen as a set of instructions for how to make a body, written in the A, T, C, G alphabet of the nucleotides. It's as though, in every room of a gigantic building, there was a bookcase containing the architect's plans for the entire building. The bookcase in a cell is called the nucleus. The architect's plans in a human run to 46 volumes. The volumes are called chromosomes. They are visible under a microscope as long threads, and the genes are strung out along them in order. It isn't easy to decide where one gene ends and the next one begins. Fortunately, as this chapter will show, this doesn't matter for our purposes. I'll use the metaphor of the architect's plans, freely mixing the language of the metaphor with the real thing. Volume will be used interchangeably with chromosome. Page will provisionally be used for gene, although the division between genes is less clear-cut than the division between pages of a book. This metaphor will take us quite a long way. When it finally breaks down, I'll introduce other metaphors. Incidentally, there is, of course, no architect. The DNA instructions have been assembled by natural selection. DNA molecules do two important things. First, they replicate. That is, they make copies of themselves. This has gone on non-stop since the beginning of life, and DNA molecules are now very good at it. As an adult, you consist of 1,000 million cells, but when you were first conceived, you were just a single cell, with one master copy of the architect's plans. This cell divided into two, and each of the two cells received its own copy of the plans. Successive divisions took the number of cells up to 4, 8, 16, 32, and so on into the billions. At every division, the DNA plans were faithfully copied with hardly any mistakes. It is one thing to speak of the duplication of DNA, but if the DNA is really a set of plans for building a body, how are the plans put into practice? This brings me to the second important thing DNA does. It indirectly supervises the manufacture of a different kind of molecule, protein. The coded message of the DNA, written in the 4-letter nucleotide alphabet, is translated in a simple mechanical way into another alphabet, the alphabet of amino acids, which spells out protein molecules. Making proteins may seem a long way from making a body, but it is the first small step. Proteins not only make up much of the physical fabric of the body, they also exert sensitive control over all the chemical processes inside the cell, selectively turning them on and off at precise times and in precise places. Exactly how this eventually leads to the development of a baby is a story that will take embryologists decades, perhaps centuries, to work out. But it is a fact that it does. Genes do indirectly control the manufacture of bodies, and the influence is strictly one way. Acquired characteristics are not inherited. No matter how much knowledge and wisdom you acquire during your life, not one bit will be passed on to your children by genetic means. Each new generation starts from scratch. A body is the gene's way of preserving the genes unaltered. The evolutionary importance of the fact that genes control embryonic development is this. It means that genes are at least partly responsible for their own survival in the future, because their survival depends on the efficiency of the bodies in which they live and which they help to build. Once upon a time, natural selection was just the differential survival of replicators floating free in the primeval soup. Now, natural selection favors replicators that are good at building survival machines, genes that are skilled in the art of controlling embryonic development. In this, the replicators are no more conscious or purposeful than they ever were. The same old processes of automatic selection between rival molecules based on their longevity, fecundity, and copying fidelity still go on as blindly as they did in the distant past. Genes have no foresight. They do not plan ahead. Genes just are, some genes more so than others, and that is all there is to it. But the qualities that determine a gene's longevity and fecundity are not so simple as they were. In recent years, the last 600 million or so, The replicators have achieved notable triumphs of survival machine technology, such as the muscle, the heart, and the eye, which evolved several times independently. Before that, they radically altered fundamental features of their way of life as replicators, which we must understand if we are to proceed with the argument. The first thing to grasp about a modern replicator is that it is highly social. A survival machine is a vehicle containing not just one gene, but many thousands. The manufacture of a body is a cooperative venture of such intricacy that it is almost impossible to untangle the contribution of one gene from that of another. A given gene will have many different effects on quite different parts of the body. A given part of the body will be influenced by many genes, and the effect of any one gene depends on its interaction with many others. Some genes act as master genes, controlling the operation of a cluster of other genes. In terms of our analogy, any given page of the plans makes reference to many different parts of the building, and each page makes sense only in terms of cross-references to numerous other pages. This intricate interdependence of genes may make you wonder why we use the word gene at all. Why not use a collective noun like gene complex? The answer is that for many purposes, that is a good idea. But if we look at things another way, it does make sense to think of the gene complex as being divided into discrete replicators or genes. This is because of the phenomenon of sex. Sexual reproduction has the effect of mixing and shuffling genes. This means that any one individual body is just a temporary vehicle for a short-lived combination of genes. The combination of genes that is any one individual may be short-lived, but the genes themselves are potentially very long-lived. Their paths constantly cross and recross down the generations. One gene may be regarded as a unit that survives through a large number of successive individual bodies. This is the central argument of this chapter. First, I must briefly explain the facts of sex. I said that the plans for building a human body are spelled out in 46 volumes. In fact, this was an oversimplification. The 46 chromosomes consist of 23 pairs of chromosomes. We could say that filed away in the nucleus of every cell are two alternative sets of 23 volumes of plans. Call them Volume 1A and Volume 1B, Volume 2A and Volume 2B, and so on, down to Volume 23A and Volume 23B. We receive each chromosome intact from one of our two parents. Volumes 1A, 2A, 3A, and so on came, say, from the father. Volumes 1B, 2B, 3B, and so on came from the mother. In theory, you could look with a microscope at the 46 chromosomes in any one of your cells and pick out the 23 that came from your father and the 23 that came from your mother. The paired chromosomes are not always physically in contact. In what sense, then, are they paired? In the sense that each volume from the father can be seen, page for page, as a direct alternative to one particular volume from the mother. For instance, page 6 of volume 13A and page 6 of volume 13B might both be about eye color. Perhaps one says blue while the other says brown. Sometimes the two alternative pages are identical, but in other cases, like our eye color example, they differ. If they make contradictory recommendations, what does the body do? The answer varies. Sometimes one reading prevails over the other. In the eye color example, the person would actually have brown eyes. The instructions for making blue eyes would be ignored in the building of the body, though this doesn't stop them from being passed on to future generations. A gene that is ignored in this way is called recessive. The opposite is a dominant gene. The gene for brown eyes is dominant to the gene for blue eyes. A person has blue eyes only if both copies of the relevant page are unanimous in recommending blue eyes. More usually, when two alternative genes are not identical, the result is some kind of compromise. When two genes, like the brown eye and the blue eye gene, are rivals for the same slot on a chromosome, they are called alleles of each other. For our purposes, the word allele is synonymous with rival. Imagine the volumes of architects' plans as loose-leaf binders, whose pages can be detached and interchanged. Every volume 13 must have a page 6, but there are several possible page 6s that could go in the binder. One version says blue eyes, another says brown eyes, and there may be other versions in the population that spell out other colors like green. Any given person only has two volume 13 chromosomes, so he can have a maximum of 2 alleles in the page 6 slot. He may have 2 copies of the same allele, or he may have any 2 alleles chosen from the alternatives available in the population at large. At any given time, all the genes are tied up inside individual survival machines. Our genes are given to us at conception, and there is nothing we can do about it. Nevertheless, in the long term, the genes of the population can be regarded as a gene pool. This phrase is a technical term used by geneticists. The gene pool is a worthwhile abstraction because sex mixes genes up in a carefully organized way. In particular, something like the detaching and interchanging of pages and wads of pages from loose-leaf binders really does go on. I have described the normal division of a cell into 2 new cells, each receiving a complete copy of all 46 chromosomes. This is called mitosis. But there is another kind of cell division called meiosis. This occurs only in the production of sex cells, sperms or eggs. Sperms and eggs are unique among our cells because instead of 46 chromosomes, they contain only 23. This is exactly half of 46, which is convenient when they fuse in sexual fertilization to make a new individual. Meiosis is a special kind of cell division in testicles and ovaries, in which a cell with the full double set of 46 chromosomes divides to form sex cells with a single set of 23. A sperm, with its 23 chromosomes, is made by the meiotic division of one of the ordinary 46 chromosome cells in the testicle. Which 23 are put into any given sperm cell. It is clearly important that a sperm should not get just any old 23 chromosomes. It is theoretically possible for an individual to give one of his sperm's chromosomes that came entirely from his mother. In this unlikely event, a child conceived by that sperm would inherit half her genes from her paternal grandmother and none from her paternal grandfather. But this does not happen. The truth is more complex. Remember that the volumes or chromosomes are like loose-leaf binders. What happens is that, during the manufacture of the sperm, single pages, or rather multi-page chunks, are detached and swapped with the corresponding chunks from the alternative volume. So, one sperm cell might make up its volume 1 by taking the first 65 pages from volume 1A and pages 66 to the end from volume 1B. Its other 22 volumes would be made up in a similar way. Therefore, every sperm cell made by an individual is unique, even though they all assembled their 23 chromosomes from bits of the same set of 46. Eggs are made in a similar way and are also all unique. The real-life mechanics of this mixing are fairly well understood. During the manufacture of a sperm or egg, bits of each paternal chromosome physically detach and change places with exactly corresponding bits of maternal chromosome. This process of swapping bits of chromosome is called crossing over. It is very important for the whole argument of this audiobook. It means that if you looked at the chromosomes in one of your own sperms, it would be a waste of time trying to identify chromosomes that originally came from your father and those from your mother. Any one chromosome in a sperm would be a patchwork, a mosaic of maternal genes and paternal genes. The metaphor of the page for the gene starts to break down here. In a loose-leaf binder, a whole page may be inserted or exchanged, but not a fraction of a page. But the gene complex is just a long string of nucleotide letters, not divided into discrete pages in an obvious way. To be sure, there are special symbols for end of protein chain message and start of protein chain message, written in the same 4-letter alphabet as the protein messages. In between these 2 punctuation marks are the coded instructions for making one protein. We can define a single gene as a sequence of nucleotide letters lying between a start and an end symbol, and coding for one protein chain. The word cistron has been used for a unit defined in this way, but crossing over does not respect boundaries between cistrons. Splits may occur within cistrons as well as between them. It is as though the architect's plans were written not on discrete pages, but on 46 rolls of ticker tape. Crossing over is like taking matching paternal and maternal tapes and cutting and exchanging matching portions, regardless of what is written on them. In the title of this audiobook, the word gene means not a single cistron, but something more subtle. My definition will not be to everyone's taste, but there is no universally agreed definition of a gene. We can define a word how we like for our own purposes, provided we do so clearly. The definition I want to use comes from G.C. Williams. A gene is defined as any portion of chromosomal material that potentially lasts for enough generations to serve as a unit of natural selection. In the words of the previous chapter, a gene is a replicator with high copying fidelity. Copying fidelity is another way of saying longevity in the form of copies, and I shall shorten this to just longevity. On any definition, a gene has to be a portion of a chromosome. The question is, how big a portion? Imagine any sequence of adjacent code letters on the tape. Call the sequence a genetic unit. It might be a sequence of only 10 letters within one cistron. It might be a sequence of 8 cistrons. It might start and end in mid-cistron. It will overlap with other genetic units. It will include smaller units, and it will form part of larger units. This is what we are calling a genetic unit. Now comes the important point. The shorter a genetic unit is, the longer, in generations, it is likely to live. In particular, the less likely it is to be split by any one crossing over. Suppose a whole chromosome is, on average, likely to undergo one crossover every time a sperm or egg is made. If we consider a very large genetic unit, say half the length of the chromosome, there is a 50% chance that the unit will be split at each meiosis. If the genetic unit is only 1% of the length of the chromosome, it has only a 1% chance of being split. This means the unit can expect to survive for a large number of generations in an individual's descendants. A single cistron is likely to be much less than 1% of the length of a chromosome. Even a group of several neighboring cistrons can expect to live many generations before being broken up. The average life expectancy of a genetic unit can be expressed in generations, which can be translated into years. If we take a whole chromosome as our genetic unit, its life story lasts for only one generation. Suppose it is your chromosome number 8A, inherited from your father. It was created inside one of your father's testicles, shortly before you were conceived. It was created by the meiotic shuffling process, forged by the coming together of pieces of chromosome from your paternal grandmother and your paternal grandfather. It was placed inside one particular sperm, and it was unique. The sperm was one of several millions, and it was the only one of the flotilla which found harbor in one of your mother's eggs. The genetic unit we are considering, your chromosome number 8A, set about replicating itself. Now it exists in duplicate form all over your body. But when you in turn come to have children, this chromosome will be destroyed. Bits of it will be interchanged with bits of your maternal chromosome number 8B. In any one sex cell, a new chromosome number 8 will be created, perhaps better than the old one, perhaps worse. But barring an improbable coincidence, definitely different, definitely unique. The lifespan of a chromosome is one generation. What about the lifespan of a smaller genetic unit, say 1/100 of the length of your chromosome 8A? This unit also came from your father, but it very probably was not originally assembled in him. There is a 99% chance that he received it intact from one of his parents. Suppose it was from his mother, your paternal grandmother. Again, there is a 99% chance that she inherited it intact from one of her parents. Eventually, if we trace the ancestry of a small genetic unit back far enough, we will come to its original creator. At some stage, it must have been created for the first time inside a testicle or an ovary of one of your ancestors. The smaller subunits that make up the genetic unit we are considering may well have existed long before. Our genetic unit was created at a particular moment only in the sense that the particular arrangement of subunits by which it is defined did not exist before that moment. The moment of creation may have occurred recently, say in one of your grandparents. But if we consider a very small genetic unit, it may have been first assembled in a much more distant ancestor. Moreover, a small genetic unit inside you may go on just as far into the future, passing intact through a long line of your descendants. Remember, too, that an individual's descendants are not a single line, but a branching line. Whichever of your ancestors created a particular short length of your chromosome 8A, he or she very likely has many other descendants besides you. One of your genetic units may also be present in your second cousin. It may be present in me, and in the Prime Minister, and in your dog, for we all share ancestors if we go back far enough. Also, the same small unit might be assembled several times independently by chance, but even a close relative is unlikely to share a whole chromosome with you. The smaller a genetic unit is, the more likely it is that another individual shares it, the more likely it is to be represented many times over in the world in the form of copies. The chance coming together of previously existing subunits through crossing over is the usual way for a new genetic unit to be formed. Another way, of great evolutionary importance, though it is rare, is called point mutation. A point mutation is an error corresponding to a single misprinted letter in a book. Another rare kind of mistake with important long-term consequences is called inversion. A piece of chromosome detaches itself at both ends, turns head over heels, and reattaches itself in the inverted position. Sometimes portions of chromosomes do not simply invert, but become reattached in a completely different part of the chromosome, or even join up with a different chromosome altogether. The importance of this kind of mistake is that, though usually disastrous, it can occasionally lead to the close linkage of pieces of genetic material which happen to work well together. One of the neatest examples of this concerns mimicry. Some butterflies taste nasty. They are usually brightly and distinctively colored, and birds learn to avoid them by their warning marks. Now, other species of butterfly that do not taste nasty cash in. They mimic the nasty ones. They are born looking like them in color and shape, but not taste. A bird who has once tasted a genuinely nasty butterfly tends to avoid all butterflies that look the same. This includes the mimics, and so genes for mimicry are favored by natural selection. That is how mimicry evolves. There are many different species of nasty butterfly, and they do not all look alike. A mimic has to commit itself to one particular nasty species. But there are species of mimic that do something very strange. Some individuals of the species mimic one nasty species. Other individuals mimic another. Any individual who was intermediate would soon be eaten, but such intermediates are not born. Just as an individual is either male or female, an individual butterfly mimics either one nasty species or the other. It looks as though a single gene determines whether an individual will mimic species A or species B. But how can a single gene determine all the aspects of mimicry: color, shape, spot pattern, rhythm of flight? The answer is that one gene in the sense of a cistron probably cannot. But by the unconscious and automatic editing of inversions and other accidental rearrangements, a large cluster of formerly separate genes has come together in a tight linkage group on a chromosome. The whole cluster behaves like a single gene. Indeed, by our definition, it now is a single gene. And it has an allele, which is really another cluster. One cluster contains the cistrons concerned with mimicking species A, the other those concerned with mimicking species B. Each cluster is so rarely split up by crossing over that an intermediate butterfly is never seen in nature. I am using the word gene to mean a genetic unit that is small enough to last for a large number of generations and to be distributed around in the form of many copies. This is not a rigid definition, but a kind of fading out one, like the definition of big or old. The more likely a length of chromosome is to be split by crossing over or altered by mutations, the less it qualifies to be called a gene in the sense I am using. A cistron presumably qualifies, but so do larger units. A dozen cistrons may be so close to each other on a chromosome that for our purposes they are a single long-lived genetic unit. The butterfly mimicry cluster is a good example. As the cistrons leave one body and enter the next, they are likely to find that the little vessel contains their close neighbors of the previous voyage. Neighboring cistrons on the same chromosome form a tightly knit troop of traveling companions. To be strict, this audiobook should be called not the selfish cistron nor the selfish chromosome, but the slightly selfish big bit of chromosome and the even more selfish little bit of chromosome. This is not a catchy title, so defining a gene as a little bit of chromosome which potentially lasts for many generations, I call the book The Selfish Gene. We have now arrived back at the point we left at the end of Chapter 1. There we saw that selfishness is to be expected in any entity that deserves the title of a basic unit of natural selection. I said that I preferred to think of the gene as the fundamental unit of natural selection, and therefore the fundamental unit of self-interest. What I have now done is to define the gene in such a way that I cannot really help being right. Natural selection in its most general form means the differential survival of entities. Some entities live and others die, but for this selective death to have any impact, each entity must exist in the form of lots of copies, and at least some of them must be potentially capable of surviving in the form of copies for a significant period of evolutionary time. Small genetic units have these properties. Individuals, groups, and species do not. It was the great achievement of Gregor Mendel to show that hereditary units can be treated as indivisible and independent particles. Nowadays, we know that this is a little too simple. What I have done is to define a gene as a unit which, to a high degree, approaches the ideal of indivisible particulateness. A gene is not indivisible, but it is seldom divided. It travels intact from grandparent to grandchild, passing straight through the intermediate generation without being merged with other genes. If genes continually blended with each other, natural selection as we now understand it would be impossible. Another aspect of the particulateness of the gene is that it does not grow old. It is no more likely to die when it is 1,000,000 years old than when it is only 100. It leaps from body to body down the generations, manipulating body after body in its own way and for its own ends, abandoning a succession of mortal bodies before they sink into old age and death. The genes are the immortals, or rather they are defined as genetic entities that come close to deserving the title. We, the individual survival machines, can expect to live a few more decades, but the genes in the world have an expectation of life that must be measured not in decades, but in thousands and millions of years. In sexually reproducing species, the individual is too large and too temporary a genetic unit to qualify as a significant unit of natural selection. Genetically speaking, individuals and groups are like clouds in the sky or dust storms in the desert. They are temporary aggregations. They are not stable through evolutionary time. Populations may last a long while, but they are constantly blending with other populations and so losing their identity. An individual body seems discrete enough while it lasts, but how long is that? Each individual is unique. You cannot get evolution by selecting between entities when there is only one copy of each entity. Sexual reproduction is not replication. Your children are only half you, your grandchildren only a quarter you. In a few generations, the most you can hope for is a large number of descendants, each of whom bears only a tiny portion of you, a few genes. Individuals are not stable things. They are fleeting. Chromosomes too are shuffled into oblivion, like hands of cards soon after they are dealt. But the cards themselves survive the shuffling. The cards are the genes. The genes are not destroyed by crossing over. They merely change partners and march on. Of course they march on. That is their business. They are the replicators, and we are their survival machines. When we have served our purpose, we are cast aside. But genes are denizens of geological time. Genes are forever. Genes, like diamonds, are forever, but not quite in the same way. An individual diamond crystal lasts as an unaltered pattern of atoms. DNA molecules don't have that kind of permanence. The life of any one physical DNA molecule is quite short. But a DNA molecule could theoretically live on in the form of copies of itself for 100 million years. Moreover, copies of a particular gene may be distributed all over the world, all neatly packaged inside the bodies of survival machines. What I am doing is emphasizing the potential near immortality of a gene in the form of copies as its defining property. We want to find the practical unit of natural selection. To do this, we begin by identifying the properties that a successful unit of natural selection must have: longevity, fecundity, and copying fidelity. We then simply define a gene as the largest entity which has these properties. The gene is a long-lived replicator, existing in the form of many duplicate copies. The largest practical unit of natural selection, the gene, will usually be found to lie somewhere on the scale between a cistron and a chromosome. It is its potential immortality that makes a gene a good candidate as the basic unit of natural selection. But now I must stress the word potential. A gene can live for 1 million years, but many new genes do not even make it past their first generation. The few new ones that succeed do so partly because they are lucky, but mainly because they have what it takes, and that means they are good at making survival machines. They have an effect on the embryonic development of each successive body in which they find themselves, such that that body is a little bit more likely to live and reproduce than it would have been under the influence of the rival gene or allele. For example, a good gene might ensure its survival by tending to give the bodies it finds itself in long legs, which help those bodies to escape from predators. This is a particular example. Long legs are not always an asset. To a mole, they would be a handicap. Can we think of any universal qualities that we would expect to find in all good, long-lived genes? Conversely, what properties mark a gene out as a bad, short-lived one? There might be several such universal properties, but there is one that is particularly relevant to this audiobook. At the gene level, altruism must be bad and selfishness good. This follows from our definitions of altruism and selfishness. Genes are competing directly with their alleles for survival, since their alleles in the gene pool are rivals for their slot on the chromosomes of future generations. Any gene that behaves in such a way as to increase its own survival chances in the gene pool at the expense of its alleles will, by definition, tend to survive. The gene is the basic unit of selfishness. The main message of this chapter has now been stated, but I have glossed over some complications. The first has already been mentioned. However, independent genes may be in their journey through the generations. They are not free and independent agents in their control of embryonic development. They collaborate and interact in complex ways. Expressions like gene for long legs or gene for altruistic behavior are convenient figures of speech. There is no gene which single-handedly builds a leg. Building a leg is a multi-gene cooperative enterprise. Influences from the external environment are also indispensable. After all, legs are made of food. But there may well be a single gene which, other things being equal, tends to make legs longer than they would have been under the influence of its allele. As far as a gene is concerned, its alleles are its deadly rivals, but other genes are just a part of its environment, comparable to temperature, food, or predators. The effect of a gene depends on its environment, and this includes other genes. Sometimes a gene has one effect in the presence of a particular other gene, and a completely different effect in the presence of another set. The whole set of genes in a body constitutes a kind of genetic climate, modifying and influencing the effects of any particular gene. But now we seem to have a paradox. If building a baby is such an intricate cooperative venture, how can we reconcile this with my picture of indivisible genes springing like immortal chamois from body to body down the ages? Was that all nonsense? Not at all. I may have gotten a bit carried away, but I was not talking nonsense. We can explain this by another analogy. One oarsman on his own cannot win the Oxford and Cambridge boat race. He needs 8 colleagues. Each is a specialist. Rowing the boat is a cooperative venture, but some men are better at it than others. Suppose a coach has to choose his ideal crew from a pool of candidates. Every day he puts together 3 new trial crews by random shuffling of the candidates for each position, and he makes the 3 crews race against each other. After some weeks, it will start to emerge that the winning boat often tends to contain the same individual men. These are marked up as good oarsmen. Other individuals seem consistently to be found in slower crews and are eventually rejected. But even an outstandingly good oarsman might sometimes be a member of a slow crew, either because of the inferiority of the other members or because of bad luck. It is only on average that the best men tend to be in the winning boat. The oarsmen are genes. The rivals for each seat in the boat are alleles. Rowing fast corresponds to building a body that is successful at surviving. The wind is the external environment. The pool of alternative candidates is the gene pool. As far as the survival of any one body is concerned, all its genes are in the same boat. Many a good gene gets into bad company, sharing a body with a lethal gene, which kills the body off in childhood. Then the good gene is destroyed along with the rest. But this is only one body, and replicas of the same good gene live on in other bodies that lack the lethal gene. Many copies of good genes are dragged under because they happen to share a body with bad genes, and many perish through other forms of ill luck. But by definition, luck strikes at random, and a gene that is consistently on the losing side is not unlucky. It is a bad gene. One of the qualities of a good oarsman is teamwork. As we saw in the case of the butterflies, natural selection may unconsciously edit a gene complex, bringing genes that cooperate well together into closely linked groups. But there is also a sense in which genes that are not physically linked can be selected for their mutual compatibility. A gene that cooperates well with most of the other genes that it is likely to meet in successive bodies, that is, the genes in the whole of the rest of the gene pool, will tend to have an advantage. For example, a number of attributes are desirable in an efficient carnivore's body, among them sharp cutting teeth and the right kind of intestine for digesting meat. An efficient herbivore, on the other hand, needs flat grinding teeth and a much longer intestine. In a herbivore gene pool, any new gene that gave its possessors sharp meat-eating teeth would not be very successful. This is not because meat-eating is a bad idea, but because you cannot efficiently eat meat unless you also have the right sort of intestine and all the other attributes of a meat-eating way of life. Genes for sharp meat-eating teeth are not inherently bad genes. They are only bad genes in a gene pool that is dominated by genes for herbivorous qualities. This is a subtle, complicated idea. It is complicated because the environment of a gene consists largely of other genes, each of which is itself being selected for its ability to cooperate with its environment of other genes. I will postpone further discussion of this point until the end of Chapter 5 and return to the central message of this one. This is that the basic unit of natural selection is best regarded not as the species, nor as the population, nor even as the individual, but as the gene. The cornerstone of the argument was the assumption that genes are potentially immortal, while bodies and all other higher units are temporary. This assumption rests upon two facts: the fact of sexual reproduction and crossing over, and the fact of individual mortality. These facts are undeniably true, but this does not stop us asking why they are true. Why do we and most other survival machines practice sexual reproduction? Why do our chromosomes cross over, and why do we not live forever? The question of why we die of old age is complex, and the details are beyond the scope of this book. One theory is that old age represents an accumulation of deleterious copying errors and other kinds of gene damage. Another theory, by Sir Peter Medawar, is a good example of evolutionary thinking in terms of gene selection. Medawar dismisses traditional arguments like old individuals die as an act of altruism to the rest of the species. This is a circular argument, assuming what it sets out to prove, namely that old animals are too decrepit to reproduce. Medawar's own theory has a beautiful logic. We can build up to it as follows. We have already asked what the most general attributes of a good gene are, and we decided that selfishness was one of them. But another general quality that successful genes will have is a tendency to postpone the death of their survival machines at least until after reproduction. No doubt some of your cousins and great-uncles died in childhood, but not a single one of your ancestors did. Ancestors just don't die young. A gene that makes its possessors die is called a lethal gene. A semi-lethal gene has some debilitating effect that makes death from other causes more probable. Any gene exerts its maximum effect on bodies at some particular stage of life. Most genes exert their influence during fetal life, others during childhood, others during young adulthood, others in middle age, and yet others in old age. Obviously, lethal genes will tend to be removed from the gene pool. But equally obviously, a late-acting lethal will be more stable in the gene pool than an early-acting lethal. A gene that is lethal in an older body may still be successful in the gene pool, provided its lethal effect does not show itself until after the body has had time to do at least some reproducing. For instance, a gene that made old bodies develop cancer could be passed on to numerous offspring because the individuals would reproduce before they got cancer. On the other hand, a gene that made young adult bodies develop cancer would not be passed on to very many offspring. According to this theory, then, Old age decay is simply a byproduct of the accumulation in the gene pool of late-acting lethal and semi-lethal genes, which have been allowed to slip through the net of natural selection simply because they are late-acting. Medawar himself emphasizes that selection will favor genes that postpone the operation of other lethal genes, and it will also favor genes that hasten the effect of good genes. It may be that a great deal of evolution consists of genetically controlled changes in the time of onset of gene activity. It is important to notice that this theory does not need to make any prior assumptions about reproduction occurring only at certain ages. Taking as a starting assumption that all individuals were equally likely to have a child at any age, the Medawar theory would quickly predict the accumulation of late-acting deleterious genes, and the tendency to reproduce less in old age would follow as a secondary consequence. As an aside, one good feature of this theory is that it leads us to some interesting speculations. For instance, it follows that if we wanted to increase the human lifespan, there are two general ways we could do it. First, we could ban reproduction before a certain age, say 40. After some centuries, the minimum age limit would be raised to 50, and so on. It is conceivable that human longevity could be pushed up to several centuries by this means. I cannot imagine that anyone would seriously want to institute such a policy. Second, we could try to fool genes into thinking that the body they are in is younger than it really is. This would mean identifying changes in the internal chemical environment of a body that take place during aging. Any of these could be the cues that turn on late-acting lethal genes. By simulating the superficial chemical properties of a young body, it might be possible to prevent the turning on of late-acting deleterious genes. The interesting point is that chemical signals of old age need not be deleterious in themselves. For instance, suppose that a substance S is more concentrated in the bodies of old individuals than of young individuals. S in itself might be quite harmless. But automatically, any gene that happened to exert a deleterious effect in the presence of S, but which otherwise had a good effect, would be positively selected in the gene pool, and would in effect be a gene for dying of old age. The cure would simply be to remove S from the body. I must emphasize that these are just speculations based on the Medawar theory. What matters for present purposes is that the gene selection view of evolution has no difficulty in accounting for the tendency of individuals to die when they get old. The other assumption I have glossed over, that of the existence of sexual reproduction and crossing over, is more difficult to justify. Crossing over does not always have to happen. Male fruit flies do not do it. Alternatives to sex exist. Female green flies can bear live, fatherless, female offspring, each one containing all the genes of its mother. Many plants propagate vegetatively by sending out suckers. In fact, an entire elm wood might be regarded as a single individual. So the question is, if green flies and elm trees don't do it, why do the rest of us go to such lengths to mix our genes up with somebody else's before we make a baby? It does seem an odd way to proceed. Why did sex, that bizarre perversion of straightforward replication, ever arise in the first place? What is the good of sex? This is an extremely difficult question for the evolutionist to answer. Most serious attempts to answer it involve sophisticated mathematical reasoning. I am frankly going to evade it, except to say one thing. At least some of the difficulty that theorists have with explaining the evolution of sex results from the fact that they habitually think of the individual as trying to maximize the number of his genes that survive. In these terms, sex appears paradoxical because it is an inefficient way for an individual to propagate her genes. Each child has only 50% of the individual's genes. If only she would bud off children who were exact replicas of herself, she would pass 100% of her genes on to the next generation in the body of every child. This apparent paradox has driven some theorists to embrace group selectionism, since it is relatively easy to think of group-level advantages for sex. But the paradox seems less paradoxical if we follow the argument of this audiobook and treat the individual as a survival machine built by a short-lived confederation of long-lived genes. Efficiency, from the whole individual's point of view, is then seen to be irrelevant. Sexuality versus non-sexuality will be regarded as an attribute under single gene control, just like blue eyes versus brown eyes. A gene 4, sexuality manipulates all the other genes for its own selfish ends. So does a gene for crossing over. There are even genes called mutators that manipulate the rates of copying errors in other genes. By definition, a copying error is to the disadvantage of the gene which is miscopied. But if it is to the advantage of the selfish mutator gene that induces it, the mutator can spread through the gene pool. Similarly, if crossing over benefits a gene for crossing over, that is a sufficient explanation for its existence. And if sexual reproduction benefits a gene for sexual reproduction, that is a sufficient explanation for its existence. Whether or not it benefits all the rest of an individual's genes is comparatively irrelevant. Seen from the selfish gene's point of view, sex is not so bizarre after all. This comes close to being a circular argument, since the existence of sexuality is a precondition for the whole chain of reasoning that leads to the gene being regarded as the unit of selection. I believe there are ways of escaping the circularity, but this is not the place to pursue the question. Sex exists, that much is true. It is a consequence of sex and crossing over that the small genetic unit or gene can be regarded as the nearest thing we have to a fundamental, independent agent of evolution. Sex is not the only apparent paradox that becomes less puzzling the moment we learn to think in selfish gene terms. For instance, it appears that the amount of DNA in organisms is more than is strictly necessary for building them. A large fraction of the DNA is never translated into protein. From the point of view of the individual organism, this seems paradoxical. But from the point of view of the selfish genes themselves, there is no paradox. The true purpose of DNA is to survive, no more and no less. The simplest way to explain the surplus DNA is to suppose that it is a parasite, or at best a harmless but useless passenger, hitching a ride in the survival machines created by the other DNA. Some people object to what they see as an excessively gene-centered view of evolution. After all, they argue, it is whole individuals with all their genes who actually live or die. I hope I have said enough in this chapter to show that there is really no disagreement here. Just as whole boats win or lose races, it is indeed individuals who live or die, and the immediate manifestation of natural selection is nearly always at the individual level. But the long-term consequences of non-random individual death and reproductive success are manifested in the form of changing gene frequencies in the gene pool. Sex and chromosomal crossing over have the effect of preserving the liquidity of the modern equivalent of the soup. Because of sex and crossing over, the gene pool is kept well stirred and the genes partially shuffled. Evolution is the process by which some genes become more numerous and others less numerous in the gene pool. It is good to get into the habit, whenever we are trying to explain the evolution of some characteristic, of asking ourselves simply, what effect will this characteristic have on the frequencies of genes in the gene pool? As far as the gene is concerned, the gene pool is just the new sort of soup where it makes its living. All that has changed is that nowadays it makes its living by cooperating with successive groups of companions drawn from the gene pool in building one mortal survival machine after another. It is to survival machines themselves, and the sense in which genes may be said to control their behavior, that we turn in the next chapter. If you are finding this exploration of the gene's eye view of life fascinating, you can support the author's work by purchasing the original book. You can find a link to it on Amazon in the description of this audiobook. As an Amazon associate, we earn from qualifying purchases, which helps us continue creating content like this. Thank you for your support. Now, back to our journey. Chapter 4, The Gene Machine. We are now ready to begin Chapter 4. Survival machines started out as passive containers for genes, providing little more than walls to protect them from the chemical warfare of their rivals and from random molecular bombardment. In the early days, they fed on organic molecules that were freely available in the soup. This easy life ended when the organic food, which had been slowly built up over centuries of sunlight, was all used up. A major branch of survival machines, now called plants, started to use sunlight directly to build complex molecules from simple ones, reenacting the synthetic processes of the original soup at a much higher speed. Another branch, now known as animals, discovered how to exploit the chemical labors of the plants, either by eating them or by eating other animals. Both main branches of survival machines evolved more and more ingenious tricks to increase their efficiency. New ways of life were continually being opened up. Sub-branches and sub-sub-branches evolved, each one excelling in a particular specialized way of making a living. In the sea, on the ground, in the air, underground, up trees, or inside other living bodies. This sub-branching has given rise to the immense diversity of animals and plants that impresses us today. Both animals and plants evolved into many-celled bodies, with complete copies of all the genes distributed to every cell. We do not know when, why, or how many times this happened independently. Some people describe a body as a colony of cells. I prefer to think of the body as a colony of genes, and of the cell as a convenient working unit for the chemical industries of the genes. Colonies of genes they may be, but in their behavior, bodies have undeniably acquired an individuality of their own. An animal moves as a coordinated whole, as a unit. Subjectively, I feel like a unit, not a colony. This is to be expected. Selection has favored genes that cooperate with others. In the fierce competition for scarce resources, in the relentless struggle to eat other survival machines and to avoid being eaten, there must have been a premium on central coordination rather than anarchy within the communal body. Nowadays, the intricate mutual coevolution of genes has proceeded to such an extent that the communal nature of an individual survival machine is virtually unrecognizable. Fortunately for the credibility of the rest of this audiobook, this disagreement is largely academic. Just as it is not convenient to talk about quanta and fundamental particles when we discuss the workings of a car, it is often tedious and unnecessary to keep dragging genes in when we discuss the behavior of survival machines. In practice, it is usually convenient to regard the individual body as an agent trying to increase the numbers of all its genes in future generations. I shall use this language of convenience. Unless I state otherwise, altruistic behavior and selfish behavior will mean behavior directed by one animal body toward another. This chapter is about behavior, the trick of rapid movement which has been largely exploited by the animal branch of survival machines. Animals became active, go-getting gene vehicles, gene machines. The characteristic of behavior, as biologists use the term, is that it is fast. Plants move, but very slowly. When seen in a highly speeded-up film, climbing plants look like active animals, but most plant movement is really irreversible growth. Animals, on the other hand, have evolved ways of moving hundreds of thousands of times faster. Moreover, the movements they make are reversible and repeatable. The device that animals evolved to achieve rapid movement was the muscle. Muscles are engines which, like the steam engine, use energy stored in chemical fuel to generate mechanical movement. The difference is that the immediate mechanical force of a muscle is generated as tension, rather than gas pressure. But muscles are like engines in that they often exert their force on cords and levers with hinges. In us, the levers are bones, the cords are tendons, and the hinges are joints. A lot is known about how muscles work, but I find the question of how muscle contractions are timed more interesting. Have you ever watched a complex artificial machine, like a knitting machine, a loom, or an automatic bottling factory? Motive power comes from somewhere, like an electric motor. But much more baffling is the intricate timing of the operations. Valves open and shut in the right order, steel fingers deftly tie a knot, and then at just the right moment, a knife shoots out and cuts the string. In many artificial machines, timing is achieved by the cam. This translates simple rotary motion into a complex rhythmic pattern of operations. The principle of the musical box is similar. Other machines use paper rolls or cards with holes punched in a pattern. Recently, there has been a trend towards replacing such simple mechanical timers with electronic ones. Digital computers are examples of versatile electronic devices that can be used for generating complex timed patterns of movements. The basic component of a modern electronic machine is the semiconductor, of which a familiar form is the transistor. Survival machines seem to have bypassed the cam and the punched card. The apparatus they use for timing their movements has more in common with an electronic computer, although it is different in fundamental operation. The basic unit of biological computers, the nerve cell or neuron, is really nothing like a transistor. The code in which neurons communicate seems to be a bit like the pulse codes of digital computers, but the individual neuron is a much more sophisticated data processing unit. Instead of just 3 connections, a single neuron may have tens of thousands. The neuron is slower than the transistor, but it has gone much further in miniaturization. This is shown by the fact that there are some 10,000 million neurons in the human brain. You could pack only a few hundred transistors into a skull. Plants have no need of the neuron because they get their living without moving around, but it is found in the great majority of animal groups. Neurons are basically just cells, but their cell walls are drawn out in long, thin, wire-like projections. Often a neuron has one particularly long wire called the axon. Although the width of an axon is microscopic, its length may be many feet. There are single axons that run the whole length of a giraffe's neck. The axons are usually bundled together in thick cables called nerves. These lead from one part of the body to another carrying messages, like telephone cables. Other neurons have short axons and are confined to dense concentrations of nervous tissue called ganglia, or when they are very large, brains. Brains may be regarded as analogous in function to computers. They are analogous in that both types of machine generate complex patterns of output, after analyzing complex patterns of input, and after referring to stored information. The main way in which brains contribute to the success of survival machines is by controlling and coordinating the contractions of muscles. To do this, they need cables leading to the muscles, called motor nerves. But this leads to efficient preservation of genes only if the timing of muscle contractions bears some relation to the timing of events in the outside world. It is important to contract the jaw muscles only when the jaws contain something worth biting, and to contract the leg muscles in running patterns only when there is something worth running towards or away from. For this reason, natural selection favored animals that became equipped with sense organs, devices which translate patterns of physical events in the outside world into the pulse code of the neurons. The brain is connected to the sense organs, eyes, ears, taste buds, and so on, by cables called sensory nerves. The workings of the sensory systems are particularly baffling because they can achieve far more sophisticated feats of pattern recognition than the best man-made machines. If this were not so, all typists would be redundant, replaced by speech-recognizing machines. Human typists will be needed for many decades yet. There may have been a time when sense organs communicated more or less directly with muscles. Sea anemones are not far from this state today. But to achieve more complex and indirect relationships between outside events and muscular contractions, some kind of brain was needed as an intermediary. A notable advance was the evolutionary invention of memory. By this device, the timing of muscle contractions could be influenced not only by events in the immediate past, but by events in the distant past as well. The memory, or store, is an essential part of a digital computer too. Computer memories are more reliable than human ones, but they are less capacious and enormously less sophisticated in their techniques of information retrieval. One of the most striking properties of survival machine behavior is its apparent purposiveness. I don't just mean that it seems well calculated to help the animal's genes to survive. I'm talking about a closer analogy to human purposeful behavior. When we watch an animal searching for food, or for a mate, or for a lost child, we can hardly help giving it some of the subjective feelings we ourselves experience when we search. These may include desire for some object, a mental picture of the desired object, an aim or end in view. Each of us knows from our own introspection that at least in one modern survival machine, this purposiveness has evolved the property we call consciousness. I'm not philosopher enough to discuss what this means, but fortunately it does not matter for our present purposes. It is easy to talk about machines that behave as if motivated by a purpose, and to leave open the question of whether they actually are conscious. These machines are basically very simple, and the principles of unconscious purposive behavior are commonplaces of engineering science. The classic example is the Watt steam governor. The fundamental principle involved is called negative feedback. In general, what happens is this. The purpose machine is equipped with some kind of measuring device which measures the discrepancy between the current state and the desired state. It is built in such a way that the larger this discrepancy is, the harder the machine works. In this way, the machine will automatically tend to reduce the discrepancy. This is why it is called negative feedback, and it may actually come to rest if the desired state is reached. The Watt governor consists of a pair of balls which are whirled round by a steam engine. Each ball is on the end of a hinged arm. The faster the balls fly round, the more centrifugal force pushes the arms towards a horizontal position, a tendency resisted by gravity. The arms are connected to the steam valve feeding the engine, in such a way that the steam tends to be shut off when the arms approach the horizontal position. So if the engine goes too fast, some of its steam will be shut off, and it will tend to slow down. If it slows down too much, more steam will automatically be fed to it, and it will speed up again. The desired state of the Watt governor is a particular speed of rotation. Obviously, it does not consciously desire it. The goal of a machine is simply defined as that state to which it tends to return. Modern purpose machines use extensions of basic principles like negative feedback to achieve much more complex, lifelike behavior. Guided missiles, for example, appear to search actively for their target. When they have it in range, they seem to pursue it, taking account of its evasive twists and turns, and sometimes even predicting or anticipating them. The details of how this is done are not worth going into. They involve negative feedback, feed forward, and other principles well understood by engineers and now known to be extensively involved in the working of living bodies. Nothing remotely approaching consciousness needs to be postulated, even though a layman, watching its apparently deliberate and purposeful behavior, finds it hard to believe that the missile is not under the direct control of a human pilot. It is a common misconception that because a machine like a guided missile was originally designed and built by a conscious person, it must be truly under the immediate control of a conscious person. Another version of this fallacy is, computers do not really play chess because they can only do what a human operator tells them. It is important that we understand why this is fallacious, because it affects our understanding of the sense in which genes can be said to control behavior. Computer chess is a good example for making the point. Computers do not yet play chess as well as human grandmasters, but they have reached the standard of a good amateur. More strictly, one should say programs have reached the standard of a good amateur, for a chess-playing program is not fussy which physical computer it uses. Now, what is the role of the human programmer? First, he is definitely not manipulating the computer from moment to moment, like a puppeteer. That would be cheating. He writes the program, puts it in the computer, and then the computer is on its own. Does the programmer perhaps anticipate all possible chess positions and provide the computer with a long list of good moves, one for each possible contingency? Most certainly not, because the number of possible positions in chess is so great that the world would come to an end before the list had been completed. For the same reason, the computer cannot possibly be programmed to try out all possible moves in its head until it finds a winning strategy. There are more possible games of chess than there are atoms in the galaxy. The programmer's actual role is more like that of a father teaching his son to play chess. He tells the computer the basic moves of the game, not separately for every possible starting position, but in terms of more economically expressed rules. Then he might program in some advice, written in mathematical or logical language, but amounting in human terms to hints like, "Don't leave your king unguarded." The important point is this: when it is actually playing, the computer is on its own and can expect no help from its master. All the programmer can do is to set the computer up beforehand in the best way possible, with a proper balance between lists of specific knowledge and hints about strategies and techniques. The genes too control the behavior of their survival machines. not directly with their fingers on puppet strings, but indirectly like the computer programmer. All they can do is to set it up beforehand. Then the survival machine is on its own, and the genes can only sit passively inside. Why are they so passive? Why don't they grab the reins and take charge from moment to moment? The answer is that they cannot because of time lag problems. This is best shown by another analogy from science fiction. The story A for Andromeda by Fred Hoyle and John Elliott is about a civilization 200 light-years away, in the constellation of Andromeda. They want to spread their culture to distant worlds. Direct travel is out of the question. Radio is a better way of communicating, since radio waves travel at the speed of light. This means the signal takes 200 years to reach Earth from Andromeda. The trouble with this distance is that you can never hold a conversation. This problem will soon arise for us. It takes about 4 minutes for radio waves to travel between Earth and Mars. Spacemen will have to use long monologues, more like letters than conversations. The Andromedans of the story did the same thing. Since there was no point in waiting for a reply, they assembled everything they wanted to say into one huge, unbroken message, and then broadcast it into space, over and over again. Their message consisted of coded instructions for the building and programming of a giant computer. The message was eventually decoded, the computer built, and the program run. The results were nearly disastrous for mankind, for the intentions of the Andromedans were not altruistic. From our point of view, the interesting question is in what sense the Andromedans could be said to be manipulating events on Earth. They had no direct control over what the computer did from moment to moment. Indeed, they had no possible way of even knowing the computer had been built, since the information would have taken 200 years to get back to them. The decisions and actions of the computer were entirely its own. It could not even refer back to its masters for policy instructions. All its instructions had to be built in advance. In principle, it must have been programmed very much like a chess-playing computer, but with greater flexibility and capacity for absorbing local information. Just as the Andromedans had to have a computer on Earth to take day-to-day decisions for them, our genes have to build a brain. But the genes are not only the Andromedans who sent the coded instructions, they are also the instructions themselves. The reason why they cannot manipulate our puppet strings directly is the same: time lags. Genes work by controlling protein synthesis. This is a powerful way of manipulating the world, but it is slow. It takes months of patiently pulling protein strings to build an embryo. Behavior, on the other hand, is fast. It works on a timescale of seconds and fractions of seconds. Something happens in the world, a rustle in the long grass betrays prey, and in milliseconds nervous systems crackle into action, muscles leap, and someone's life is saved or lost. Genes don't have reaction times like that. Like the Andromedans, the genes can only do their best in advance by building a fast executive computer for themselves and programming it with rules and advice to cope with as many eventualities as they can anticipate. But life, like chess, offers too many different possible eventualities for all of them to be anticipated. Like the chess programmer, the genes have to instruct their survival machines not in specifics, but in the general strategies and tricks of the living trade. As the zoologist J.Z. Young has pointed out, the genes have to perform a task like prediction. When an embryo survival machine is being built, the dangers of its life lie in the future. Who can say what predators crouch waiting for it? No human prophet, nor any gene. But some general predictions can be made. Polar bear genes can safely predict that the future of their unborn survival machine is going to be a cold one. They don't think of it as a prophecy. They just build in a thick coat of hair, because that is what they have always done before in previous bodies, and that is why they still exist in the gene pool. They also predict that the ground is going to be snowy, and their prediction takes the form of making the coat of hair white and therefore camouflaged. If the climate of the Arctic changed so rapidly that the baby bear found itself born into a tropical desert, the predictions of the genes would be wrong, and they would pay the penalty. The young bear would die, and they inside it. Prediction in a complex world is a chancy business. Every decision that a survival machine takes is a gamble, and it is the business of genes to program brains in advance so that on average, they take decisions that pay off. The currency used in the casino of evolution is survival, strictly gene survival, but for many purposes, individual survival is a reasonable approximation. If you go down to the water hole to drink, you increase your risk of being eaten. If you do not, you will eventually die of thirst. There are risks whichever way you turn, and you must take the decision that maximizes the long-term survival chances of your genes. Perhaps the best policy is to postpone drinking until you are very thirsty, then have one good long drink to last you a long time. Or maybe it's better to drink little and often, snatching quick gulps of water. Which is the best gambling strategy depends on all sorts of complex things, not least the hunting habit of the predators, which has also evolved to be maximally efficient. Some form of weighing up of the odds has to be done. But of course, we do not have to think of the animals as making the calculations consciously. All we have to believe is that those individuals whose genes build brains that tend to gamble correctly are, as a direct result, more likely to survive and propagate those same genes. We can carry the metaphor of gambling a little further. A gambler must think of three main quantities: stake, odds, and prize. If the prize is very large, a gambler is prepared to risk a big stake. In Chapter 9, we shall see that it is often possible to picture males as high-stake, high-risk gamblers and females as safe investors, especially in species where males compete for females. I now return to the more general theme of how genes make predictions about the future. One way for genes to solve the problem of making predictions in unpredictable environments is to build in a capacity for learning. Here the program may take the form of instructions like these. Here is a list of things defined as rewarding: sweet taste, orgasm, mild temperature, smiling child. And here's a list of nasty things: various sorts of pain, nausea, empty stomach, screaming child. If you happen to do something that is followed by one of the nasty things, don't do it again, but repeat anything that is followed by one of the nice things. The advantage of this sort of programming is that it greatly cuts down the number of detailed rules that have to be built in, and it is also capable of coping with changes in the environment that could not have been predicted in detail. On the other hand, certain predictions still have to be made. In our example, the genes are predicting that sweet taste and orgasm are going to be good, in the sense that eating sugar and copulating are likely to be beneficial to gene survival. The possibilities of saccharin and masturbation are not anticipated, nor are the dangers of overeating sugar in our environment where it exists in unnatural plenty. Learning strategies have been used in some chess-playing computer programs. These programs actually get better as they play. Although they are equipped with a repertoire of rules and tactics, they also have a small random tendency built into their decision procedure. They record past decisions, and whenever they win a game, they slightly increase the weighting given to the tactics that preceded the victory, so that next time they are a little more likely to choose those same tactics again. One of the most interesting methods of predicting the future is simulation. If a general wishes to know whether a particular military plan will be better than alternatives, he has a problem in prediction. One way of discovering whether it is a good plan is to try it and see, but this is undesirable for all the tentative plans dreamed up. It is better to try the various plans out in dummy runs rather than in deadly earnest. This may take the form of full-scale exercises or war games played with tin soldiers on a map. Recently, computers have taken over large parts of the simulation function, not only in military strategy, but in fields like economics, ecology, and sociology. The technique works like this. A model of some aspect of the world is set up in the computer. It doesn't mean that if you unscrewed the lid, you would see a little miniature dummy inside. In a chess-playing computer, the board and its current position would be represented by lists of electronically coded numbers. But it does not matter how the computer actually holds its model of the world in its head, provided that it can operate on it, do experiments with it, and report back to the human operators in terms they can understand. Through simulation, model battles can be won or lost, Simulated airliners can fly or crash, and economic policies can lead to prosperity or ruin. The whole process goes on inside the computer in a tiny fraction of the time it would take in real life. Of course, there are good models of the world and bad ones, and even the good ones are only approximations. But a good simulation is enormously preferable to blind trial and error. If simulation is such a good idea, we might expect that survival machines would have discovered it first. After all, they invented many other techniques of human engineering long before we came on the scene. What about simulation? Well, when you yourself have a difficult decision to make involving unknown quantities in the future, you do go in for a form of simulation. You imagine what would happen if you did each of the alternatives open to you. You set up a model in your head, not of everything in the world, but of the restricted set of entities which you think may be relevant. You may see them vividly in your mind's eye, or you may see and manipulate stylized abstractions of them. In either case, it is unlikely that somewhere in your brain is an actual spatial model of the events you are imagining. But just as in the computer, the details of how your brain represents its model of the world are less important than the fact that it is able to use it to predict possible events. Survival machines that can simulate the future are one jump ahead of survival machines who can only learn on the basis of overt trial and error. The trouble with overt trial is that it takes time and energy. The trouble with overt error is that it is often fatal. Simulation is both safer and faster. The evolution of the capacity to simulate seems to have culminated in subjective consciousness. Why this should have happened is, to me, the most profound mystery facing modern biology. Perhaps consciousness arises when the brain's simulation of the world becomes so complete that it must include a model of itself. Obviously, the limbs and body of a survival machine must be an important part of its simulated world. For the same kind of reason, the simulation itself could be regarded as part of the world to be simulated. Another word for this might be self-awareness, but I don't find this a fully satisfying explanation of the evolution of consciousness. Whatever the philosophical problems raised by consciousness, for our purposes it can be thought of as the culmination of an evolutionary trend towards the emancipation of survival machines from their ultimate masters, the genes. Not only are brains in charge of the day-to-day running of survival machine affairs, they have also acquired the ability to predict the future and act accordingly. They even have the power to rebel against the dictates of the genes. For instance, in refusing to have as many children as they are able to. But in this respect, man is a very special case. What has all this to do with altruism and selfishness? I'm trying to build up the idea that animal behavior, altruistic or selfish, is under the control of genes in only an indirect, but still very powerful sense. By dictating the way survival machines and their nervous systems are built, genes exert ultimate power over behavior. But the moment-to-moment decisions are taken by the nervous system. Genes are the primary policymakers. Brains are the executives. But as brains became more highly developed, they took over more and more of the actual policy decisions, using tricks like learning and simulation. The logical conclusion to this trend would be for the genes to give the survival machine a single overall policy instruction. Do whatever you think best to keep us alive. Analogies with computers are all very well. But now we must remember that evolution occurs step by step, through the differential survival of genes in the gene pool. Therefore, for a behavior pattern, altruistic or selfish, to evolve, it is necessary that a gene for that behavior should survive in the gene pool more successfully than a rival gene for some different behavior. A gene for altruistic behavior means any gene that influences the development of nervous systems in such a way as to make them likely to behave altruistically. Is there any experimental evidence for the genetic inheritance of altruistic behavior? No, but that is hardly surprising, since little work has been done on the genetics of any behavior. Instead, let me tell you about one study of a behavior pattern which is not obviously altruistic, but which is complex enough to be interesting. It serves as a model for how altruistic behavior might be inherited. Honeybees suffer from an infectious disease called foul brood. This attacks the grubs in their cells. Of the domestic breeds used by beekeepers, some are more at risk than others, and it turns out that the difference between strains is, at least in some cases, a behavioral one. There are so-called hygienic strains which quickly stamp out epidemics by locating infected grubs, pulling them from their cells, and throwing them out of the hive. The susceptible strains are susceptible because they do not practice this hygienic infanticide. The behavior involved is quite complicated. The workers have to locate the cell of each diseased grub, remove the wax cap, pull out the larva, drag it through the door of the hive, and throw it on the rubbish tip. Doing genetic experiments with bees is complicated. Worker bees themselves do not ordinarily reproduce, so you have to cross a queen of one strain with a drone of the other, and then look at the behavior of the daughter workers. This is what W.C. Rothenbuehler did. He found that all first-generation hybrid daughter hives were non-hygienic. The behavior of their hygienic parent seemed to have been lost. As it turned out, the hygienic genes were still there, but were recessive. When Rothenbuehler back-crossed first-generation hybrids with a pure hygienic strain, he obtained a most beautiful result. The daughter hives fell into 3 groups. One group showed perfect hygienic behavior, a second showed no hygienic behavior at all, and the third went halfway. This last group uncapped the wax cells of diseased grubs, but they did not follow through and throw out the larvae. Rothenbuehler surmised that there might be 2 separate genes, one for uncapping and one for throwing out. Normal hygienic strains possess both genes. Susceptible strains possess the alleles of both genes instead. The hybrids who only went halfway presumably possessed the uncapping gene, but not the throwing out gene. Rothenbuehler guessed that his group of apparently totally non-hygienic bees might conceal a subgroup possessing the throwing out gene, but unable to show it because they lacked the uncapping gene. He confirmed this by removing caps himself. Sure enough, half of the apparently non-hygienic bees then showed perfectly normal throwing out behavior. This story illustrates a number of important points. It shows that it can be perfectly proper to speak of a gene for behavior so-and-so, even if we haven't the faintest idea of the chemical chain of causes leading from gene to behavior. The chain could even involve learning. For example, the uncapping gene might give bees a taste for infected wax. This means they will find eating the wax caps rewarding and will tend to repeat it. Even if this is how the gene works, it is still truly a gene for uncapping, provided that other things being equal, bees with the gene end up uncapping, and bees without the gene do not. Secondly, it illustrates that genes cooperate in their effects on the behavior of the communal survival machine. The throwing out gene is useless unless it is accompanied by the uncapping gene and vice versa. Yet the genetic experiments show equally clearly that the 2 genes are in principle quite separable in their journey through the generations. As far as their useful work is concerned, you can think of them as a single cooperating unit, but as replicating genes they are 2 free and independent agents. For purposes of argument, it will be necessary to speculate about genes 4 doing all sorts of improbable things. If I speak, for example, of a hypothetical gene for saving companions from drowning, and you find such a concept incredible, remember the story of the hygienic bees. We are not talking about the gene as the sole cause of all the complex, muscular contractions and decisions involved in saving someone from drowning. All you have to concede is that it is possible for a single gene to make a body more likely to save someone from drowning than its allele would. The difference between the 2 genes may turn out to be a slight difference in some simple quantitative variable. The obvious first priorities of a survival machine are individual survival and reproduction. All the genes in the colony would agree about these priorities. Animals therefore go to elaborate lengths to find and catch food, to avoid being caught and eaten themselves, to avoid disease and accident, to protect themselves from unfavorable climatic conditions, to find members of the opposite sex and persuade them to mate, and to give their children advantages similar to those they enjoy themselves. I want to mention one particular kind of behavior because we shall need to refer to it again. This is the behavior that can be broadly labeled communication. A survival machine may be said to have communicated with another one when it influences its behavior or the state of its nervous system. Examples of communication are numerous: song in birds, frogs and crickets, tail wagging in dogs, grinning in chimpanzees, human gestures and language. A great number of actions promote their genes' welfare indirectly by influencing the behavior of other survival machines. Animals go to great lengths to make this communication effective. The songs of birds enchant and mystify successive generations of humans. Mole crickets amplify their song to a huge volume by singing down in a burrow they carefully dig in the shape of a double exponential horn, or megaphone. Bees dance in the dark to give other bees accurate information about the direction and distance of food, a feat of communication rivaled only by human language itself. The traditional story of ethologists is that communication signals evolve for the mutual benefit of both sender and recipient. For instance, baby chicks influence their mother's behavior by giving high piercing cheeps when they are lost or cold. This usually has the immediate effect of summoning the mother, who leads the chick back to the main clutch. This behavior could be said to have evolved for mutual benefit. If we wish, we can regard signals such as the cheep call as having a meaning, or as carrying information. In this case, I am lost. The alarm call given by small birds could be said to convey the information, there is a hawk. Animals who receive this information and act on it are benefited. Therefore, the information can be said to be true. But do animals ever communicate false information? Do they ever tell lies? The notion of an animal telling a lie is open to misunderstanding. I am not talking about a conscious intention to deceive. I am talking simply about having an effect functionally equivalent to deception. If a bird used the "there is a hawk" signal when there was no hawk, thereby frightening his colleagues away and leaving him to eat all their food, we might say he had told a lie. We would not mean he had deliberately intended to deceive. All that is implied is that the liar gained food at the other bird's expense, and the reason the other birds flew away was that they reacted to the liar's cry in a way appropriate to the presence of a hawk. Many edible insects, like the butterflies of the previous chapter, derive protection by mimicking the appearance of other distasteful or stinging insects. We ourselves are often fooled into thinking that yellow and black striped hoverflies are wasps. Predators, too, tell lies. Anglerfish wait patiently on the bottom of the sea, blending in with the background. The only conspicuous part is a wriggling worm-like piece of flesh on the end of a long fishing rod, projecting from its head. When a small prey fish comes near, the angler will dance its worm-like bait in front of the little fish and lure it down to its own concealed mouth. Suddenly it opens its jaws and the little fish is sucked in. The angler is telling a lie, exploiting the little fish's tendency to approach wriggling, worm-like objects. He is saying, "Here is a worm," and any little fish who believes the lie is quickly eaten. Some survival machines exploit the sexual desires of others. Bee orchids induce bees to copulate with their flowers because of their strong resemblance to female bees. What the orchid has to gain from this deception is pollination. Fireflies attract their mates by flashing lights at them. Each species has its own particular dot-dash flashing pattern. Females of the genus Photurus have discovered that they can lure males of the genus Photinus if they imitate the flashing code of a Photinus female. This they do, and when a Photinus male is fooled by the lie into approaching, he is summarily eaten. Whenever a system of communication evolves, there is always the danger that some will exploit the system for their own ends. Brought up as we have been on the good of the species view, we naturally think first of liars and deceivers as belonging to different species, predators, prey, parasites, and so on. However, we must expect lies, deceit, and selfish exploitation of communication to arise whenever the interests of the genes of different individuals diverge. This will include individuals of the same species. As we shall see, we must even expect that children will deceive their parents, that husbands will cheat on wives, and that brother will lie to brother. Even the belief that animal communication signals originally evolved to foster mutual benefit and then afterwards become exploited by malevolent parties is too simple. It may well be that all animal communication contains an element of deception right from the start, because all animal interactions involve at least some conflict of interest. The next chapter introduces a powerful way of thinking about conflicts of interest from an evolutionary point of view. Chapter 5: Aggression, Stability, and the Selfish Machine. Let's begin Chapter 5. This chapter is mostly about the much misunderstood topic of aggression. We shall continue to treat the individual as a selfish machine, programmed to do whatever is best for its genes as a whole. This is the language of convenience. At the end of the chapter, we return to the language of single genes. To a survival machine, another survival machine, which is not its own child or another close relative, is part of its environment, like a rock or a river or a lump of food. It is something that gets in the way or something that can be exploited. It differs from a rock in one important respect. It is inclined to hit back. This is because it too is a machine that holds its immortal genes in trust for the future, and it too will stop at nothing to preserve them. Natural selection favors genes that control their survival machines in such a way that they make the best use of their environment. This includes making the best use of other survival machines, both of the same and of different species. Survival machines of different species influence each other in a variety of ways. They may be predators or prey, parasites or hosts, or competitors for some scarce resource. Survival machines of the same species tend to impact each other's lives more directly. One reason is that half the population of one's own species may be potential mates. Another reason is that members of the same species, being very similar, are particularly direct competitors for all the resources necessary for life. To a blackbird, a mole may be a competitor for worms, but another blackbird is a far more important competitor for worms and for everything else. If they are members of the same sex, they may also compete for mates. For reasons we shall see, it is usually the males who compete with each other for females. This means that a male might benefit his own genes if he does something detrimental to another male with whom he is competing. The logical policy for a survival machine might therefore seem to be to murder its rivals, and then, preferably, to eat them. Although murder and cannibalism do occur in nature, they are not as common as a naive interpretation of the selfish gene theory might predict. Konrad Lorenz, in his book On Aggression, stresses the restrained and gentlemanly nature of animal fighting. For him, animal fights are formal tournaments, played according to rules like those of boxing or fencing. Animals fight with gloved fists and blunted foils. Threat and bluff take the place of deadly earnest. Gestures of surrender are recognized by victors, who then refrain from dealing the killing blow that our naive theory might predict. This interpretation can be disputed. It is certainly wrong to condemn humans as the only species to kill their own kind. Whether a naturalist stresses the violence or the restraint of animal aggression depends partly on the kinds of animals he is used to watching, and partly on his evolutionary preconceptions. Even if it has been exaggerated, the gloved fist view of animal fights seems to have some truth. Superficially, this looks like a form of altruism. The selfish gene theory must explain it. Why is it that animals do not go all out to kill rival members of their species at every possible opportunity? The general answer is that there are costs as well as benefits to outright pugnacity. For instance, suppose that B and C are both my rivals, and I happen to meet B. It might seem sensible for me to try to kill him, but wait, C is also my rival, and C is also B's rival. By killing B, I am potentially doing a good turn to C by removing one of his rivals. I might have done better to let B live, because he might then have competed with C, thereby benefiting me indirectly. The moral is that there is no obvious merit in indiscriminately trying to kill rivals. In a large and complex system of rivalries, removing one rival does not necessarily do any good. On the other hand, it might seem a good plan to kill, or at least fight with, certain particular rivals in a discriminating way. If B is an elephant seal in possession of a large harem, and if I, another elephant seal, can acquire his harem by killing him, I might be well advised to try. But there are costs and risks. It is to B's advantage to fight back. If I start a fight, I am just as likely to end up dead as he is. He holds a valuable resource. That is why I want to fight him. But why does he hold it? Perhaps he won it in combat. He is probably a good fighter. Even if I win, I may be so badly mauled that I cannot enjoy the benefits. Also, fighting uses up time and energy. These might be better conserved. If I concentrate on feeding and keeping out of trouble, I shall grow bigger and stronger. I'll fight him for the harem in the end, but I may have a better chance of winning if I wait. This subjective soliloquy just points out that the decision whether or not to fight should ideally be preceded by a complex, if unconscious, cost-benefit calculation. The potential benefits are not all on the side of fighting. Similarly, during a fight, each tactical decision has costs and benefits which could, in principle, be analyzed. This has long been realized by ethologists in a vague sort of way, but it has taken J. Maynard Smith to express the idea forcefully, using the branch of mathematics known as game theory. The essential concept Maynard Smith introduces is that of the evolutionarily stable strategy, or ESS. A strategy is a pre-programmed behavioral policy. An example is, attack opponent, if he flees, pursue him, if he retaliates, run away. We are not thinking of the strategy as being consciously worked out by the individual. We are picturing the animal as a robot survival machine with a pre-programmed computer controlling its muscles. An evolutionarily stable strategy, or ESS, is defined as a strategy which, if most members of a population adopt it, cannot be bettered by an alternative strategy. It is a subtle and important idea. Another way of putting it is that the best strategy for an individual depends on what the majority of the population are doing. Since the rest of the population consists of individuals, each one trying to maximize his own success, the only strategy that persists will be one which, once evolved, cannot be bettered by any deviant individual. Following a major environmental change, there may be a brief period of evolutionary instability. But once an ESS is achieved, it will stay. Selection will penalize deviation from it. To apply this to aggression, consider one of Maynard Smith's simplest hypothetical cases. Suppose there are only two sorts of fighting strategy in a population, named hawk and dove. Hawks always fight as hard as they can, retreating only when seriously injured. Doves merely threaten in a conventional way, never hurting anybody. If a hawk fights a dove, the dove quickly runs away and does not get hurt. If a hawk fights a hawk, they go on until one is seriously injured or dead. If a dove meets a dove, nobody gets hurt. They posture at each other for a long time until one gives up. For now, we assume that an individual cannot tell in advance whether a rival is a hawk or a dove. Now, as a purely arbitrary convention, we allot contestants points. Say 50 points for a win, 0 for losing, -100 for being seriously injured, and -10 for wasting time over a long contest. These points can be thought of as directly convertible into the currency of gene survival. An individual who scores high points leaves many genes behind him in the gene pool. We are not interested in whether hawks will beat doves when they fight. We already know hawks will always win. We want to know whether either hawk or dove is an ESS. To show this, we must calculate average payoffs. Suppose we have a population of only doves. Whenever they fight, nobody gets hurt. The winner scores 50 points, but pays a penalty of -10 for wasting time, so he scores 40 in all. The loser is also penalized -10. On average, any one dove can expect to win half his contests and lose half. Therefore, his average payoff per contest is the average of +40 and -10, which is +15. Every individual dove in a population of doves seems to be doing quite nicely. But now suppose a mutant hawk arises. Since he is the only hawk, every fight he has is against a dove. Hawks always beat doves, so he scores +50 every fight. He enjoys an enormous advantage over the doves, whose net payoff is only +15. Hawk genes will rapidly spread. But now each hawk can no longer count on every rival being a dove. If the entire population came to consist of hawks, all fights would be hawk fights. Now things are very different. When hawk meets hawk, one is seriously injured, scoring -100, while the winner scores +50. Each hawk in a population of hawks can expect to win half his fights and lose half. His average expected payoff is therefore halfway between +50 and -100, which is -25. Now consider a single dove in a population of hawks. He loses all his fights, but he never gets hurt. His average payoff is 0, whereas the average payoff for a hawk is -25. Dove genes will therefore tend to spread. The way I have told the story, it looks as if there will be a continuous oscillation. Hawk genes will sweep to ascendancy, then as a consequence, dove genes will gain an advantage, and so on. However, it need not be an oscillation. There is a stable ratio of hawks to doves. For the particular point system we are using, the stable ratio turns out to be 7 doves to 5 hawks. When this ratio is reached, the average payoff for hawks is exactly equal to the average payoff for doves. Selection does not favor either one. If the number of hawks started to drift upwards, doves would start to gain an extra advantage, and the ratio would swing back to the stable state. Superficially, this sounds a little like group selection, but it is not. It has nothing to do with some groups being more successful than others. This can be illustrated using our points system. The average payoff to an individual in a stable population of 7/12 hawks and 5/12 doves is about 6. This is much less than the average payoff for a dove in a population of doves, which was 15. If only everybody would agree to be a dove, every single individual would benefit. Group selection theory would therefore predict a tendency to evolve towards an all-dove conspiracy. But the trouble with conspiracies, even those that are to everybody's advantage, is that they are open to abuse. In a conspiracy of doves, a single hawk does so extremely well that nothing could stop the evolution of hawks. The conspiracy is bound to be broken by treachery from within. An ESS is stable, not because it is particularly good for the individuals in it, but simply because it is immune to treachery from within. It is possible for humans to enter into pacts or conspiracies that are to every individual's advantage, even if these are not stable in the ESS sense. This is only possible because every individual uses his conscious foresight and can see that it is in his own long-term interests to obey the rules. Even in human pacts, there is a constant danger that individuals will stand to gain so much in the short term by breaking the pact that the temptation will be overwhelming. In wild animals, controlled by struggling genes, it is even more difficult to see how group benefit or conspiracy strategies could possibly evolve. We must expect to find evolutionarily stable strategies everywhere. In our hypothetical example, we assumed an individual was either a hawk or a dove. We ended up with an evolutionarily stable ratio of hawks to doves. In practice, this means a stable ratio of hawk genes to dove genes would be achieved in the gene pool. As far as the maths are concerned, an exactly equivalent ESS can be achieved if every individual is capable of behaving either like a hawk or like a dove in each contest. An ESS can be achieved in which all individuals have the same probability of behaving like a hawk, namely 7/12 in our example. In practice, this would mean that each individual enters each contest having made a random decision whether to behave like a hawk or a dove, random, but with a 7/5 bias in favor of hawk. It is very important that the decisions should be random in the sense that a rival has no way of guessing how his opponent is going to behave. The hawk and dove story is a simple model, something that does not really happen in nature but which helps us to understand things that do. Simple models can be elaborated. One way to develop the hawk and dove model is to introduce more strategies. A more complex strategy is called retaliator. A retaliator plays like a dove at the beginning of every fight. If his opponent attacks him, however, he retaliates. A retaliator behaves like a hawk when he is attacked by a hawk, and like a dove when he meets a dove. When he meets another retaliator, he plays like a dove. A retaliator is a conditional strategist. His behavior depends on the behavior of his opponent. Another conditional strategist is called bully. A bully goes around behaving like a hawk until somebody hits back. Then he immediately runs away. Yet another is prober, retaliator. A prober retaliator is basically like a retaliator, but he occasionally tries a brief experimental escalation of the contest. If his opponent does not fight back, he persists in this hawk-like behavior. If his opponent does fight back, he reverts to conventional threatening like a dove. If he is attacked, he retaliates just like an ordinary retaliator. If all 5 strategies are turned loose upon one another in a computer simulation, only one, retaliator, emerges as evolutionarily stable. Prober-retaliator is nearly stable. Dove is not stable because a population of doves would be invaded by hawks and bullies. Hawk is not stable because a population of hawks would be invaded by doves and bullies. Bully is not stable because a population of bullies would be invaded by hawks. In a population of retaliators, no other strategy would invade. However, dove does equally well in a population of retaliators. This means that, other things being equal, the number of doves could slowly drift upwards. If the number of doves drifted up significantly, prober retaliators would start to have an advantage. We might expect, therefore, that a mixture of retaliators and prober retaliators would tend to predominate, with perhaps a gentle oscillation between the two. Once again, we don't have to think in terms of a polymorphism. Each individual could play a complex mixture between retaliator, prober retaliator, and dove. This theoretical conclusion is not far from what actually happens in most wild animals. We have, in a sense, explained the gloved fist aspect of animal aggression. Of course, the details depend on the exact number of points awarded. In elephant seals, the prize for winning may be a large harem of females. The payoff for winning must be rated very high. Small wonder that fights are vicious and the probability of serious injury is also high. For a small bird in a cold climate, on the other hand, the cost of wasting time may be paramount. A great tit feeding nestlings needs to catch prey every 30 seconds. Even the short time wasted in a hawk-hawk fight should perhaps be regarded as more serious than the risk of injury. Unfortunately, we know too little at present to assign realistic numbers to the costs and benefits in nature. The general conclusions are that ESS will tend to evolve, that an ESS is not the same as the optimum that could be achieved by a group conspiracy, and that common sense can be misleading. Another kind of war game is the war of attrition. This can be thought of as arising in a species that never engages in dangerous combat. All disputes are settled by conventional posturing. A contest ends when one rival backs down. To win, all you have to do is stand your ground and glare at the opponent until he finally turns tail. No animal can afford to spend infinite time threatening. The resource he is competing for is worth only so much time, and as at an auction, each individual is prepared to spend only so much on it. Time is the currency of this auction. Suppose all such individuals worked out in advance exactly how much time they thought a resource was worth. A mutant individual who was prepared to go on just a little bit longer would always win. So the strategy of maintaining a fixed bidding limit is unstable. The important difference between the war of attrition and a real auction is that in the war of attrition, both contestants pay the price, but only one gets the goods. In a population of maximum bidders, a strategy of giving up at the beginning would be successful and would spread. As a consequence, some benefit would start to accrue to individuals who did not give up immediately. Selection would then favor a progressive extension of the giving up time until it once more approached the maximum allowed by the true economic worth of the resource. Once again, by using words, we have pictured an oscillation in a population. Once again, mathematical analysis shows this is not correct. There is an ESS which can be expressed as a formula, but in words it amounts to this. Each individual goes on for an unpredictable time, unpredictable on any particular occasion but averaging the true value of the resource. The important thing is that his opponent has no way of knowing how long he is prepared to persist. Obviously, it is vitally important in the war of attrition that individuals should give no inkling of when they are going to give up. Anybody who betrayed, by the merest flicker of a whisker, that he was beginning to think of giving up would be at an instant disadvantage. Natural selection would quickly penalize whisker flickering and any analogous betrayals of future behavior. The poker face would evolve. Why the poker face rather than out-and-out lies? Once again, because lying is not stable. Suppose the majority of individuals raise their hackles only when they truly intended to go on for a very long time. The obvious counterploy would evolve. Individuals would give up immediately when an opponent raised his hackles. But now, liars might start to evolve. Individuals who really had no intention of going on for a long time would raise their hackles on every occasion and reap the benefits of easy victory. So liar genes would spread. When liars became the majority, selection would favor individuals who called their bluff. Therefore, liars would decrease in numbers again. In the war of attrition, telling lies is no more evolutionarily stable than telling the truth. The poker face is evolutionarily stable. Surrender, when it finally comes, will be sudden and unpredictable. So far, we have considered only symmetric contests. This means we have assumed that the contestants are identical in all respects except their fighting strategy. This is a convenient assumption for a model, but it is not very realistic. Parker and Maynard Smith went on to consider asymmetric contests. For example, if individuals vary in size and fighting ability, and each individual is capable of gauging a rival's size in comparison to his own, does this affect the ESS that emerges? It most certainly does. There seem to be three main sorts of asymmetry. First, individuals may differ in their size or fighting equipment. Second, they may differ in how much they have to gain from winning. For instance, an old male might have less to lose if he is injured than a young male with the bulk of his reproductive life ahead of him. Third, it is a strange consequence of the theory that a purely arbitrary, apparently irrelevant asymmetry can give rise to an ESS, since it can be used to settle contests quickly. For instance, it will usually be the case that one contestant arrives at the location of the contest earlier than the other. Call them resident and intruder. Even if there were no general reason to suppose that residents have an advantage over intruders, an ESS, depending on the asymmetry itself, would be likely to evolve. A simple analogy is to humans who settle a dispute quickly by tossing a coin. The conditional strategy, if you are the resident, attack; if you are the intruder, retreat, could be an ESS. Since the asymmetry is assumed to be arbitrary, the opposite strategy, if resident, retreat; if intruder, attack, could also be stable. Which of the two ESSs is adopted would depend on which one happens to reach a majority first. Once a majority is playing one of these strategies, deviants from it are penalized. Hence, by definition, it is an ESS. For instance, suppose all individuals are playing resident wins, intruder runs away. They will win half their fights and lose half. They will never be injured and they will never waste time. Now consider a new mutant rebel. Suppose he plays a pure hawk strategy, always attacking. He will win when his opponent is an intruder. When his opponent is a resident, he will run a grave risk of injury. On average, he will have a lower payoff than individuals playing according to the arbitrary rules of the ESS. However, in real life, truly arbitrary asymmetries probably do not exist. For instance, residents probably tend to have a practical advantage. They have better knowledge of local terrain. There is a more abstract reason why the resident wins, intruder retreat strategy is the more probable in nature. The reverse strategy, intruder wins, resident retreats, has an inherent tendency to self-destruction. In any population at this paradoxical ESS, individuals would always be striving never to be caught as residents. They would always be trying to be the intruder. This would lead to ceaseless and otherwise pointless moving around. This evolutionary trend would, of itself, tend to lead to the category resident ceasing to exist. In a population at the other stable state, resident wins, intruder retreats. Natural selection would favor individuals who strove to be residents. This would mean holding on to a particular piece of ground and appearing to defend it. Such behavior is commonly observed in nature and is called territorial defense. The neatest demonstration of this was provided by Nico Tinbergen in a simple experiment. He had a fish tank containing 2 male sticklebacks. The males had each built nests at opposite ends of the tank, and each defended the territory around his nest. Tinbergen placed each male in a large glass test tube and watched them trying to fight each other through the glass. Now comes the interesting result. When he moved the 2 tubes into the vicinity of male A's nest, male A assumed an attacking posture and male B attempted to retreat. But when he moved the tubes into male B's territory, the tables were turned. By simply moving the tubes from one end of the tank to the other, Tinbergen was able to dictate which male attacked and which retreated. Both males were evidently playing the simple conditional strategy. If resident, attack; if intruder, retreat. Biologists often ask what the biological advantages of territorial behavior are. We can now see that the very question may be superfluous. Territorial defense may simply be an ESS which arises because of the asymmetry in time of arrival that usually characterizes the relationship between two individuals and a patch of ground. Presumably, the most important kind of non-arbitrary asymmetry is in size and general fighting ability. If the larger of two fighters always wins, and if each individual knows for certain whether he is larger or smaller than his opponent, only one strategy makes sense. If your opponent is larger than you, run away. Pick fights with people smaller than you are. Things are a bit more complicated if the importance of size is less certain. If large size confers only a slight advantage, the strategy I have just mentioned is still stable. But if the risk of injury is serious, there may also be a second, paradoxical strategy. This is, pick fights with people larger than you are and run away from people smaller than you are. It is obvious why this is called paradoxical. The reason it can be stable is this. In a population consisting entirely of paradoxical strategists, nobody ever gets hurt. This is because in every contest, one of the participants, the larger, always runs away. A mutant of average size who plays the sensible strategy of picking on smaller opponents is involved in a seriously escalated fight with half the people he meets. This is because, if he meets somebody smaller, he attacks. The smaller individual fights back fiercely because he is playing paradoxical. Although the sensible strategist is more likely to win, he still runs a substantial risk of losing and of being seriously injured. Since the majority of the population is paradoxical, a sensible strategist is more likely to be injured than any single paradoxical strategist. Even though a paradoxical strategy can be stable, it is probably only of academic interest. Paradoxical fighters will only have a higher average payoff if they very heavily outnumber sensible ones. It would be exciting to find an example of a paradoxical ESS in nature, but I doubt if we can really hope to do so. What if individuals retain some memory of the outcome of past fights? This depends on whether the memory is specific or general. Crickets have a general memory of what happened in past fights. A cricket that has recently won a large number of fights becomes more hawkish. A cricket that has recently had a losing streak becomes more dovish. Each cricket can be thought of as constantly updating his own estimate of his fighting ability. If animals such as crickets, who work with a general memory of past fights, are kept together in a closed group, a kind of dominance hierarchy is likely to develop. An observer can rank the individuals in order. Individuals lower in the order tend to give in to individuals higher in the order. The number of serious fights in the group gradually dies down. I have to use the phrase, kind of dominance hierarchy, because many people reserve the term for cases where individual recognition is involved. In these cases, memory of past fights is specific rather than general. Crickets do not recognize each other, but hens and monkeys do. If you are a monkey who has beaten you in the past is likely to beat you in the future. The best strategy is to be relatively dovish towards an individual who has previously beaten him. If a batch of hens who have never met before are introduced, there is usually a great deal of fighting. After a time, the fighting dies down because each individual learns her place relative to each other individual. This is incidentally good for the group as a whole. Biologists often speak of the function of dominance hierarchies as being to reduce overt aggression in the group. However, this is the wrong way to put it. A dominance hierarchy per se cannot have a function in the evolutionary sense, since it is a property of a group, not of an individual. It is better to think about the matter in terms of ESSs in asymmetric contests, where there is individual recognition and memory. We have been thinking of contests between members of the same species. What about interspecific contests? As we saw earlier, members of different species are less direct competitors. For this reason, we should expect fewer disputes between them over resources. For instance, robins defend territories against other robins, but not against great tits. The territories of the two species overlap in an entirely indiscriminate way. But there are other ways in which the interests of individuals from different species conflict very sharply. For instance, a lion wants to eat an antelope's body, but the antelope has very different plans for its body. The resource in question is meat. The lion genes want the meat as food. The antelope genes want the meat as working muscle and organs. These two uses are mutually incompatible, therefore there is conflict of interest. Members of one's own species are made of meat too. Why is cannibalism relatively rare? As we saw in the case of black-headed gulls, adults do sometimes eat the young of their own species. Yet adult carnivores are never seen actively pursuing other adults of their own species to eat them. Why not? Another good question is, why do antelopes run away from lions instead of hitting back? The reason lions do not hunt lions is that it would not be an ESS for them to do so. A cannibal strategy would be unstable for the same reason as the hawk strategy. There is too much danger of retaliation. This is less likely to be true in contests between members of different species, which is why so many prey animals run away instead of retaliating. It probably stems from the fact that in an interaction between two animals of different species, there is a built-in asymmetry which is greater than that between members of the same species. Strategies like, if smaller, run away, if larger, attack, are very likely to evolve in contests between members of different species because there are so many available asymmetries. Lions and antelopes have reached a kind of stability by evolutionary divergence, which has accentuated the original asymmetry of the contest. They have become highly proficient in the arts of chasing and running away. A mutant antelope that adopted a stand-and-fight strategy against lions would be less successful than rival antelopes disappearing over the horizon. I have a hunch that we may come to look back on the invention of the ESS concept as one of the most important advances in evolutionary theory since Darwin. It is applicable wherever we find conflict of interest, and that means almost everywhere. Students of animal behavior have gotten into the habit of talking about social organization. Too often, the social organization of a species is treated as an entity with its own biological advantage. I believe it is possible to discern hidden group selectionist assumptions behind many statements that biologists make about social organization. Maynard Smith's concept of the ESS will enable us, for the first time, to see clearly how a collection of independent, selfish entities can come to resemble a single organized whole. I think this will be true not only of social organizations within species, but also of ecosystems and communities consisting of many species. In the long term, I expect the ESS concept to revolutionize ecology. We can also apply it to a matter that was deferred from Chapter 3, arising from the analogy of oarsmen in a boat representing genes in a body. Genes are selected not as good in isolation, but as good at working against the background of the other genes in the gene pool. A good gene must be compatible with and complementary to the other genes with whom it has to share a long succession of bodies. A gene for plant grinding teeth is a good gene in the gene pool of a herbivorous species, but a bad gene in the gene pool of a carnivorous species. It is possible to imagine a compatible combination of genes as being selected together as a unit. In the case of the butterfly mimicry example, this seems to be what happened. But the power of the ESS concept is that it can now enable us to see how the same kind of result could be achieved by selection purely at the level of the independent gene. The genes do not have to be linked on the same chromosome. The rowing analogy is not really up to explaining this idea. The nearest we can come is this. Suppose it is important in a successful crew that the rowers should coordinate their activities by speech. Suppose further that in the pool of oarsmen, some speak only English and some speak only German. Because of the importance of communication, a mixed crew will tend to win fewer races than either a pure English crew or a pure German crew. The coach does not realize this. All he does is shuffle his men around, giving credit points to individuals in winning boats, marking down individuals in losing boats. Now, if the pool available to him happens to be dominated by Englishmen, any German who gets into a boat is likely to cause it to lose, because communications break down. Conversely, if the pool were dominated by Germans, an Englishman would tend to cause any boat to lose. What will emerge as the overall best crew will be one of the two stable states, pure English or pure German, but not mixed. Superficially, it looks as though the coach is selecting whole language groups as units. This is not what he is doing. He is selecting individual oarsmen for their apparent ability to win races. It so happens that the tendency for an individual to win depends on which other individuals are present in the pool. Minority candidates are automatically penalized simply because they are minority candidates. Similarly, the fact that genes are selected for mutual compatibility does not necessarily mean we have to think of groups of genes as being selected as units. Selection at the low level of the single gene can give the impression of selection at some higher level. In this example, selection favors simple conformity. More interestingly, genes may be selected because they complement each other. In terms of the analogy, suppose an ideally balanced crew would consist of 4 right-handers and 4 left-handers. Once again, assume the coach selects blindly on merit. Now, if the pool of candidates is dominated by right-handers, any individual left-hander will tend to be at an advantage. He is likely to cause any boat he is in to win, and he will therefore appear to be a good oarsman. Conversely, in a pool dominated by left-handers, a right-hander would have an advantage. The coach's blind selection of good oarsmen will lead in the end to an ideal crew of 4 left-handers and 4 right-handers. It will look as though he selected them all together as a complete, balanced unit. I find it more parsimonious to think of him as selecting at a lower level, the level of the independent candidates. The evolutionarily stable state of 4 left-handers and 4 right-handers will emerge simply as a consequence of low-level selection on the basis of apparent merit. The gene pool is the long-term environment of the gene. Good genes are blindly selected as those that survive in the gene pool. This is a tautology. The interesting question is, what makes a gene good? As a first approximation, I said that what makes a gene good is the ability to build efficient survival machines. We must now amend that. The gene pool will become an evolutionarily stable set of genes, defined as a gene pool that cannot be invaded by any new gene. Most new genes are quickly penalized by natural selection. The evolutionarily stable set is restored. Occasionally, a new gene does succeed in invading the set. There is a transitional period of instability, ending in a new evolutionarily stable set. A little bit of evolution has occurred. By analogy with the aggression strategies, a population might have more than one alternative stable point and might occasionally flip from one to another. Progressive evolution may be not so much a steady upward climb as a series of discrete steps from stable plateau to stable plateau. It may look as though the population as a whole is behaving like a single self-regulating unit. But this illusion is produced by selection going on at the level of the single gene. Genes are selected on merit, but merit is judged on the basis of performance against the background of the evolutionarily stable set, which is the current gene pool. By focusing on aggressive interactions between whole individuals, Maynard Smith was able to make things very clear. It is easy to think of stable ratios of hawk bodies and dove bodies, but such interactions between genes sitting in different bodies are only the tip of the iceberg. The vast majority of significant interactions between genes in the evolutionarily stable set, the gene pool, go on within individual bodies. These interactions are difficult to see, for they take place within cells, notably the cells of developing embryos. Well-integrated bodies exist because they are the product of an evolutionarily stable set of selfish genes. But I must return to the level of interactions between whole animals. For understanding aggression, it was convenient to treat individual animals as independent, selfish machines. This model breaks down when the individuals concerned are close relatives, brothers and sisters, cousins, parents and children. This is because relatives share a substantial proportion of their genes. Each selfish gene, therefore, has its loyalties divided between different bodies. This is explained in the next chapter. 6. Genesmanship. Let's begin chapter 6. What is the selfish gene? It is not just one single physical bit of DNA. It is all replicas of a particular bit of DNA, distributed throughout the world. If we allow ourselves to talk about genes as if they had conscious aims, we can ask the question, what is a single selfish gene trying to do? It is trying to get more numerous in the gene pool. Basically, it does this by helping to program the bodies in which it finds itself to survive and to reproduce. But now we are emphasizing that it is a distributed agency, existing in many different individuals at once. The key point of this chapter is that a gene might be able to assist replicas of itself that are sitting in other bodies. If so, this would appear as individual altruism, but it would be brought about by gene selfishness. Consider the gene for being an albino in humans. In fact, several genes can give rise to albinism, but I am talking about just one of them. It is recessive, that is, it has to be present in a double dose for the person to be an albino. This is true of about 1 in 20,000 of us, but it is also present in a single dose in about 1 in 70 of us, and these individuals are not albinos. Since it is distributed in many individuals, a gene such as the albino gene could, in theory, assist its own survival in the gene pool by programming its bodies to behave altruistically towards other albino bodies, since these are known to contain the same gene. The albino gene should be quite happy if some of the bodies that it inhabits die, provided that in doing so, they help other bodies containing the same gene to survive. If the albino gene could make one of its bodies save the lives of 10 albino bodies, then even the death of the altruist is amply compensated by the increased numbers of albino genes in the gene pool. Should we then expect albinos to be especially nice to each other? Actually, the answer is probably no. To see why not, we must temporarily abandon our metaphor of the gene as a conscious agent, because in this context it becomes positively misleading. We must translate back into respectable, if more long-winded terms. Albino genes do not really want to survive or to help other albino genes. But if the albino gene just happened to cause its bodies to behave altruistically towards other albinos, then automatically it would tend to become more numerous in the gene pool as a result. But for this to happen, the gene would have to have two independent effects on bodies. Not only must it confer its usual effect of a very pale complexion, it must also confer a tendency to be selectively altruistic towards individuals with a very pale complexion. Such a double effect gene could, if it existed, be very successful in the population. Now, it is true that genes do have multiple effects. It is theoretically possible that a gene could arise which conferred an externally visible label, say a pale skin or a green beard, and also a tendency to be specially nice to bearers of that label. It is possible, but not particularly likely. Green-beardedness is just as likely to be linked to a tendency to develop ingrowing toenails, and a fondness for green beards is just as likely to go together with an inability to smell freesias. It is not very probable that one and the same gene would produce both the right label and the right sort of altruism. Nevertheless, what may be called the green beard altruism effect is a theoretical possibility. An arbitrary label, like a green beard, is just one way in which a gene might recognize copies of itself in other individuals. Are there any other ways? A particularly direct way is this. The possessor of an altruistic gene might be recognized simply by the fact that he does altruistic acts. A gene could prosper if it said the equivalent of, "Body, if A is drowning as a result of trying to save someone else from drowning, jump in and rescue A." The reason such a gene could do well is that there's a greater than average chance that A contains the same life-saving altruistic gene. The fact that A is seen to be trying to rescue someone else is a label, equivalent to a green beard. It is less arbitrary than a green beard, but it still seems rather implausible. Are there any plausible ways in which genes might recognize their copies in other individuals? The answer is yes. It is easy to show that close relatives, kin, have a greater than average chance of sharing genes. It has long been clear that this must be why altruism by parents towards their young is so common. What R.A. Fisher, J.B.S. Haldane, and especially W.D. Hamilton realized was that the same applies to other close relations, brothers and sisters, nephews and nieces, close cousins. If an individual dies in order to save 10 close relatives, one copy of the kin altruism gene may be lost, but a larger number of copies of the same gene is saved. A larger number is a bit vague. So is close relatives. We can do better than that, as Hamilton showed. His two papers of 1964 are among the most important contributions to social ethology ever written. Hamilton's papers are rather mathematical, but it is easy to grasp the basic principles intuitively. The thing we want to calculate is the probability that two individuals, say two sisters, share a particular gene. For simplicity, I shall assume we are talking about genes that are rare in the gene pool as a whole. Most people share the gene for not being an albino, whether they are related or not. We are not concerned with explaining the prevalence of such obviously good genes. We are interested in explaining the success of genes specifically as a result of their altruism. We can therefore assume that these genes are rare. Now, the important point is that even a gene that is rare in the population as a whole is common within a family. I contain a number of genes that are rare in the population, and you also contain genes that are rare. The chance that we both contain the same rare genes is very small, but the chances are good that my sister contains a particular rare gene that I contain, and the chances are equally good that your sister contains a rare gene in common with you. The odds in this case are exactly 50%, and it is easy to explain why. Suppose you contain one copy of the gene G. You must have received it either from your father or from your mother. Suppose it was your father who gave you the gene. Then every one of his ordinary body cells contained one copy of G. Now, when a man makes a sperm, he gives out half his genes to it. There is therefore a 50% chance that the sperm that begot your sister received the gene G. If, on the other hand, you received G from your mother, exactly parallel reasoning shows that half of her eggs must have contained G. Once again, the chances are 50% that your sister contains G. This means that if you had 100 brothers and sisters, approximately 50 of them would contain any particular rare gene that you contain. It also means that if you have 100 rare genes, approximately 50 of them are in the body of any one of your brothers or sisters. You can do the same kind of calculation for any degree of kinship you like. An important relationship is that between parent and child. If you have one copy of gene H, the chance that any particular one of your children has it is 50%. If you have one copy of gene J, the chance that your father also had J is 50%. For convenience, we use an index of relatedness, which expresses the chance of a gene being shared between two relatives. The relatedness between two brothers is 1/2. This is an average figure. The relatedness between parent and child is always exactly 1/2. It is tedious going through the calculations every time, so here is a rough and ready rule for working out the relatedness between any two individuals A and B. It works for all simple cases, but breaks down where incestuous mating occurs and in certain insects. First, identify all the common ancestors of A and B. For instance, the common ancestors of a pair of first cousins are their shared grandfather and grandmother. We ignore all but the most recent common ancestors. Having located the common ancestor or ancestors, count the generation distance. Starting at A, climb up the family tree until you hit a common ancestor, and then climb down again to B. The total number of steps up the tree and then down again is the generation distance. For instance, if A is B's uncle, the generation distance is 3. The common ancestor is A's father and B's grandfather. Starting at A, you have to climb up one generation to hit the common ancestor. Then to get down to B, you have to descend 2 generations. Therefore, the generation distance is 1 plus 2, which equals 3. Having found the generation distance between A and B via a particular common ancestor, calculate that part of their relatedness. To do this, multiply 1/2 by itself once for each step of the generation distance. If the generation distance is 3, this means calculate 1/2 cubed, or 1/8. If the generation distance via a particular ancestor is equal to G steps, the portion of relatedness due to that ancestor is 1/2 to the power of G. But this is only part of the relatedness. If they have more than one common ancestor, we have to add on the equivalent figure for each ancestor. First cousins, for instance, have 2 common ancestors, and the generation distance via each one is 4. Therefore, their relatedness is 2 times 1/2 to the power of 4, which is 1/8. If A is B's great-grandchild, the generation distance is 3, and the number of common ancestors is 1, B himself. So the relatedness is 1/8. Genetically speaking, your first cousin is equivalent to a great-grandchild. Similarly, you are just as likely to take after your uncle as after your grandfather. Their relatedness to you is 1/4 in both cases. For relationships as distant as third cousin, with a relatedness of 1/128th, we are getting down near the baseline probability that a particular gene will be shared by any random individual. A third cousin is not far from being equivalent to any old Tom, Dick, or Harry. A second cousin, with a relatedness of 1/32nd, is only a little bit special. A first cousin, with 1/8th, is somewhat more so. Full brothers and sisters, and parents and children are very special. With 1/2 and identical twins, with a relatedness of 1, are just as special as oneself. Uncles and aunts, nephews and nieces, grandparents and grandchildren, and half-brothers and half-sisters are intermediate, with a relatedness of 1/4. Now we are in a position to talk about genes for kin altruism much more precisely. A gene for suicidally saving 5 cousins would not become more numerous in the population, but a gene for saving 5 brothers or 10 first cousins would. The minimum requirement for a suicidal altruistic gene to be successful is that it should save more than 2 siblings, or more than 4 half-siblings, or more than 8 first cousins, and so on. Such a gene, on average, tends to live on in the bodies of enough individuals saved by the altruist to compensate for the death of the altruist itself. If an individual could be sure that a particular person was his identical twin, he should be exactly as concerned for his twin's welfare as for his own. Any gene for twin altruism is bound to be carried by both twins. Therefore, if one dies heroically to save the other, the gene lives on. 9-banded armadillos are born in a litter of identical quadruplets. As far as I know, no feats of heroic self-sacrifice have been reported for young armadillos, but some strong altruism is definitely to be expected. And it would be well worth somebody's while going out to South America to have a look. We can now see that parental care is just a special case of kin altruism. Genetically speaking, an adult should devote just as much care and attention to its orphaned baby brother as it does to one of its own children. Its relatedness to both infants is exactly the same, 1/2. A gene for big sister altruistic behavior should have just as good a chance of spreading as a gene for parental altruism. In practice, this is an oversimplification, and brotherly or sisterly care is not nearly as common as parental care. But the point I'm making here is that there is nothing special genetically about the parent-child relationship as against the brother-sister relationship. The fact that parents hand on genes to children, but sisters do not hand on genes to each other, is irrelevant, since the sisters both receive identical replicas of the same genes from the same parents. Some people use the term kin selection to distinguish this kind of natural selection from group selection and individual selection. Kin selection accounts for within-family altruism. The closer the relationship, the stronger the selection. There is nothing wrong with this term, but unfortunately it may have to be abandoned because of recent gross misuses of it. E.O. Wilson, in his otherwise admirable book, Sociobiology, defines kin selection as a special case of group selection. He has a diagram which clearly shows that he thinks of it as intermediate between individual selection and group selection. Now, group selection means the differential survival of groups of individuals. There is a sense in which a family is a special kind of group. But the whole point of Hamilton's argument is that the distinction between family and non-family is not hard and fast, but a matter of mathematical probability. Kin selection is emphatically not a special case of group selection. It's a special consequence of gene selection. There is an even more serious shortcoming in Wilson's definition. He deliberately excludes offspring. They don't count as kin. He is, of course, entitled to define a word however he likes, but this is a most confusing definition. Genetically speaking, parental care and brother-sister altruism evolve for exactly the same reason. In both cases, there is a good chance that the altruistic gene is present in the body of the beneficiary. I ask for your indulgence for this little diatribe and return hastily to the main story. So far, I have oversimplified, and it is now time to introduce some qualifications. I have talked of suicidal genes for saving the lives of particular numbers of kin. Obviously, in real life, animals cannot be expected to count exactly how many relatives they are saving, nor to perform Hamilton's calculations in their heads. In real life, certain suicide and absolute saving of life must be replaced by statistical risks of death. Even a third cousin may be worth saving if the risk to yourself is very small. Then again, both you and the relative you are thinking of saving are going to die one day anyway. Every individual has an expectation of life. To save the life of a relative who is soon going to die of old age has less of an impact on the gene pool than to save the life of an equally close relative who has the bulk of his life ahead of him. Our neat calculations of relatedness have to be modified by messy actuarial weightings. Grandparents and grandchildren have, genetically speaking, equal reason to behave altruistically to each other, since they share 1/4 of each other's genes. But if the grandchildren have the greater expectation of life, genes for grandparent to grandchild altruism have a higher selective advantage than genes for grandchild to grandparent altruism. It is quite possible for the net benefit of assisting a young distant relative to exceed the net benefit of assisting an old close relative. To extend the actuarial analogy, individuals can be thought of as life insurance underwriters. An individual can be expected to invest or risk a certain proportion of his own assets in the life of another individual. He takes into account his relatedness to the other individual and also whether the individual is a good risk in terms of his life expectancy compared with his own. Strictly, we should say reproduction expectancy rather than life expectancy. Then for altruistic behavior to evolve, the net risk to the altruist must be less than the net benefit to the recipient, multiplied by the relatedness. But what a complicated calculation to expect a poor survival machine to do, especially in a hurry. Even the great mathematical biologist J.B.S. Haldane remarked, "On the 2 occasions when I have pulled possibly drowning people out of the water at an infinitesimal risk to myself, I had no time to make such calculations." Fortunately, as Haldane well knew, it is not necessary to assume that survival machines do the sums consciously. Just as we may use a slide rule without appreciating that we are using logarithms, so an animal may be pre-programmed in such a way that it behaves as if it had made a complicated calculation. This is not so difficult to imagine. When a man throws a ball high in the air and catches it again, he behaves as if he had solved a set of differential equations in predicting its trajectory. He may neither know nor care what a differential equation is, but this does not affect his skill. At some subconscious level, something functionally equivalent to mathematical calculations is going on. Similarly, when a person makes a difficult decision, after weighing up all the pros and cons, he is doing the functional equivalent of a large weighted sum calculation. If we were to program a computer to simulate a model survival machine, making decisions about whether to behave altruistically, we would probably proceed roughly as follows. We would make a list of all the alternative things the animal might do. Then for each of these, we would program a weighted sum calculation. All the various benefits will have a plus sign, all the risks a minus sign. Both benefits and risks will be weighted by being multiplied by the appropriate index of relatedness before being added up. Since an individual's relatedness with himself is 1, risks and benefits to himself will be given their full weight. The result of the sum will be a number called the net benefit score. The model animal computes the equivalent sum for each alternative behavior. Finally, he chooses to perform the behavior that emerges with the largest net benefit. Even if all the scores are negative, he should still choose the one with the highest value, the least of evils. Here is a very oversimplified example, expressed as a subjective soliloquy. I am an animal who has found a clump of 8 mushrooms. I estimate that they are worth plus 6 units each. I could eat only 3 of them. Should I give a food call to inform anybody else? Who is within earshot? Brother B with a relatedness to me of 1/2, cousin C with a relatedness of 1/8, and D with a relatedness of practically 0. The net benefit score to me, if I keep quiet, is plus 6 for each of the 3 mushrooms I eat, so plus 18 in all. My net benefit score, if I give the food call, needs some figuring. The 8 mushrooms will be shared equally between the 4 of us. The payoff to me from the 2 that I eat myself will be the full plus 6 units each. That is plus 12. But I will also get some payoff when my brother and cousin eat their 2 mushrooms each, because of our shared genes. The score comes out to 12 plus 1/2 of 12 plus 1/8 of 12, which equals 19.5. The selfish behavior was plus 18. It is a close-run thing, but the verdict is clear. I should give the food call. Altruism on my part would in this case pay my selfish genes. I have made the simplifying assumption that the individual animal works out what is best for his genes. What really happens is that the gene pool becomes filled with genes that influence bodies in such a way that they behave as if they had made such calculations. In any case, the calculation is only a very preliminary first approximation. It neglects many things, including the ages of the individuals. Also, if I have just had a good meal so that I can only eat 1 mushroom, the net benefit of giving the food call will be greater than if I was famished. There is no end to the refinements that could be achieved. But real life is not lived in the best of all possible worlds. We cannot expect real animals to take every last detail into account. We shall have to discover by observation and experiment how closely real animals come to achieving an ideal cost-benefit analysis. Just to reassure ourselves, let's briefly return to gene language. Living bodies are machines programmed by genes that have survived. The genes that have survived have done so in conditions that tended to characterize the environment of the species in the past. Therefore, estimates of costs and benefits are based on past experience, meaning gene experience or, more precisely, conditions of past gene survival. So long as conditions do not change too drastically, the estimates will be good, and survival machines will tend to make the right decisions on average. If conditions change radically, they will tend to make erroneous decisions, and their genes will pay the penalty. Estimates of relatedness are also subject to error. We have talked as if survival machines know who is related to them. In real life, such certain knowledge is occasionally possible, but more usually the relatedness can only be estimated as an average. For example, suppose A and B could equally well be either half-brothers or full brothers. Their relatedness is either 1/4 or 1/2, but since we do not know, the effectively usable figure is the average, 3/8. But when we say it is 90% certain, who are we referring to? Do we mean a human naturalist is 90% certain, or do we mean the animals are? With a bit of luck, these two may amount to nearly the same thing. To see this, we have to think how animals might actually go about estimating who their close relations are. We know who our relations are because we are told, because we give them names, because we have formal marriages, written records, and good memories. Many social anthropologists are preoccupied with kinship in the societies they study. They do not mean real genetic kinship, but subjective and cultural ideas of kinship. Human customs commonly give great emphasis to kinship. Ancestor worship is widespread. Family obligations and loyalties dominate much of life. Blood feuds and interclan warfare are easily interpretable in terms of Hamilton's genetic theory. Incest taboos testify to the great kinship consciousness of man, although the genetical advantage of an incest taboo is not about altruism. It is concerned with the injurious effects of recessive genes which appear with inbreeding. How could wild animals know who their kin are? What behavioral rules could they follow which would have the indirect effect of making them seem to know? The rule, "Be nice to your relations," begs the question of how relations are to be recognized. Animals have to be given by their genes a simple rule for action, a rule that works, at least in average conditions. If animals had a tendency to behave altruistically towards individuals who physically resembled them, they might indirectly be doing their kin a bit of good. Such a rule would only lead to right decisions in a statistical sense. If conditions changed, for example, if a species started living in much larger groups, it could lead to wrong decisions. Conceivably, racial prejudice could be interpreted as an irrational generalization of a kin-selected tendency to identify with individuals physically resembling oneself and to be nasty to individuals different in appearance. In a species whose members do not move around much or move in small groups, the chances may be good that any random individual you come across is fairly close kin. In this case, the rule, "be nice to any member of the species whom you meet," could have positive survival value. This may be why altruistic behavior is so frequently reported in troops of monkeys and schools of whales. Whales and dolphins drown if they are not allowed to breathe. Baby whales and injured individuals who cannot swim to the surface have been seen to be rescued and held up by companions. It is not known whether whales have ways of knowing who their close relatives are, but it may be that the overall probability that a random member of the school is a relation is so high that the altruism is worth the cost. Incidentally, there is at least one story of a drowning human swimmer being rescued by a wild dolphin. This could be regarded as a misfiring of the rule for saving drowning members of the school. The rule's definition of a drowning member might be something like a long thing thrashing about and choking near the surface. Adult male baboons have been reported to risk their lives defending the rest of the troop against predators. It is quite probable that any adult male has, on average, a fairly large number of genes tied up in other members of the troop. A gene that says, in effect, "Body, if you happen to be an adult male, defend the troop against leopards," could become more numerous in the gene pool. Before leaving this example, it is only fair to add that at least one respected authority has reported very different facts. According to her, adult males are the first over the horizon when a leopard appears. Baby chicks feed in family clutches, all following their mother. They have two main calls. In addition to the loud piercing cheep, they give short melodious twitters when feeding. The cheeps, which summon the mother's aid, are ignored by the other chicks. The twitters, however, are attractive to chicks. This means that when one chick finds food, its twitters attract other chicks to the food as well. The apparent altruism of the chicks can easily be explained by kin selection. Since in nature, the chicks would be all full brothers and sisters, a gene for giving the food twitter would spread, provided the cost to the twitterer is less than half the net benefit to the other chicks. Of course, the rule misfires in domestic situations when a hen is made to sit on eggs not her own, even turkey or duck eggs. But neither the hen nor her chicks can be expected to realize this. Their behavior has been shaped under the conditions that normally prevail in nature, and in nature strangers are not normally found in your nest. Mistakes of this sort may, however, occasionally happen in nature. In species that live in herds, an orphaned youngster may be adopted by a strange female, most probably one who has lost her own child. Monkey watchers sometimes use the word ant for an adopting female. In most cases, there is no evidence that she really is an ant. We should probably regard adoption, however touching it may seem, as a misfiring of a built-in rule. This is because the generous female is doing her own genes no good by caring for the orphan. She is wasting time and energy which she could be investing in her own kin, particularly future children. It is presumably a mistake that happens too seldom for natural selection to have bothered to change the rule. In many cases, adoptions do not occur, and an orphan is left to die. There is one example of a mistake so extreme that you may prefer to regard it not as a mistake at all, but as evidence against the selfish gene theory. This is the case of bereaved monkey mothers, who have been seen to steal a baby from another female and look after it. I see this as a double mistake, since the adopter not only wastes her own time, she also releases a rival female from the burden of child rearing and frees her to have another child more quickly. It seems to me a critical example that deserves thorough research. We need to know how often it happens, the average relatedness between adopter and child, and the attitude of the real mother of the child. It is, after all, to her advantage that her child should be adopted. Do mothers deliberately try to deceive naive young females into adopting their children? An example of a deliberately engineered misfiring of the maternal instinct is provided by cuckoos and other brood parasites, birds that lay their eggs in somebody else's nest. Cuckoos exploit the rule built into bird parents. Be nice to any small bird sitting in the nest that you built. Cuckoos apart, this rule will normally have the desired effect of restricting altruism to immediate kin. Because it happens to be a fact that nests are so isolated that the contents of your own nest are almost bound to be your own chicks. Adult herring gulls do not recognize their own eggs and will happily sit on other gull eggs, and even crude wooden dummies. In nature, egg recognition is not important for gulls because eggs do not roll far enough to reach a neighbor's nest. Gulls do, however, recognize their own chicks, which wander and can easily end up near a neighboring adult, often with fatal results. Guillemets, on the other hand, do recognize their own eggs by their speckling pattern and actively discriminate in favor of them. This is presumably because they nest on flat rocks, where there is a danger of eggs rolling around and getting muddled up. Now, why do they bother to discriminate? Surely if everybody saw to it that she sat on somebody's egg, it would not matter whether each mother was sitting on her own. This is the argument of a group selectionist. Just consider what would happen if such a group babysitting circle did develop. Suppose somebody cheated and refused to sit on an egg. Instead of wasting time sitting, she could spend her time laying more eggs. And the beauty of the scheme is that the other, more altruistic adults would look after them for her. So the gene for cheating would spread, and the nice, friendly babysitting circle would break down. Well, it might be said, what if the honest birds retaliated by refusing to be blackmailed and resolutely decided to sit on one egg and only one egg? Alas, it would not work. Since the sitters are not discriminating one egg from another, the eggs that ended up being neglected would be just as likely to be their own as those of the cheaters. The cheaters would still have the advantage because they would lay more eggs and have more surviving children. The only way an honest guillemot could beat the cheaters would be to discriminate actively in favor of her own eggs. That is, to cease being altruistic and look after her own interests. To use the language of Maynard Smith, the altruistic adoption strategy is not an evolutionarily stable strategy. The only ESS for a guillemot is to recognize its own egg and sit exclusively on its own egg, and this is exactly what happens. The songbird species that are parasitized by cuckoos have fought back, not by learning the appearance of their own eggs, but by discriminating instinctively in favor of eggs with the species' typical markings. But the cuckoos have retaliated by making their eggs more and more like those of the host species. This is an example of a lie, and it often works. The result of this evolutionary arms race has been a remarkable perfection of mimicry on the part of the cuckoo eggs. We may suppose that a proportion of cuckoo eggs and chicks are found out, and those that are not are the ones who live to lay the next generation of cuckoo eggs. So genes for more effective deception spread through the cuckoo gene pool. Similarly, those host birds with eyes sharp enough to detect any slight imperfection in the cuckoo eggs, mimicry, are the ones that contribute most to their own gene pool. Thus, sharp and skeptical eyes are passed on to their next generation. Now let us return to the comparison between an animal's estimate of its kinship and the corresponding estimate of an expert field naturalist. Brian Bertram has spent many years studying lions in the Serengeti. On the basis of their reproductive habits, he has estimated the average relatedness between individuals in a typical lion pride. A typical pride consists of 7 adult females who are permanent members and 2 adult males who are itinerant. About half the adult females give birth as a batch and rear their cubs together, so it is difficult to tell which cub belongs to whom. Young females remain in the pride, young males are driven out. When they grow up, they wander around in small related gangs and are unlikely to return to their original family. Using these and other assumptions, one can compute an average figure for the relatedness of 2 individuals from a pride. Bertram arrives at a figure of 0.22 for a pair of randomly chosen males and 0.15 for a pair of females. That is, males within a pride are on average slightly less close than half-brothers and females slightly closer than first cousins. Now, of course, any particular pair of individuals might be full brothers, but Bertram had no way of knowing this, and it is a fair bet that the lions did not know it either. On the other hand, the average figures that Bertram estimated are available to the lions themselves in a certain sense. If these figures are typical, then any gene that predisposed males to behave towards other males as if they were nearly half-brothers would have positive survival value. If the facts of lion life are, as Bertram says, and have been for a large number of generations, then we may expect that natural selection will have favored a degree of altruism appropriate to the average degree of relatedness in a typical pride. This is what I meant when I said that the kinship estimates of animal and of good naturalist might end up rather the same. So we conclude that the true relatedness may be less important in the evolution of altruism than the best estimate of relatedness that animals can get. This fact is probably a key to understanding why parental care is so much more common than brother-sister altruism, and also why animals may value themselves more highly even than several brothers. In addition to the index of relatedness, we should consider something like an index of certainty. Although the parent-child relationship is no closer genetically than the brother-sister relationship, its certainty is greater. It is normally possible to be much more certain who your children are than who your brothers are, and you can be more certain still who you yourself are. We considered cheaters among guillemots. In a world where other individuals are constantly on the alert for opportunities to exploit kin-selected altruism, a survival machine has to consider who it can trust. If B is really my baby brother, then I should care for him up to half as much as I care for myself. But can I be as sure of him as I can of my own child? How do I know he is my baby brother? If C is my identical twin, then I should care for him twice as much as I care for any of my children. But can I be sure of him? He looks like me, but it could be that we just happen to share the genes for facial features. No, I will not give up my life for him, because although it is possible that he bears 100% of my genes, I absolutely know that I contain 100% of my genes, so I am worth more to me than he is. I am the only individual that any one of my selfish genes can be sure of. And although ideally a gene for individual selfishness could be displaced by a rival gene for altruistically saving at least one identical twin, 2 children or brothers, or at least 4 grandchildren, the gene for individual selfishness has the enormous advantage of certainty of individual identity. The rival kin-altruistic gene runs the risk of making mistakes of identity. We therefore must expect individual selfishness in nature to an extent greater than would be predicted by considerations of genetic relatedness alone. In many species, a mother can be more sure of her young than a father can. The mother lays the visible egg or bears the child. She has a good chance of knowing for certain the bearers of her own genes. The poor father is much more vulnerable to deception. It is therefore to be expected that fathers will put less effort than mothers into caring for young. Similarly, maternal grandmothers can be more sure of their grandchildren than paternal grandmothers can, and might be expected to show more altruism. Maternal grandfathers are just as sure of their grandchildren as paternal grandmothers are, since both can reckon on one generation of certainty and one of uncertainty. Similarly, uncles on the mother's side should be more interested in the welfare of nephews and nieces than uncles on the father's side. Indeed, in a society with a high degree of marital infidelity, maternal uncles should be more altruistic than fathers, since they have more grounds for confidence in their relatedness to the child. The legal father knows nothing. I do not know of any evidence bearing on these predictions, but I offer them in the hope that others may or may start looking for evidence. Returning to the fact that parental altruism is more common than fraternal altruism, it does seem reasonable to explain this in terms of the identification problem. But this does not explain the fundamental asymmetry in the parent-child relationship itself. Parents care more for their children than children do for their parents, although the genetic relationship is symmetrical, and certainty of relatedness is just as great both ways. One reason is that parents are in a better practical position to help their young, being older and more competent. Even if a baby wanted to feed its parents, it is not well equipped to do so. There is another asymmetry in the parent-child relationship. Children are always younger than their parents. This often means they have a longer expectation of life. As I emphasized, expectation of life is an important variable. In a species where children have a longer average life expectancy than parents, any gene for child altruism would be laboring under a disadvantage. It would be engineering altruistic self-sacrifice for the benefit of individuals who are nearer to dying of old age than the altruist itself. A gene for parent altruism, on the other hand, would have a corresponding advantage as far as the life expectancy terms in the equation were concerned. One sometimes hears it said that kin selection is all very well as a theory, but there are few examples of its working in practice. This criticism can only be made by someone who does not understand what kin selection means. The truth is that all examples of child protection and parental care, and all associated bodily organs, milk-secreting glands, kangaroo pouches, and so on, are examples of the working in nature of the kin selection principle. The critics are familiar with parental care, but they fail to understand that it is no less an example of kin selection than brother-sister altruism. When they say they want examples, they mean examples other than parental care, and it is true that such examples are less common. I have suggested reasons why this might be so. I could have quoted examples of brother-sister altruism. There are in fact quite a few, but I don't want to do this, because it would reinforce the erroneous idea that kin selection is specifically about relationships other than the parent-child relationship. The reason this error has grown up is largely historical. The evolutionary advantage of parental care is so obvious that we did not need Hamilton to point it out. It has been understood since Darwin. When Hamilton demonstrated the genetic equivalence of other relationships, he naturally had to stress these other relationships. In particular, he drew examples from the social insects such as ants and bees, in which the sister-sister relationship is particularly important, as we shall see. I have even heard people say that they thought Hamilton's theory applied only to the social insects. If anybody does not want to admit that parental care is an example of kin selection in action, then the onus is on him to formulate a general theory of natural selection that predicts parental altruism, but that does not predict altruism between collateral kin. I think he will fail. Chapter 7, Family Planning. Now for Chapter 7. It is easy to see why some people have wanted to separate parental care from other kinds of kin-selected altruism. Parental care looks like an integral part of reproduction, whereas altruism toward a nephew is not. I think there is an important distinction here, but people have mistaken what it is. They have put reproduction and parental care on one side and other sorts of altruism on the other. But I wish to distinguish between bringing new individuals into the world and caring for existing individuals. I shall call these two activities childbearing and child-caring. An individual survival machine has to make two quite different sorts of decisions: caring decisions and bearing decisions. The caring decisions are of this form: there is a child, its degree of relatedness to me is so and so, its chances of dying if I do not feed it are such and such. Shall I feed it? Bearing decisions are like this: shall I take whatever steps are necessary to bring a new individual into the world? Shall I reproduce? To some extent, caring and bearing are bound to compete for an individual's time and other resources. The individual may have to choose: shall I care for this child or shall I bear a new one? Depending on the ecological details of the species, various mixes of caring and bearing strategies can be evolutionarily stable. The one thing that cannot be evolutionarily stable is a pure caring strategy. If all individuals devoted themselves to caring for existing children so much that they never brought any new ones into the world, the population would quickly be invaded by mutant individuals who specialized in bearing. Caring can only be evolutionarily stable as part of a mixed strategy. At least some bearing has to go on. The species we are most familiar with, mammals and birds, tend to be great carers. A decision to bear a new child is usually followed by a decision to care for it. It is because bearing and caring so often go together that people have muddled the two things up. But from the point of view of the selfish genes, there is no distinction in principle between caring for a baby brother and caring for a baby son. Both infants are equally closely related to you. If you have to choose between feeding one or the other, there is no genetic reason why you should choose your own son. But on the other hand, you cannot, by definition, bear a baby brother. You can only care for him once somebody else has brought him into the world. In the last chapter, we looked at how individuals should decide whether to behave altruistically towards others who already exist. In this chapter, we look at how they should decide whether to bring new individuals into the world. It is over this matter that the controversy about group selection has chiefly raged. This is because Wynne Edwards, who was mainly responsible for promoting the idea of group selection, did so in the context of a theory of population regulation. He suggested that individual animals deliberately and altruistically reduce their birth rates for the good of the group as a whole. This is a very attractive hypothesis because it fits so well with what individual humans ought to do. Mankind is having too many children. Population size depends upon births, deaths, immigrations, and emigrations. Taking the world population as a whole, we are left with births and deaths. So long as the average number of children per couple is larger than 2 surviving to reproduce, the numbers of babies born will tend to increase at an ever-accelerating rate. If this kind of growth was allowed to go on unchecked, a population would reach astronomical proportions surprisingly quickly. Incidentally, a thing that is sometimes not realized is that population growth depends on when people have children, as well as on how many they have. Since populations tend to increase by a certain proportion per generation, if you space the generations out more, the population will grow at a slower rate per year. Banners that read, "Stop at 2" could equally well be changed to "Start at 30." But in any case, accelerating population growth spells serious trouble. We have probably all seen examples of the startling calculations that can be used to bring this home. For instance, the present population of Latin America is around 300 million, and many are already undernourished. But if the population continued to increase at the present rate, it would take less than 500 years to reach the point where the people, packed in a standing position, formed a solid human carpet over the whole area of the continent. By 2,000 years from now, the mountain of people, traveling outwards at the speed of light, would have reached the edge of the known universe. This is a hypothetical calculation, of course. It will not really happen for some very good practical reasons. The names of some of these reasons are famine, plague, and war, or, if we are lucky, birth control. It is no use appealing to advances in agricultural science. Increases in food production may temporarily alleviate the problem, but it is mathematically certain that they cannot be a long-term solution. In fact, like the medical advances that have precipitated the crisis, they may well make the problem worse. It is a simple logical truth that, short of mass emigration into space, uncontrolled birth rates are bound to lead to horribly increased death rates. It is hard to believe that this simple truth is not understood by those leaders who forbid their followers to use effective contraceptive methods. They express a preference for natural methods of population limitation, and a natural method is exactly what they're going to get. It's called starvation. But of course, the unease that such calculations arouse is based on concern for the future welfare of our species as a whole. Humans, some of them, have the conscious foresight to see ahead to the disastrous consequences of overpopulation. It is the basic assumption of this audiobook that survival machines are guided by selfish genes, who cannot be expected to see into the future, nor to have the welfare of the whole species at heart. This is where Wynne Edwards parts company with orthodox evolutionary theorists. He thinks there is a way in which genuine altruistic birth control can evolve. A point not emphasized in the writings of Wynne Edwards is that there is a large body of agreed facts that are not in dispute. It is an obvious fact that wild animal populations do not grow at the astronomical rates they are capable of. Sometimes wild animal populations remain rather stable. In many cases, like lemmings, the population fluctuates widely. Occasionally, the result is outright extinction, at least locally. The one thing animal populations do not do is go on increasing indefinitely. Wild animals almost never die of old age. Starvation, disease, or predators catch up with them long before they become senile. Until recently, this was true of humans too. Most animals die in childhood. Starvation and other causes of death are the ultimate reasons why populations cannot increase indefinitely. But as we have seen for our own species, there is no necessary reason why it ever has to come to that. If only animals would regulate their birth rates, starvation need never happen. It is Wynne-Edwards' thesis that that is exactly what they do. But even here, there is less disagreement than you might think. Adherents of the selfish gene theory would readily agree that animals do regulate their birth rates. The disagreement is over why they are regulated. In a nutshell, the disagreement is over whether animal birth control is altruistic, practiced for the good of the group, or selfish, practiced for the good of the individual doing the reproducing. I will deal with the two theories in order. Wynne-Edwards supposed that individuals have fewer children than they are capable of for the benefit of the group. He recognized that normal natural selection cannot possibly give rise to such altruism. He therefore invoked group selection. According to him, groups whose individual members restrain their own birth rates are less likely to go extinct than rival groups whose individual members reproduce so fast that they endanger the food supply. Therefore, the world becomes populated by groups of restrained breeders. The individual restraint Wynne-Edwards is suggesting amounts to birth control, but he is more specific than this. He comes up with a grand conception in which the whole of social life is seen as a mechanism of population regulation. For instance, two major features of social life in many species are territoriality and dominance hierarchies. Many animals devote a great deal of time and energy to apparently defending an area of ground which naturalists call a territory. The phenomenon is very widespread. The territory may be a large area of woodland which is the principal foraging ground of a breeding pair, as in robins, or it may be a small area containing no food, but with a nest at its center, as in herring gulls. Wynne-Edwards believes that animals who fight over territory are fighting over a token prize, rather than an actual prize like food. In many cases, females refuse to mate with males who do not possess a territory. Indeed, a female whose mate is defeated and his territory conquered may promptly attach herself to the victor. If the population gets too big, some individuals will not get territories and therefore will not breed. Winning a territory is therefore, to Wynne-Edwards, like winning a license to breed. Since there is a finite number of territories available, it is as if a finite number of breeding licenses is issued. Individuals may fight over who gets these licenses, but the total number of babies the population can have is limited by the number of territories. In some cases, like red grouse, individuals seem to show restraint, because those who cannot win territories not only do not breed, they also appear to give up the struggle. It is as though they all accepted the rules of the game. If you have not secured a ticket to breed, you voluntarily refrain from breeding and leave the lucky ones unmolested. Wynne-Edwards interprets dominance hierarchies in a similar way. In many groups of animals, individuals learn each other's identity, and they learn whom they can beat in a fight and who usually beats them. They tend to submit without a struggle to individuals who they know are likely to beat them anyway. As a result, a naturalist can describe a dominance hierarchy or peck order, a rank ordering of society in which everybody knows his place. Many people think of this as a good thing in some vaguely group selectionist way. Wynne-Edwards has a more daring interpretation. High-ranking individuals are more likely to breed. He sees high social rank as another ticket to reproduce. Instead of fighting directly over females, individuals fight over social status and then accept that if they do not end up high on the social scale, they are not entitled to breed. The result of this voluntary acceptance is, according to Wynne-Edwards, that populations do not grow too fast. Instead of having too many children and then finding out the hard way that it was a mistake, populations use formal contests over status and territory as a means of limiting their size. Perhaps the most startling of Wynne-Edwards' ideas is that of epideictic behavior. Many animals spend a great deal of time in large flocks, herds, or shoals. He proposes that when huge flocks of starlings mass at evening, they are performing a census of their population. Since he is supposing that individuals restrain their birth rates in the interests of the group, it is reasonable that they should have some way of measuring the population density. For Wynne-Edwards, epidictic behavior is deliberate massing in crowds to facilitate population estimation. He is not suggesting conscious estimation, but an automatic mechanism linking the individual's sensory perception of the density with their reproductive systems. I have tried to do justice to Wynne-Edwards' theory. If I have succeeded, you should now be feeling persuaded that it is, on the face of it, rather plausible. But the earlier chapters should have prepared you to be skeptical. And unfortunately, the evidence is not good. It consists of many examples which could be interpreted in his way, but which could equally well be interpreted on more orthodox, selfish gene lines. The chief architect of the selfish gene theory of family planning was the great ecologist David Lack. He worked especially on clutch size in wild birds, but his theories are generally applicable. Each bird species tends to have a typical clutch size. For instance, gannets and guillemots incubate 1 egg at a time, swifts 3, great tits half a dozen or more. It is reasonable to suppose that the number of eggs a female lays is at least partly under genetic control. Now, the selfish gene theory requires us to ask which genes will become more numerous in the gene pool. Superficially, it might seem that the gene for laying 4 eggs is bound to have an advantage over the genes for laying 3 or 2. A moment's reflection shows that this simple more means better argument cannot be true. It leads to the expectation that 5 eggs should be better than 4, 10 better still, and infinity best of all. In other words, it leads to an absurdity. Obviously, there are costs as well as benefits in laying a large number of eggs. Increased bearing is bound to be paid for in less efficient caring. Lack's essential point is that for any given species, in any given environmental situation, there must be an optimal clutch size. Where he differs from Wynne-Edwards is in his answer to the question, optimal from whose point of view? Wynne-Edwards would say the optimum is for the group as a whole. Lack would say each selfish individual chooses the clutch size that maximizes the number of children she rears. If 3 is the optimum clutch size for swifts, this means, for Lack, that any individual who tries to rear 4 will probably end up with fewer children than rival, more cautious individuals who only try to rear 3. The obvious reason for this would be that the food is so thinly spread between the 4 babies that few of them survive to adulthood. According to Lack, therefore, individuals regulate their clutch size for reasons that are anything but altruistic. They are not practicing birth control to avoid overexploiting the group's resources. They are practicing it to maximize the number of surviving children they actually have, an aim which is the very opposite of what we normally associate with birth control. Rearing baby birds is a costly business. The mother has to invest a large quantity of food and energy in manufacturing eggs. She invests a large effort in building a nest. Parents spend weeks patiently sitting on the eggs. Then, when the babies hatch, the parents work themselves nearly to death fetching food for them. It is obvious that if a parent tries to spread her limited resources among too many children, she will end up rearing fewer than if she had set out with more modest ambitions. She has to strike a balance between bearing and caring. The total amount of food and other resources an individual female can muster is the limiting factor. Natural selection, according to the Lack theory, adjusts initial clutch size to take maximum advantage of these limited resources. Individuals who have too many children are penalized, not because the whole population goes extinct, but simply because fewer of their children survive. Genes for having too many children are not passed on in large numbers because few of the children bearing these genes reach adulthood. What has happened in modern civilized man is that family sizes are no longer limited by the finite resources the individual parents can provide. If a husband and wife have more children than they can feed, the state, which means the rest of the population, simply steps in and keeps the surplus children alive. There is nothing to stop a couple with no material resources at all from having and rearing as many children as the woman can physically bear. But the welfare state is a very unnatural thing. In nature, parents who have more children than they can support do not have many grandchildren, and their genes are not passed on. There is no need for altruistic restraint in the birth rate because there is no welfare state in nature. Any gene for overindulgence is promptly punished. The children containing that gene starve. Since we humans do not want to return to the old selfish ways, we have abolished the family as a unit of economic self-sufficiency and substituted the state. But the privilege of guaranteed support for children should not be abused. Contraception is sometimes attacked as unnatural. So it is, very unnatural. The trouble is, so is the welfare state. I think most of us believe the welfare state is highly desirable, but you cannot have an unnatural welfare state unless you also have unnatural birth control. Otherwise, the end result will be misery even greater than that which obtains in nature. The welfare state is perhaps the greatest altruistic system the animal kingdom has ever known. But any altruistic system is inherently unstable because it is open to abuse by selfish individuals. Individual humans who have more children than they are capable of rearing are probably too ignorant in most cases to be accused of conscious malevolent exploitation. Powerful institutions and leaders who deliberately encourage them to do so seem to me less free from suspicion. Returning to wild animals, the lack-clutch size argument can be generalized to all the other examples Wynne-Edwards uses: territorial behavior, dominance hierarchies, and so on. Take the red grouse. These birds eat heather, and they parcel out the moors in territories containing apparently more food than they need. Early in the season, they fight over territories, but after a while, the losers seem to accept that they failed and do not fight anymore. They become outcasts who never get territories, and by the end of the season, they have mostly starved to death. Only territory owners breed. The fact that non-territory owners are physically capable of breeding is shown by an experiment. If a territory owner is shot, his place is promptly filled by one of the former outcasts, who then breeds. Wynne-Edwards' interpretation is that the outcasts accept that they have failed to gain a license to breed. They do not try to breed. On the face of it, this seems an awkward example for the selfish gene theory. Why don't the outcasts try again to oust a territory holder until they drop from exhaustion? They would seem to have nothing to lose. But wait, perhaps they do have something to lose. We have already seen that if a territory holder should happen to die, an outcast has a chance of taking his place, and therefore of breeding. If the odds of an outcast succeeding to a territory in this way are greater than the odds of his gaining one by fighting, then it may pay him, as a selfish individual, to wait in the hope that somebody will die, rather than squander what little energy he has in futile fighting. For Wynne-Edwards, the role of the outcasts in the welfare of the group is to wait in the wings as understudies, ready to step into the shoes of any territory holder who dies. We can now see that this may also be their best strategy, purely as selfish individuals. As we saw in Chapter 4, we can regard animals as gamblers. The best strategy for a gambler may sometimes be a wait-and-hope strategy, rather than a bull-at-a-gate strategy. Similarly, the many other examples where animals appear to accept non-reproductive status passively can be explained quite easily by the selfish gene theory. The general form of the explanation is always the same. The individual's best bet is to restrain himself for the moment in the hope of better chances in the future. A seal who leaves the harem holders unmolested is not doing it for the good of the group. He is biding his time, waiting for a more propitious moment. Even if the moment never comes and he ends up without descendants, the gamble might have paid off, though. With hindsight, we can see that for him it did not. And when lemmings flood in their millions away from the center of a population explosion, they are not doing it to reduce the density of the area they leave behind. They are seeking, every selfish one of them, a less crowded place in which to live. The fact that any particular one may fail to find it and dies is something we can see with hindsight. It does not alter the likelihood that staying behind would have been an even worse gamble. It is a well-documented fact that overcrowding sometimes reduces birth rates. This is sometimes taken as evidence for Wynne-Edwards' theory, but it is nothing of the kind. It is compatible with his theory, and it is also just as compatible with the selfish gene theory. For example, in one experiment, mice were put in an outdoor enclosure with plenty of food and allowed to breed freely. The population grew to a point, then leveled off. The reason for the leveling off turned out to be that the females became less fertile as a consequence of overcrowding. They had fewer babies. This kind of effect has often been reported. Its immediate cause is often called stress, although giving it a name does not of itself help to explain it. In any case, we still have to ask about its ultimate or evolutionary explanation. Why does natural selection favor females who reduce their birth rate when their population is overcrowded? Wynne-Edwards' answer is clear. Group selection favors groups in which the females measure the population and adjust their birth rates so that food supplies are not overexploited. In the experiment, food was never going to be scarce, but the mice could not be expected to realize that. They are programmed for life in the wild, and it is likely that in natural conditions, overcrowding is a reliable indicator of future famine. What does the selfish gene theory say? Almost exactly the same thing, but with one crucial difference. You will remember that according to Lack, animals will tend to have the optimum number of children from their own selfish point of view. If they bear too few or too many, they will end up rearing fewer than they would have if they had hit on just the right number. Now, just the right number is likely to be a smaller number in a year when the population is overcrowded than in a year when the population is sparse. We have already agreed that overcrowding is likely to foreshadow famine. Obviously, if a female is presented with reliable evidence that a famine is to be expected, it is in her own selfish interests to reduce her own birth rate. Rivals who do not respond to the warning signs in this way will end up rearing fewer babies, even if they actually bear more. We therefore end up with almost exactly the same conclusion as Wynne-Edwards, but we get there by an entirely different type of evolutionary reasoning. The selfish gene theory has no trouble even with epideictic displays. You will remember that Wynne-Edwards hypothesized that animals deliberately display together in large crowds to make it easy for all the individuals to conduct a census and regulate their birth rates accordingly. There is no direct evidence that any aggregations are in fact epideictic, but just suppose some such evidence were found. Would the selfish gene theory be embarrassed? Not a bit. Starlings roost together in huge numbers. Suppose it were shown that overcrowding in winter reduced fertility in the following spring, and that this was directly due to the birds listening to each other's calls. It might be demonstrated experimentally that individuals exposed to a tape recording of a dense and very loud starling roost laid fewer eggs than individuals exposed to a recording of a quieter, less dense roost. By definition, this would indicate that the calls of starlings constituted an epideictic display. The selfish gene theory would explain it in much the same way as it handled the case of the mice. Again, we start from the assumption that genes for having a larger family than you can support are automatically penalized. The task of an efficient egg layer is to predict what will be the optimum clutch size for her as a selfish individual in the coming breeding season. How can a female bird predict her optimum clutch size? What variables should influence her prediction? It may be that many species make a fixed prediction that does not change from year to year. For example, on average, the optimum clutch size for a gannet is 1. It is possible that in particular bumper years for fish, the true optimum for an individual might temporarily rise to 2 eggs. If there is no way for gannets to know in advance whether a particular year is going to be a bumper one, we cannot expect individual females to take the risk of wasting their resources on 2 eggs when this would damage their reproductive success in an average year. But there may be other species, perhaps starlings, in which it is in principle possible to predict in winter whether the following spring will yield a good crop of some particular food. Country people have numerous old sayings suggesting that clues like the abundance of holly berries may be good predictors of the weather. Whether any particular old wives' tale is accurate or not, it remains logically possible that there are such clues and that a good prophet could in theory adjust her clutch size from year to year to her own advantage. Holly berries may or may not be reliable predictors, but it does seem quite likely that population density would be a good one. A female starling can in principle know that she will be competing for food with rivals of the same species. If she can somehow estimate the local density of her own species in winter, this could provide her with a powerful means of predicting how difficult it will be to get food for babies next spring. If she found the winter population to be particularly high, her prudent policy, from her own selfish point of view, might well be to lay relatively few eggs. Her estimate of her own optimum clutch size would have been reduced. Now, the moment it becomes true that individuals are reducing their clutch size on the basis of their estimate of population density, it will immediately be to the advantage of each selfish individual to pretend to rivals that the population is large, whether it really is or not. If starlings are estimating population size by the volume of noise in a winter roost, it would pay each individual to shout as loudly as possible in order to sound like two starlings rather than one. This idea of animals pretending to be several animals at once has been suggested in another context by J.R. Krebs and is named the Beau-Guest effect, after the novel in which a similar tactic was used. The idea in our case is to try to induce neighboring starlings to reduce their clutch size to a level lower than the true optimum. If you are a starling who succeeds in doing this, it is to your selfish advantage, since you are reducing the numbers of individuals who do not bear your genes. I therefore conclude that Wynne Edwards' idea of epidictic displays may actually be a good one. He may have been right all along, but for the wrong reasons. More generally, the lack type of hypothesis is powerful enough to account, in selfish gene terms, for all evidence that might seem to support the group selection theory, should any such evidence turn up. Our conclusion from this chapter is that individual parents practice family planning, but in the sense that they optimize their birth rates rather than restrict them for public good. They try to maximize the number of surviving children that they have, and this means having neither too many babies nor too few. Genes that make an individual have too many babies tend not to persist in the gene pool, because children containing such genes tend not to survive to adulthood. So much for quantitative considerations of family size. We now come on to conflicts of interest within families. Will it always pay a mother to treat all her children equally, or might she have favorites? Should the family function as a single cooperating whole, or are we to expect selfishness and deception even within the family? Will all members of a family be working towards the same optimum, or will they disagree about what the optimum is? These are the questions we try to answer in the next chapter. The related question of whether there may be conflict of interest between mates we postpone until Chapter 9. Chapter 8, Battle of the Generations. This is Chapter 8. Let us begin by tackling the first of the questions posed at the end of the last chapter. Should a mother have favorites, or should she be equally altruistic towards all her children? At the risk of being boring, I must yet again throw in my customary warning. The word favorite carries no subjective connotations, and the word should no moral ones. I am treating a mother as a machine programmed to do everything in its power to propagate copies of the genes which ride inside it. Since you and I are humans who know what it is like to have conscious purposes, it is convenient for me to use the language of purpose as a metaphor. In practice, what would it mean to say a mother had a favorite child? It would mean she would invest her resources unequally among her children. The resources that a mother has available to invest consist of a variety of things. Food is the obvious one, together with the effort expended in gathering food. Risk undergone in protecting young from predators is another resource which the mother can spend. Energy and time devoted to nest or home maintenance, protection from the elements, and time spent in teaching children are valuable resources which a parent can allocate to children, equally or unequally as she chooses. It is difficult to think of a common currency in which to measure all these resources. Just as human societies use money, we require a currency in which to measure resources that an individual survival machine may invest in another individual's life, in particular a child's life. A measure of energy like the calorie is tempting, but it is inadequate because it is only loosely convertible into the currency that really matters, the gold standard of evolution. gene survival. R.L. Trivers in 1972 neatly solved the problem with his concept of parental investment. Parental investment, or PI, is defined as any investment by the parent in an individual offspring that increases the offspring's chance of surviving and hence reproductive success at the cost of the parent's ability to invest in other offspring. The beauty of Trivers' parental investment is that it is measured in units very close to the units that really matter. When a child uses up some of its mother's milk, the amount consumed is measured not in pints or calories, but in units of detriment to other children of the same mother. For instance, if a mother has two babies, X and Y, and X drinks 1 pint of milk, a major part of the PI that this pint represents is measured in units of increased probability that Y will die because he did not drink that pint. PI is measured in units of decrease in life expectancy of other children, born or yet to be born. Parental investment is not quite an ideal measure because it overemphasizes the importance of parentage. Ideally, we should use a generalized altruism investment measure. Individual A may be said to invest in individual B when A increases B's chance of surviving at the cost of A's ability to invest in other individuals, including herself, all costs being weighted by the appropriate relatedness. In many respects, however, this is just a quibble, and Trivers' measure is well worth using. Now, any particular adult individual has, in her whole lifetime, a certain total quantity of PI available to invest in children. This represents the sum of all the food she can gather, all the risks she is prepared to take, and all the energy and effort she is able to put into the welfare of children. How should a young female invest her life's resources? What would be a wise investment policy for her to follow? We have already seen from the lack theory that she should not spread her investment too thinly among too many children. That way she will lose too many genes. On the other hand, she must not devote all her investment to too few children, spoilt brats. She may virtually guarantee herself some grandchildren, but rivals who invest in the optimum number of children will end up with more grandchildren. So much for even-handed investment policies. Our present interest is in whether it could ever pay a mother to invest unequally among her children, that is, in whether she should have favorites. The answer is that there is no genetic reason for a mother to have favorites. Her relatedness to all her children is the same, 1/2. Her optimal strategy is to invest equally in the largest number of children that she can rear to the age when they have children of their own. But, as we have seen, some individuals are better life insurance risks than others. An undersized runt bears just as many of his mother's genes as his more thriving litter mates, but his life expectation is less. Another way to put this is that he needs more than his fair share of parental investment just to end up equal to his brothers. Depending on the circumstances, it may pay a mother to refuse to feed a runt and allocate all of his share of her parental investment to his brothers and sisters. Indeed, it may pay her to feed him to his brothers and sisters, or to eat him herself and use him to make milk. Mother pigs do sometimes devour their young, but I do not know whether they pick especially on runts. Runts constitute a particular example. We can make some more general predictions about how a mother's tendency to invest in a child might be affected by his age. If she has a straight choice between saving the life of one child or saving the life of another, and if the one she does not save is bound to die, she should prefer the older one. This is because she stands to lose a higher proportion of her life's parental investment if he dies than if his little brother dies. Perhaps a better way to put this is that if she saves the little brother, she will still have to invest some costly resources in him just to get him up to the age of the big brother. On the other hand, if the choice is not such a stark life or death choice, her best bet might be to prefer the younger one. For instance, suppose her dilemma is whether to give a particular morsel of food to a little child or a big one. The big one is likely to be more capable of finding his own food unaided. Therefore, if she stopped feeding him, he would not necessarily die. On the other hand, the little one who is too young to find food for himself would be more likely to die if his mother gave the food to his big brother. Now, even though the mother would prefer the little brother to die rather than the big brother, she may still give the food to the little one, because the big one is unlikely to die anyway. This is why mammal mothers wean their children rather than feeding them indefinitely. There comes a time in the life of a child when it pays the mother to divert investment from him into future children. When this moment comes, she will want to wean him. A mother who had some way of knowing that she had had her last child might be expected to continue to invest all her resources in him for the rest of her life. Nevertheless, she should weigh up whether it would not pay her more to invest in grandchildren or nephews and nieces, since, although these are half as closely related to her as her own children, their capacity to benefit from her investment may be more than double that of one of her own children. This seems a good moment to mention the puzzling phenomenon of the menopause, the rather abrupt termination of a human female's reproductive fertility in middle age. This may not have occurred too commonly in our wild ancestors, since not many women would have lived that long anyway. But still, the difference between the abrupt change in women and the gradual fading of fertility in men suggests that there is something genetically deliberate about the menopause, that it is an adaptation. It is rather difficult to explain. At first sight, we might expect that a woman should go on having children until she dropped. Surely it would seem always worth trying, but we must remember that she is also related to her grandchildren, though half as closely. For various reasons, women in the natural state became gradually less efficient at bringing up children as they got older. Therefore, the life expectancy of a child of an old mother was less than that of a child of a young mother. This means that if a woman had a child and a grandchild born on the same day, the grandchild could expect to live longer. When a woman reached the age where the average chance of each child reaching adulthood was just less than half the chance of each grandchild of the same age reaching adulthood, any gene for investing in grandchildren in preference to children would tend to prosper. Such a gene is carried by only 1 in 4 grandchildren, whereas the rival gene is carried by 1 in 2 children. But the greater expectation of life of the grandchildren outweighs this, and the grandchild altruism gene prevails. A woman could not invest fully in her grandchildren if she went on having children of her own. Therefore, genes for becoming reproductively infertile in middle age became more numerous, since they were carried in the bodies of grandchildren whose survival was assisted by grandmotherly altruism. This is a possible explanation of the evolution of the menopause in females. The reason why the fertility of males tails off gradually is probably that males do not invest so much as females in each child anyway. Provided he can sire children by young women, it will always pay even a very old man to invest in children rather than in grandchildren. So far, we have seen everything from the parent's point of view. We have asked whether parents can be expected to have favorites and what is the best investment policy for a parent. But perhaps each child can influence how much his parents invest in him. Even if parents do not want to show favoritism, could it be that children grab favored treatment for themselves? Would it pay them to do so? More strictly, would genes for selfish grabbing among children become more numerous than rival genes for accepting no more than one's fair share? This matter has been brilliantly analyzed by Trivers in a paper called Parent-Offspring Conflict. A mother is equally related to all her children, born and to be born. On genetic grounds alone, she should have no favorites. The mother, like any individual, is twice as closely related to herself as she is to any of her children. Other things being equal, this means she should invest most of her resources selfishly in herself. But other things are not equal. She can do her genes more good by investing a fair proportion of her resources in her children. This is because they are younger and more helpless than she is, and can therefore benefit more from each unit of investment. Genes for investing in more helpless individuals in preference to oneself can prevail, even though the beneficiaries may share only a proportion of one's genes. This is why animals show parental altruism. Now look at it from the point of view of a particular child. He is just as closely related to each of his brothers and sisters as his mother is to them. The relatedness is 1/2 in all cases. Therefore, he wants his mother to invest some of her resources in his brothers and sisters. Genetically speaking, he is just as altruistically disposed to them as his mother is. But again, he is twice as closely related to himself as he is to any brother or sister, and this will dispose him to want his mother to invest in him more than in any particular brother or sister, other things being equal. If you and your brother are the same age and both can benefit equally from a pint of mother's milk, you should try to grab more than your fair share, and he should try to grab more than his. Have you ever heard a litter of piglets squealing to be first when the mother so lies down to feed them? Or little boys fighting over the last slice of cake? Selfish greed seems to characterize much of child behavior. But there is more to it than this. If I am competing with my brother for food, and if he is much younger than me so that he could benefit from it more than I could, it might pay my genes to let him have it. An elder brother may have exactly the same grounds for altruism as a parent. In both cases, the relatedness is one half, and in both cases, the younger individual can make better use of the resource. If I possess a gene for giving up food, there is a 50% chance that my baby brother contains the same gene. Although the gene has a 100% chance of being in my own body, my need of the food may be less than half as urgent. In general, a child should grab more than his share of parental investment, but only up to a point. Up to what point? Up to the point where the resulting net cost to his brothers and sisters, born and to be born, is just double the benefit of the grabbing to himself. Consider the question of when weaning should take place. A mother wants to stop suckling her present child so she can prepare for the next one. The present child does not want to be weaned yet, because milk is a convenient, trouble-free source of food. To be more exact, he does want eventually to go out and work for his living, but only when he can do his genes more good by leaving his mother free to rear his little brothers and sisters than by staying behind himself. The older a child is, the less relative benefit he derives from each pint of milk. Therefore, when an old child drinks a pint that could have been invested in a younger child, he is taking relatively more parental investment for himself. As a child grows older, there will come a moment when it would pay his mother to stop feeding him and invest in a new child instead. Somewhat later, there will come a time when the old child too would benefit his genes most by weaning himself. This is the moment when a pint of milk can do more good to the copies of his genes that may be present in his brothers and sisters than it can to the genes that are present in himself. The disagreement between mother and child is not an absolute one, but a quantitative one. In this case, a disagreement over timing. The mother wants to go on suckling her present child up to the moment when investment in him reaches his fair share. Up to this point, there is no disagreement. Similarly, both mother and child agree in not wanting him to go on sucking after the point when the cost to future children is more than double the benefit to him. But there is disagreement between mother and child during the intermediate period, the period when the child is getting more than his share as the mother sees it, but when the cost to other children is still less than double the benefit to him. Weaning time is just one example of a matter of dispute between mother and child. It could also be regarded as a dispute between one individual and all his future unborn brothers and sisters, with the mother taking the part of her future unborn children. More directly, there may be competition between contemporary rivals for her investment, between litter mates or nest mates. Here, once again, the mother will normally be anxious to see fair play. Many baby birds are fed in the nest by their parents. They all gape and scream, and the parent drops a worm in the open mouth of one of them. The loudness with which each baby screams is ideally proportional to how hungry he is. Therefore, if the parent always gives the food to the loudest screamer, they should all tend to get their fair share. At least that's what would happen if individuals did not cheat. But in the light of our selfish gene concept, we must expect that individuals will cheat, will tell lies about how hungry they are. This will escalate, apparently rather pointlessly, because if they are all lying by screaming too loudly, this level of loudness will become the norm and will cease to be a lie. However, It cannot de-escalate, because any individual who takes the first step in decreasing the loudness of his scream will be penalized by being fed less and is more likely to starve. Baby bird screams do not become infinitely loud because of other considerations. For example, loud screams tend to attract predators, and they use up energy. Sometimes one member of a litter is a runt, much smaller than the rest. He is unable to fight for food as strongly as the rest, and runts often die. We have considered the conditions under which it would pay a mother to let a runt die. We might suppose that the runt himself should go on struggling to the last, but the theory does not necessarily predict this. As soon as a runt becomes so small and weak that his expectation of life is reduced to the point where the benefit to him due to parental investment is less than half the benefit that the same investment could potentially confer on the other babies, the runt should die gracefully and willingly. He can benefit his genes most by doing so. That is to say, a gene that gives the instruction, body, if you are very much smaller than your litter mates, give up the struggle and die, could be successful in the gene pool. There should be a point of no return in the career of a runt. Before he reaches this point, he should go on struggling. As soon as he reaches it, he should give up and preferably let himself be eaten by his litter mates or his parents. The following is a reasonable strategy for a parent who is undecided as to what her optimum clutch size is for the current year. She might lay one more egg than she thinks is likely to be the true optimum. Then, if the year's food crop should turn out to be better than expected, she will rear the extra child. If not, she can cut her losses. By being careful always to feed the young in the same order, say in order of size, she sees to it that one, perhaps a runt, quickly dies, and not too much food is wasted on him. From the mother's point of view, this may be the explanation of the runt phenomenon. He represents the hedging of the mother's bets. Using our metaphor of the individual animal as a survival machine, we can talk about a conflict between parents and young, a battle of the generations. The battle is a subtle one, and no holds are barred on either side. A child will lose no opportunity of cheating. It will pretend to be hungrier than it is, perhaps younger than it is, more in danger than it really is. It is too small and weak to bully its parents physically, but it uses every psychological weapon at its disposal. Lying, cheating, deceiving, exploiting, right up to the point where it starts to penalize its relatives more than its genetic relatedness to them should allow. Parents, on the other hand, must be alert to cheating and deceiving and must try not to be fooled. This might seem easy. If the parent knows its child is likely to lie about how hungry it is, it might feed it a fixed amount and no more, even though the child goes on screaming. One trouble with this is that the child may not have been lying, and if it dies as a result, the parent would have lost some of its precious genes. Zahavi has suggested a particularly diabolical form of child blackmail. The child screams in such a way as to attract predators deliberately to the nest. The child is saying, "Fox, fox, come and get me." The only way the parent can stop it screaming is to feed it. So the child gains more than its fair share of food, but at a cost of some risk to itself. The principle is the same as that of the hijacker threatening to blow up an aeroplane, with himself on board, unless he is given a ransom. I am skeptical about whether it could ever be favored in evolution, not because it is too ruthless, but because I doubt if it could ever pay the blackmailing baby. He has too much to lose if a predator really came. This is clear for an only child. No matter how much his mother has invested in him, he should still value his own life more than his mother values it, since she has only half of his genes. Moreover, the tactic would not pay even if the blackmailer was one of a clutch of vulnerable babies, since the blackmailer has a 50% genetic stake in each of his endangered brothers and sisters, as well as a 100% stake in himself. More plausibly, the blackmail tactic might pay a baby cuckoo. As is well known, cuckoo females lay one egg in each of several foster nests and then leave the unwitting foster parents to rear the cuckoo young. Therefore, a baby cuckoo has no genetic stake in his foster brothers and sisters. If a baby cuckoo screamed loudly enough to attract predators, it would have a lot to lose, its life. but the foster mother would have even more to lose, perhaps 4 of her young. It could therefore pay her to feed it more than its share, and the advantage of this to the cuckoo might outweigh the risk. This is one of those occasions when it would be wise to translate back into respectable gene language. What does it really mean to set up the hypothesis that baby cuckoos blackmail their foster parents? In gene terms, it means the following. Cuckoo genes for screaming loudly became more numerous in the cuckoo gene pool because the loud screams increased the probability that the foster parents would feed the baby cuckoos. The reason the foster parents responded was that genes for responding to the screams had spread through the gene pool of the foster species. The reason these genes spread was that individual foster parents who did not feed the cuckoos extra food reared fewer of their own children. This was because predators were attracted to the nest by the cuckoo cries. Although cuckoo genes for not screaming were less likely to end up in the bellies of predators, the non-screaming cuckoos paid the greater penalty of not being fed extra rations. Therefore, the screaming genes spread through the cuckoo gene pool. A similar chain of genetic reasoning would show that although such a blackmailing gene could conceivably spread through a cuckoo gene pool, it is unlikely to spread through the gene pool of an ordinary species, at least not for the specific reason that it attracted predators. In an ordinary species, there could be other reasons for screaming genes to spread, and these would incidentally have the effect of occasionally attracting predators. But here, the selective influence of predation would be, if anything, in the direction of making the cries quieter. In the hypothetical case of the cuckoos, the net influence of predators could be to make the cries louder. There is no evidence on whether cuckoos and other brood parasitic birds actually employ the blackmail tactic, but they certainly do not lack ruthlessness. For instance, there are honey guides who lay their eggs in the nests of other species. The baby honey guide is equipped with a sharp, hooked beak. As soon as he hatches out, while he is still blind and naked, he scythes and slashes his foster brothers and sisters to death. The familiar British cuckoo achieves the same result in a different way. It has a short incubation time, so the baby cuckoo hatches before its foster brothers and sisters. As soon as it hatches, blindly and mechanically, it throws the other eggs out of the nest. It gets underneath an egg, fits it into a hollow in its back, then backs up the side of the nest and topples the egg out. It does the same with all the other eggs until it has the nest and the attention of its foster parents entirely to itself. One of the most remarkable facts I have learned was reported from Spain by F. Alvarez, L. Arias de Reina, and H. Segura. They were investigating the ability of potential foster parents to detect intruders. They had occasion to introduce into magpie nests the eggs and chicks of cuckoos, and for comparison, eggs and chicks of other species such as swallows. On one occasion, they introduced a baby swallow into a magpie's nest. The next day, they noticed one of the magpie eggs lying on the ground. It had not broken, so they picked it up, replaced it, and watched. What they saw is utterly remarkable. The baby swallow, behaving exactly as if it was a baby cuckoo, threw the egg out. They replaced the egg again, and exactly the same thing happened. The baby swallow used the cuckoo method of balancing the egg on its back and walking backwards up the side of the nest until the egg toppled out. Perhaps wisely, Alvarez and his colleagues made no attempt to explain their astonishing observation. How could such behavior evolve in the swallow gene pool? It must correspond to something in the normal life of a swallow. Could the behavior represent an evolved anti-cuckoo adaptation? Has natural selection been favoring a policy of counterattack in the swallow gene pool, genes for hitting the cuckoo with his own weapons? It seems to be a fact that swallows' nests are not normally parasitized by cuckoos. Perhaps this is why. According to this theory, the magpie eggs of the experiment would be incidentally getting the same treatment. But if baby swallows can tell the difference between a large egg and a normal swallow egg, surely the mother should be able to as well. Why is it not the mother who ejects the cuckoo egg, since it would be so much easier for her? The same objection applies to the theory that the baby swallow's behavior normally functions to remove addled eggs or other debris from the nest. The fact that the difficult egg-rejecting operation was seen to be performed by a weak and helpless baby swallow, whereas an adult could do it much more easily, compels me to the conclusion that, from the parent's point of view, the baby is up to no good. It seems to me just conceivable that the true explanation has nothing to do with cuckoos at all. The blood may chill at the thought, but could this be what baby swallows do to each other? Since the firstborn is going to compete with his yet unhatched brothers and sisters for parental investment, it could be to his advantage to begin his life by throwing out one of the other eggs. The lack theory of clutch size considered the optimum from the parent's point of view. If I am a mother swallow, the optimum clutch size from my point of view is, say, 5. But if I am a baby swallow, the optimum clutch size as I see it may well be a smaller number, provided I am one of them. The parent has a certain amount of parental investment, which she wishes to distribute evenly among 5 young, but each baby wants more than his 1/5 share. Unlike a cuckoo, he does not want all of it, because he is related to the other babies, but he does want more than 1/5. He can acquire a 1/4 share simply by tipping out one egg, a 1/3 share by tipping out another. Translating into gene language, a gene for fratricide could conceivably spread through the gene pool because it has a 100% chance of being in the body of the fratricidal individual, and only a 50% chance of being in the body of his victim. The chief objection to this theory is that it is very difficult to believe that nobody would have seen this diabolical behavior if it really occurred. I have no convincing explanation for this. There are different races of swallow in different parts of the world. It is known that the Spanish race differs from the British one. The Spanish race has not been subjected to the same degree of intensive observation as the British one, and I suppose it is just conceivable that fratricide occurs but has been overlooked. My reason for suggesting such an improbable idea is that I want to make a general point. This is that the ruthless behavior of a baby cuckoo is only an extreme case of what must go on in any family. Full brothers are more closely related to each other than a baby cuckoo is to its foster brothers, but the difference is only a matter of degree. Even if we cannot believe that outright fratricide could evolve, there must be numerous lesser examples of selfishness where the cost to the child, in the form of losses to his brothers and sisters, is outweighed more than 2 to 1 by the benefit to himself. In such cases, there is a real conflict of interest between parent and child. Who is most likely to win this battle of the generations? R.D. Alexander has written an interesting paper in which he suggests that the parent will always win. Now, if this is the case, you have been wasting your time as you listen to this chapter. If Alexander is right, much of interest follows. For instance, altruistic behavior could evolve not because of benefit to the genes of the individual himself, but solely because of benefit to his parents' genes. Parental manipulation, to use Alexander's term, becomes an alternative evolutionary cause of altruistic behavior, independent of straightforward kin selection. It is therefore important that we examine Alexander's reasoning and convince ourselves that we understand why he is wrong. His fundamental genetic point is contained in the following abridged quotation. Suppose that a juvenile causes an uneven distribution of parental benefits in its own favor, thereby reducing the mother's own overall reproduction. A gene which in this fashion improves an individual's fitness when it is a juvenile cannot fail to lower its fitness more when it is an adult. For such mutant genes will be present in an increased proportion of the mutant individual's offspring. Fitness has the special technical meaning of reproductive success. What Alexander is basically saying is this. A gene that made a child grab more than his fair share when he was a child might indeed increase his chances of surviving, but he would pay the penalty when he came to be a parent himself, because his own children would tend to inherit the same selfish gene, and this would reduce his overall reproductive success. He would be hoist with his own petard. Therefore, the gene cannot succeed, and parents must always win the conflict. Our suspicions should be immediately aroused by this argument, because it rests on the assumption of a genetic asymmetry, which is not really there. Alexander is using the words parent and offspring as though there was a fundamental genetic difference between them. As we have seen, there is no fundamental genetic asymmetry. The relatedness is 50%, whichever way you look at it. To illustrate what I mean, I am going to repeat Alexander's words, but with parent, juvenile, and other appropriate words reversed. Suppose that a parent has a gene that tends to cause an even distribution of parental benefits. A gene which in this fashion improves an individual's fitness when it is a parent could not fail to have lowered its fitness more when it was a juvenile. We therefore reach the opposite conclusion to Alexander, namely that in any parent-offspring conflict, the child must win. Obviously, something is wrong here. Both arguments have been put too simply. My purpose is not to prove the opposite point, but simply to show that you cannot argue in that kind of artificially asymmetrical way. Both Alexander's argument and my reversal of it erred through looking at things from the point of view of an individual. I believe this kind of error is all too easy to make when we use the technical term fitness, which is why I have avoided using it in this audiobook. There is really only one entity whose point of view matters in evolution, and that entity is the selfish gene. Genes in juvenile bodies will be selected for their ability to outsmart parental bodies. Genes in parental bodies will be selected for their ability to outsmart the young. There is no paradox in the fact that the very same genes successively occupy a juvenile body and a parental body. Genes are selected for their ability to make the best use of the levers of power at their disposal. When a gene is in a juvenile body, its practical opportunities will be different from when it is in a parental body. Therefore, its optimum policy will be different in the two stages of its body's life history. There is no reason to suppose, as Alexander does, that the later optimum policy should necessarily overrule the earlier. There is another way of putting the argument against Alexander. He is tacitly assuming a false asymmetry between the parent-child relationship and the brother-sister relationship. According to Travers, the cost to a selfish child of grabbing more than his share is the danger of loss of his brothers and sisters, who each bear half his genes. But brothers and sisters are only a special case of relatives with 50% relatedness. The selfish child's own future children are no more and no less valuable to him than his brothers and sisters. Therefore, the total net cost of grabbing more than your fair share should be measured not only in lost brothers and sisters, but also in lost future offspring due to their selfishness among themselves. Alexander's point is well taken, but it simply means we must add this into the cost side of the equation. An individual child will still do well to be selfish so long as the net benefit to him is at least half the net cost to close relatives. But close relatives should be read as including not just brothers and sisters, but future children of one's own as well. An individual should reckon his own welfare as twice as valuable as that of his brothers, which is the basic assumption Travers makes. But he should also value himself twice as highly as one of his own future children. Alexander's conclusion that there is a built-in advantage on the parent side is not correct. In addition to his fundamental genetic point, Alexander also has more practical arguments, stemming from undeniable asymmetries in the parent-child relationship. The parent is the active partner, the one who actually does the work to get the food, and is therefore in a position to call the tune. If the parent decides to withdraw its labor, there is not much the child can do about it, since it is smaller. Therefore, the parent is in a position to impose its will. This argument is not obviously wrong, since the asymmetry it postulates is a real one. Parents really are bigger, stronger, and more worldly wise than children. They seem to hold all the good cards, but the young have a few aces up their sleeves too. For example, it is important for a parent to know how hungry each of its children is, so that it can most efficiently dole out the food. A system whereby each child told the parent how hungry he was would be ideal for the parent, and such a system seems to have evolved. But the young are in a strong position to lie, because they know exactly how hungry they are, while the parent can only guess. It is almost impossible for a parent to detect a small lie, although it might see through a big one. Then again, it is of advantage to a parent to know when a baby is happy, and it is a good thing for a baby to be able to tell its parents when it is happy. Signals like purring and smiling may have been selected because they enable parents to learn which of their actions are most beneficial. The sight of her child smiling, or the sound of her kitten purring, is rewarding to a mother. But once it becomes true that a sweet smile or a loud purr is rewarding, the child is in a position to use the smile or the purr to manipulate the parent and gain more than its fair share of parental investment. There is, then, no general answer to the question of who is more likely to win the battle of the generations. What will finally emerge is a compromise between the ideal situation desired by the child and that desired by the parent. It is a battle comparable to that between cuckoo and foster parent. Not such a fierce battle, for the enemies do have some genetic interests in common. They are only enemies up to a point, or during certain sensitive times. However, many of the tactics used by cuckoos, deception and exploitation, may be employed by a parent's own young, although they will stop short of the total selfishness expected of a cuckoo. This chapter, and the next in which we discuss conflict between mates, could seem horribly cynical, and might even be distressing to human parents. Once again, I must emphasize that I am not talking about conscious motives. Nobody is suggesting that children deliberately and consciously deceive their parents because of the selfish genes within them. And I must repeat that when I say something like, a child should lose no opportunity of cheating, lying, deceiving, I'm using the word should in a special way. I'm not advocating this kind of behavior as moral or desirable. I'm simply saying that natural selection will tend to favor children who do act in this way, and that therefore when we look at wild populations, we may expect to see cheating and selfishness within families. The phrase, the child should cheat, means that genes that tend to make children cheat have an advantage in the gene pool. If there is a human moral to be drawn, it is that we must teach our children altruism, for we cannot expect it to be part of their biological nature. Chapter 9, Battle of the Sexes. Welcome to Chapter 9. If there is conflict of interest between parents and children, who share 50% of each other's genes, how much more severe must be the conflict between mates who are not related to each other? All that they have in common is a 50% genetic shareholding in the same children. Since father and mother are both interested in the welfare of different halves of the same children, there may be some advantage for both of them in cooperating with each other in rearing those children. If one parent can get away with investing less than his or her fair share of costly resources in each child, however, he will be better off, since he will have more to spend on other children by other sexual partners, and so propagate more of his genes. Each partner can therefore be thought of as trying to exploit the other, trying to force the other one to invest more. Ideally, what an individual would like would be to copulate with as many members of the opposite sex as possible, leaving the partner in each case to bring up the children. As we shall see, this state of affairs is achieved by the males of a number of species, but in other species the males are obliged to share an equal part of the burden of bringing up children. This view of sexual partnership, as a relationship of mutual mistrust and mutual exploitation, has been stressed especially by trivers. It is a comparatively new one to ethologists. We had usually thought of sexual behavior, copulation, and courtship as essentially a cooperative venture for mutual benefit, or even for the good of the species. Let us go right back to first principles and inquire into the fundamental nature of maleness and femaleness. In Chapter 3, we discuss sexuality without stressing its basic asymmetry. But what is the essence of maleness? What, at bottom, defines a female? We as mammals see the sexes defined by whole syndromes of characteristics: possession of a penis, bearing of the young, suckling by means of special milk glands, certain chromosomal features, and so on. These criteria are all very well for mammals, but for animals and plants generally, they are no more reliable than is the tendency to wear trousers as a criterion for judging human sex. In frogs, for instance, neither sex has a penis. Perhaps, then, the words male and female have no general meaning. However, there is one fundamental feature of the sexes which can be used to label males as males and females as females throughout animals and plants. This is that the sex cells or gametes of males are much smaller and more numerous than the gametes of females. One group of individuals has large sex cells, and it is convenient to use the word female for them. The other group, which it is convenient to call male, has small sex cells. The difference is especially pronounced in reptiles and birds, where a single egg cell is big enough and nutritious enough to feed a developing baby for several weeks. Even in humans, where the egg is microscopic, it is still many times larger than the sperm. As we shall see, it is possible to interpret all the other differences between the sexes as stemming from this one basic difference. In certain primitive organisms, for instance some fungi, maleness and femaleness do not occur, although sexual reproduction of a kind does. In the system known as isogamy, the individuals are not distinguishable into two sexes. Anybody can mate with anybody else. There are not two different sorts of gametes, sperms and eggs, but all sex cells are the same, called isogametes. New individuals are formed by the fusion of two isogametes. When two isogametes fuse, both contribute equal numbers of genes and equal amounts of food reserves. Sperms and eggs too contribute equal numbers of genes, but eggs contribute far more in the way of food reserves. Indeed, sperms make no contribution at all and are simply concerned with transporting their genes as fast as possible to an egg. At the moment of conception, therefore, the father has invested less than his fair share of resources in the offspring. Since each sperm is so tiny, a male can afford to make many millions of them every day. This means he is potentially able to beget a very large number of children in a very short period of time, using different females. This is only possible because each new embryo is endowed with adequate food by the mother. This therefore places a limit on the number of children a female can have, but the number of children a male can have is virtually unlimited. Female exploitation begins here. Parker and others showed how this asymmetry might have evolved from an originally isogamous state of affairs. In the days when all sex cells were interchangeable and of roughly the same size, there would have been some that just happened to be slightly bigger than others. A big isogamete would have an advantage because it would get its embryo off to a good start by giving it a large initial food supply. There might therefore have been an evolutionary trend towards larger gametes. But there was a catch. The evolution of isogametes that were larger than necessary would have opened the door to selfish exploitation. Individuals who produced smaller than average gametes could cash in, provided they could ensure that their small gametes fused with extra big ones. This could be achieved by making the small ones more mobile and able to seek out large ones actively. The advantage to an individual of producing small, rapidly moving gametes would be that he could afford to make a larger number of gametes and therefore could potentially have more children. Natural selection favored the production of sex cells that were small and that actively sought out big ones to fuse with. So we can think of two divergent sexual strategies evolving. There was the large investment or honest strategy. This automatically opened the way for a small investment exploitative strategy. Once the divergence between the two strategies had started, it would have continued in a runaway fashion. Medium-sized intermediates would have been penalized because they did not enjoy the advantages of either of the two more extreme strategies. The exploiters would have evolved smaller and smaller size and faster mobility. The honest ones would have evolved larger and larger size to compensate for the ever smaller investment contributed by the exploiters, and they became immobile because they would always be actively chased by the exploiters anyway. Each honest one would prefer to fuse with another honest one. But the selection pressure to lock out exploiters would have been weaker than the pressure on exploiters to duck under the barrier. The exploiters had more to lose, and they therefore won the evolutionary battle. The honest ones became eggs, and the exploiters became sperms. Males, then, seem to be pretty worthless fellows, and on simple good of the species grounds, we might expect that males would become less numerous than females. Since one male can theoretically produce enough sperms to service a harem of 100 females, we might suppose that females should outnumber males in animal populations by 100 to 1. Other ways of putting this are that the male is more expendable and the female more valuable to the species. Looked at from the point of view of the species as a whole, this is perfectly true. To take an extreme example, in one study of elephant seals, 4% of the males accounted for 88% of all the copulations observed. In this case, there is a large surplus of bachelor males who probably never get a chance to copulate in their whole lives. But these extra males live otherwise normal lives and eat up the population's food resources. From a good of the species point of view, this is horribly wasteful. The extra males might be regarded as social parasites. This is just one more example of the difficulties that the group selection theory gets into. The selfish gene theory, on the other hand, has no trouble in explaining the fact that the numbers of males and females tend to be equal. The explanation was first offered by R.A. Fisher. The problem of how many males and females are born is a special case of a problem in parental strategy. Just as we discussed the optimal family size for an individual parent trying to maximize her gene survival, we can also discuss the optimal sex ratio. Is it better to entrust your precious genes to sons or to daughters? Suppose a mother invested all her resources in sons and had none left to invest in daughters. Would she on average contribute more to the gene pool of the future than a rival mother who invested in daughters? Do genes for preferring sons become more or less numerous than genes for preferring daughters? What Fisher showed is that under normal circumstances, the stable sex ratio is 50-50. In mammals, sex is determined genetically. All eggs are capable of developing into either a male or a female. It is the sperms that carry the sex-determining chromosomes. Half the sperms produced by a man are female-producing, or X sperms, and half are male-producing, or Y sperms. A gene for making a father have nothing but daughters could achieve its object by making him manufacture nothing but X sperms. A gene for making a mother have nothing but daughters could work by making her secrete a selective spermicide, or by making her abort male embryos. What we seek is something equivalent to an evolutionarily stable strategy. An individual cannot literally choose the sex of his children, but genes for tending to have children of one sex or the other are possible. If we suppose that such genes exist, are any of them likely to become more numerous in the gene pool than their rival alleles, which favor an equal sex ratio? Suppose that in the elephant seals, a mutant gene arose that tended to make parents have mostly daughters. Since there is no shortage of males, the daughters would have no trouble finding mates, and the daughter manufacturing gene could spread. The sex ratio might then start to shift towards a surplus of females. From the point of view of the good of the species, this would be all right. Superficially, we might expect the daughter-producing gene to go on spreading until the sex ratio was so unbalanced that the few remaining males, working flat out, could just manage. But now, think what an enormous genetic advantage is enjoyed by those few parents who have sons. Anyone who invests in a son has a very good chance of being the grandparent of hundreds of seals. Those producing nothing but daughters are assured of a safe few grandchildren. But this is nothing compared to the glorious genetic possibilities that open up before anyone specializing in sons. Therefore, genes for producing sons will tend to become more numerous, and the pendulum will swing back. For simplicity, I have talked in terms of a pendulum swing. In practice, the pendulum would never have been allowed to swing that far, because the pressure to have sons would have started to push it back as soon as the sex ratio became unequal. The strategy of producing equal numbers of sons and daughters is an evolutionarily stable strategy, in the sense that any gene for departing from it makes a net loss. I have told the story in terms of numbers of sons versus numbers of daughters. This is to make it simple, but strictly it should be worked out in terms of parental investment. Parents should invest equally in sons and daughters. This usually means they should have numerically as many sons as they have daughters. But there could be unequal sex ratios that were evolutionarily stable, provided correspondingly unequal amounts of resources were invested in sons and daughters. In the case of the elephant seals, a policy of having 3 times as many daughters as sons, but of making each son a supermale by investing 3 times as much food in him, could be stable. By investing more food in a son and making him big and strong, a parent might increase his chances of winning a harem. But this is a special case. Normally, the amount invested in each son will roughly equal the amount invested in each daughter. And the sex ratio, in terms of numbers, is usually 1-to-1. In its long journey down the generations, an average gene will spend approximately half its time in male bodies and the other half in female bodies. Some gene effects show themselves only in bodies of one sex. These are called sex-limited gene effects. A gene controlling penis length expresses this effect only in male bodies, but it is carried about in female bodies too, and may have some quite different effect on them. There is no reason why a man should not inherit a tendency to develop a long penis from his mother. In whichever of the two sorts of body it finds itself, we can expect a gene to make the best use of the opportunities offered. These opportunities may well differ according to whether the body is male or female. As a convenient approximation, we can again assume that each individual body is a selfish machine trying to do the best for all its genes. The best policy for such a machine will often be one thing if it is male, and quite a different thing if it is female. Consider again the mated pair. Both partners want sons and daughters in equal numbers. To this extent, they agree. Where they disagree is in who is going to bear the brunt of the cost of rearing each child. Each individual wants as many surviving children as possible. The less he or she is obliged to invest in any one child, the more children he or she can have. The obvious way to achieve this is to induce your sexual partner to invest more than their fair share, leaving you free to have other children with other partners. This would be a desirable strategy for either sex, but it is more difficult for the female to achieve. Since she starts by investing more, in the form of her large, food-rich egg, a mother is already at the moment of conception more committed to each child than the father is. She stands to lose more if the child dies. More to the point, she would have to invest more than the father in the future to bring a new substitute child up to the same level. If she tried to leave the father holding the baby while she went off with another male, the father might, at relatively small cost to himself, retaliate by abandoning the baby too. Therefore, at least in the early stages of child development, if any abandoning is going to be done, it is likely to be the father who abandons the mother. Similarly, females can be expected to invest more in children than males, not only at the outset, but throughout development. So, in mammals, it is the female who incubates the fetus, makes the milk, and bears the brunt of bringing it up. The female sex is exploited, and the fundamental evolutionary basis for the exploitation is the fact that eggs are larger than sperms. Of course, in many species, the father does work hard and faithfully at looking after the young. But even so, we must expect that there will normally be some evolutionary pressure on males to invest a little bit less in each child and to try to have more children by different wives. By this I simply mean that there will be a tendency for genes that say, "Body, if you are male, leave your mate a little bit earlier than my rival allele would have you do, and look for another female to be successful." The extent to which this evolutionary pressure prevails varies greatly. In many species, for example in birds of paradise, the female receives no help from any male and rears her children on her own. Other species, such as kittiwakes, form monogamous pair bonds of exemplary fidelity, and both partners cooperate. Here we must suppose that some evolutionary counterpressure has been at work. There must be a penalty attached to the selfish mate exploitation strategy as well as a benefit, and in kittiwakes, the penalty outweighs the benefit. It will in any case only pay a father to desert his wife and child if the wife has a reasonable chance of rearing the child on her own. Trivers has considered the possible courses of action open to a mother who has been deserted. Best of all for her would be to try to deceive another male into adopting her child, thinking it is his own. This might not be too difficult if it is still a fetus. Of course, while the child bears half her genes, it bears no genes at all from the gullible stepfather. Natural selection would severely penalize such gullibility in males and would favor males who took active steps to kill any potential stepchildren as soon as they mated with a new wife. This is very probably the explanation of the Bruce effect. Male mice secrete a chemical which, when smelt by a pregnant female, can cause her to abort. She only aborts if the smell is different from that of her former mate. In this way, a male mouse destroys his potential stepchildren and renders his new wife receptive to his own sexual advances. A similar example is that of male lions, who, when newly arrived in a pride, sometimes murder existing cubs, presumably because these are not their own. A male can achieve the same result without necessarily killing stepchildren. He can enforce a period of prolonged courtship before he copulates, driving away all other males and preventing her from escaping. In this way, he can wait and see whether she is harboring any little stepchildren in her womb, and desert her if so. We shall see below a reason why a female might want a long engagement period. Here we have a reason why a male might want one too. Assuming then that a deserted female cannot fool a new male into adopting her child, what else can she do? Much may depend on how old the child is. If it is only just conceived, it is true that she has invested one egg in it, but it may still pay her to abort it and find a new mate as quickly as possible. In these circumstances, it would be to the mutual advantage of both her and of the potential new husband that she should abort. This could explain why the Bruce effect works from the female's point of view. Another option for a deserted female is to stick it out and try to rear the child on her own. This will especially pay her if the child is already quite old. The older he is, the more has already been invested in him, and the less it will take out of her to finish the job. Even if he is still young, it might yet pay her to try to salvage something from her initial investment, even if she has to work twice as hard. It is no comfort to her that the child contains half the male's genes too, and that she could spite him by abandoning it. The child carries half her genes, and the dilemma is now hers alone. Paradoxically, a reasonable policy for a female who is in danger of being deserted might be to walk out on the male before he walks out on her. This could pay her, even if she has already invested more in the child. The unpleasant truth is that in some circumstances, an advantage goes to the partner who deserts first, whether it is the father or the mother. As Trivers puts it, the partner who is left behind is placed in a cruel bind. It is a horrible but very subtle argument. A parent may be expected to desert the moment it is possible for him or her to say the following: "This child is now far enough developed that either of us could finish rearing it on our own. Therefore, it would pay me to desert now, provided I could be sure my partner would not desert as well. If I did desert now, my partner would do whatever is best for her genes. She would be forced into a more drastic decision, because I would have already left. My partner would know that if she left as well, the child would surely die. Therefore, assuming my partner will take the decision that is best for her own selfish genes, I conclude that my best course of action is to desert first. This is especially so since my partner may be thinking along exactly the same lines and may seize the initiative at any minute by deserting me." As always, the subjective soliloquy is for illustration only. The point is that genes for deserting first could be favorably selected simply because genes for deserting second would not be. We have looked at some of the things that a female might do if she has been deserted, but these all have the air of making the best of a bad job. Is there anything a female can do to reduce the extent to which her mate exploits her? She has a strong card in her hand. She can refuse to copulate. She is in demand in a seller's market. This is because she brings the dowry of a large, nutritious egg. A male who successfully copulates gains a valuable food reserve for his offspring. The female is potentially in a position to drive a hard bargain before she copulates. Once she has copulated, she has played her ace. Her egg has been committed to the male. Is there any realistic way in which something equivalent to driving a hard bargain could evolve by natural selection? I shall consider two main possibilities: the domestic bliss strategy and the He-Man strategy. The simplest version of the domestic bliss strategy is this. The female looks the males over and tries to spot signs of fidelity and domesticity in advance. There is bound to be variation in the population of males in their predisposition to be faithful husbands. If females could recognize such qualities, they could benefit by choosing males possessing them. One way is to play hard to get for a long time, to be coy. Any male who is not patient enough to wait is not likely to be a good bet as a faithful husband. By insisting on a long engagement, a female weeds out casual suitors and only finally copulates with a male who has proved his qualities of fidelity and perseverance. Feminine coyness is very common among animals, and so are prolonged courtship or engagement periods. As we have seen, a long engagement can also benefit a male where there is a danger of his being duped into caring for another male's child. Courtship rituals often include considerable pre-copulation investment by the male. The female may refuse to copulate until the male has built her a nest, or the male may have to feed her substantial amounts of food. This is very good from the female's point of view, but it also suggests another possible version of the domestic bliss strategy. Could females force males to invest so heavily in their offspring before copulation that it would no longer pay them to desert afterwards? A male who waits for a coy female to finally copulate is paying a cost. He is foregoing the chance to copulate with other females and spending a lot of time and energy courting her. By the time he is finally allowed to copulate, he will inevitably be heavily committed to her. There will be little temptation for him to desert if he knows that any future female will also procrastinate in the same manner. As I showed in a paper, there is a mistake in Tryverse's reasoning here. He thought that prior investment in itself committed an individual to future investment. This is fallacious economics. A businessman should never say, "I have already invested so much in the Concorde airliner that I cannot afford to scrap it now." He should always ask instead whether it would pay him in the future to cut his losses and abandon the project now. Similarly, it is no use a female forcing a male to invest heavily in her in the hope that this, on its own, will deter him from subsequently deserting. This version of the domestic bliss strategy depends upon one further crucial assumption, that a majority of the females can be relied upon to play the same game. If there are loose females in the population, prepared to welcome males who have deserted their wives, then it could pay a male to desert his wife, no matter how much he has already invested in her children. Much therefore depends on how the majority of females behave. If we were allowed to think in terms of a conspiracy of females, there would be no problem. But a conspiracy of females can no more evolve than the conspiracy of doves. Instead, we must look for evolutionarily stable strategies. Let us take Maynard Smith's method of analyzing aggressive contests and apply it to sex. It will be a little more complicated than the case of hawks and doves, because we shall have 2 female strategies and 2 male strategies. Our 2 female strategies will be called coy and fast, and the 2 male strategies will be called faithful and philanderer. The behavioral rules are as follows. Coy females will not copulate until a male has gone through a long and expensive courtship. Fast females will copulate immediately with anybody. Faithful males are prepared to go on courting for a long time, and after copulation, they stay with the female and help rear the young. Philanderer males lose patience quickly if a female will not copulate straight away. They go off and look for another female. After copulation, too, they do not stay, but go off in search of fresh females. Like Maynard Smith, we shall use some arbitrary hypothetical values for the various costs and benefits. Suppose that the genetic payoff gained by each parent when a child is reared successfully is plus 15 units. The cost of rearing one child is minus 20 units. The cost of wasting time in prolonged courtship is minus 3 units. Imagine we have a population where all females are coy and all males are faithful. It is an ideal monogamous society. In each couple, the male and female both get the same average payoff. They get plus 15 for each child, share the cost of minus 20 equally, so minus 10 each. They both pay the minus 3-point penalty for courtship. The average payoff for each is therefore plus 15 minus 10 minus 3, which equals plus 2. Now, suppose a single fast female enters the population. She does very well. She does not pay the cost of delay. Since all males are faithful, she can reckon on finding a good father for her children. Her average payoff per child is plus 15 minus 10, which equals plus 5. She is 3 units better off than her koi rivals. Therefore, fast genes will start to spread. If the success of fast females is so great that they come to predominate, things will start to change in the male camp too. If a philanderer male arises, he starts to do better than his faithful rivals. In a population where all females are fast, the pickings for a philanderer male are rich. He gets the plus 15 points if a child is successfully reared, and he pays neither of the 2 costs. This means he is free to go off and mate with new females. Each of his unfortunate wives struggles on alone with the child, paying the entire minus 20-point cost. The net payoff for a fast female when she encounters a philanderer male is plus 15 minus 20, which equals minus 5. The payoff to the philanderer himself is plus 15. In a population where all females are fast, philanderer genes will spread like wildfire. If the philanderers increase so much that they dominate the male population, the fast females will be in dire straits. Any koi female would have a strong advantage. If a koi female encounters a philanderer male, no business results. She insists on prolonged courtship. He refuses and goes off. Neither partner pays the cost of wasting time. Neither gains anything either. This gives a net payoff of 0 for a koi female in a population where all males are philanderers. 0 may not seem much, but it is better than the minus 5, which is the average for a fast female. So koi genes start to spread again. To complete the hypothetical cycle, when koi females increase so much that they predominate, the philanderer males start to feel the pinch. The net payoff for a philanderer male when all females are koi is 0. Now, if a single faithful male should turn up, he is the only one with whom the koi females will mate. His net payoff is plus 2, better than that of the philanderers. So faithful genes start to increase, and we come full circle. As in the aggression analysis, I have told the story as though it was an endless oscillation. But as in that case, it can be shown that there would be no oscillation. The system would converge to a stable state. If you do the sums, it turns out that a population in which 5/6 of the females are koi and 5/8 of the males are faithful is evolutionarily stable. This is for the particular arbitrary numbers we started with. But it is easy to work out what the stable ratios would be for any other assumptions. You do not have to think of there being 2 different sorts of male and 2 sorts of female. The ESS could be achieved if each male spends 5/8 of his time being faithful and the rest philandering, and each female spends 5/6 of her time being koi and 1/6 fast. Whichever way we think of the ESS, what it means is this. Any tendency for members of either sex to deviate from their appropriate stable ratio will be penalized by a consequent change in the ratio of strategies of the other sex, which is in turn to the disadvantage of the original deviant. Therefore, the ESS will be preserved. We can conclude that it is certainly possible for a population consisting largely of koi females and faithful males to evolve. In these circumstances, the domestic bliss strategy for females really does seem to work. Coyness can actually pay a female's selfish genes. There are various ways in which females can put this type of strategy into practice. I have already suggested that a female might refuse to copulate with a male who has not already built her a nest. In many monogamous birds, copulation does not take place until after the nest is built. The effect is that at the moment of conception, the male has invested a good deal more in the child than just his cheap sperms. Demanding that a prospective mate should build a nest is one effective way for a female to trap him. It might be thought that almost anything that costs the male a great deal would do, even if that cost is not directly paid as a benefit to the unborn children. If all females forced males to do some difficult and costly deed, like slaying a dragon, before they would consent to copulate, they could in theory be reducing the temptation for the males to desert. Any male tempted to desert would be put off by the thought that he would have to kill another dragon. In practice, however, it is unlikely that females would impose such arbitrary tasks. A rival female who imposed a task no less arduous but more useful to her and her children would have an advantage. Building a nest may be less romantic than slaying a dragon, but it is much more useful. Also useful is courtship feeding by the male. In birds, This has usually been regarded as a kind of regression to juvenile behavior by the female. She begs from the male, using the same gestures as a young bird. The female at this time needs all the extra food she can get, as she is building up reserves for her enormous eggs. Courtship feeding by the male probably represents direct investment by him in the eggs themselves. It therefore reduces the disparity between the two parents in their initial investment. Several insects and spiders also demonstrate courtship feeding. Here, an alternative interpretation has sometimes been obvious. Since the male may be in danger of being eaten by the larger female, anything he can do to reduce her appetite may be to his advantage. There is a macabre sense in which the unfortunate male mantis can be said to invest in his children. He is used as food to help make the eggs, which will then be fertilized, posthumously, by his own stored sperms. A female playing the domestic bliss strategy, who simply looks the males over and tries to recognize qualities of fidelity, lays herself open to deception. Any male who can pass himself off as a good, loyal domestic type, but who is really concealing a strong tendency towards desertion, could have a great advantage. As long as his deserted former wives have any chance of bringing up some of the children, the philanderer stands to pass on more genes than a rival male who is an honest husband. Genes for effective deception by males will tend to be favored. Conversely, natural selection will tend to favor females who become good at seeing through such deception. One way they can do this is to play especially hard to get when they are courted by a new male, but in successive breeding seasons to be increasingly ready to accept quickly the advances of last year's mate. This will automatically penalize young males embarking on their first breeding season, whether they are deceivers or not. The brood of naive first-year females would tend to contain a relatively high proportion of genes from unfaithful fathers, but faithful fathers have the advantage in the second and subsequent years of a mother's life, for they do not have to go through the same prolonged courtship rituals. If the majority of individuals in a population are the children of experienced rather than naive mothers, genes for honest, good fatherhood will come to prevail. For simplicity, I have talked as though a male were either purely honest or thoroughly deceitful. In reality, it is more probable that all males are a little bit deceitful, in that they are programmed to take advantage of opportunities to exploit their mates. Natural selection, by sharpening the ability of each partner to detect dishonesty in the other, has kept large-scale deceit down to a fairly low level. Males have more to gain from dishonesty than females, and we must expect that, even in species where males show considerable parental altruism, they will usually tend to do a bit less work than the females, and to be a bit more ready to abscond. There are species, however, in which the male does more work in caring for the children than the female does. Among birds and mammals, these cases of paternal devotion are exceptionally rare, but they are common among fish. Why? An ingenious solution was suggested to me by Miss T.R. Carlyle. She makes use of Triver's cruel bind idea. Many fish do not copulate, but instead simply spew out their sex cells into the water. Fertilization takes place in the open water. Land animals cannot afford this kind of external fertilization because their sex cells are too vulnerable to drying up. The gametes of one sex, the male, are introduced into the wet interior of the female. After copulation, the land-dwelling female is left in physical possession of the embryo. It is inside her body. Even if she lays the fertilized egg almost immediately, the male still has time to vanish, thereby forcing the female into Triver's cruel bind. The male is inevitably provided with an opportunity to take the prior decision to desert, closing the female's options and forcing her to decide whether to leave the young to certain death or stay with it and rear it. Therefore, maternal care is more common among land animals than paternal care. But for fish and other water-dwelling animals, things are very different. If the male does not physically introduce his sperms into the female's body, there is no necessary sense in which the female is left holding the baby. Either partner might make a quick getaway, but there is even a possible reason why it might often be the male who is most vulnerable to being deserted. It seems probable that an evolutionary battle will develop over who sheds their sex cells first. The partner who does so has the advantage that he or she can then leave the other one in possession of the new embryos. On the other hand, the partner who spawns first runs the risk that the prospective partner may fail to follow suit. The male is more vulnerable here, if only because sperms are lighter and more likely to diffuse than eggs. If a female spawns too early, it will not greatly matter because the eggs are likely to stay together as a coherent clutch. Therefore, a female fish can afford to take the risk of spawning early. The male dare not take this risk, since if he spawns too early, his sperms will have diffused away before the female is ready. Because of the diffusion problem, the male must wait until the female spawns, and then he must shed his sperms over the eggs. But she has had a precious few seconds in which to disappear, leaving the male in possession and forcing him onto the horns of Tryver's dilemma. So this theory neatly explains why paternal care is common in water, but rare on dry land. Leaving fish, I now turn to the other main female strategy, the he-man strategy. In species where this policy is adopted, the females in effect resign themselves to getting no help from the father and go all out for good genes instead. Once again, they use their weapon of withholding copulation. They exercise the utmost care and discrimination before they will allow a male to copulate. Some males undoubtedly contain a larger number of good genes than other males. If a female can somehow detect good genes in males, using externally visible clues, she can benefit her own genes by allying them with good paternal genes. The chances are that most of the females will agree with each other on which are the best males. Therefore, these few lucky males will do most of the copulating. This they are quite capable of doing, since all they must give to each female is some cheap sperms. This is presumably what has happened in elephant seals and in birds of paradise. The females are allowing just a few males to get away with the ideal selfish exploitation strategy, but they are making sure that only the best males are allowed this luxury. From the point of view of a female trying to pick good genes, what is she looking for? One thing she wants is evidence of ability to survive. Obviously, any potential mate who is courting her has proved his ability to survive at least into adulthood, but not necessarily much longer. A good policy for a female might be to go for old men. They have at least proved they can survive, and she is likely to be allying her genes with genes for longevity. However, longevity is not prima facie evidence of virility. A long-lived male may have survived precisely because he does not take risks in order to reproduce. What other evidence? Perhaps strong muscles as evidence of ability to catch food. Perhaps long legs as evidence of ability to run away. A female might benefit her genes by allying them with such traits. But now here is a very interesting point realized by Darwin and enunciated by Fisher. In a society where males compete to be chosen as he-men by females, one of the best things a mother can do for her genes is to make a son who will turn out to be an attractive he-man. If she can ensure that her son is one of the fortunate few who wins most of the copulations, she will have an enormous number of grandchildren. The result is that one of the most desirable qualities a male can have in the eyes of a female is quite simply sexual attractiveness itself. A female who mates with a super attractive he-man is more likely to have sons who are attractive to females of the next generation. Originally, females may have selected males on the basis of useful qualities like big muscles, but once such qualities became widely accepted as attractive, natural selection would continue to favor them simply because they were attractive. Extravagances such as the tails of male birds of paradise may therefore have evolved by a kind of unstable runaway process. In the early days, a slightly longer tail than usual may have been selected by females as a desirable quality, perhaps because it betokened a fit and healthy constitution. A short tail might have been an indicator of some vitamin deficiency. For whatever reason, let us suppose that females preferentially went for males with longer than average tails. This would in time cause the average tail length of males in the population to increase. Females followed a simple rule: look all the males over and go for the one with the longest tail. Any female who departed from this rule was penalized, even if tails had already become so long that they actually encumbered males. This was because any female who did not produce long-tailed sons had little chance of one of her sons being regarded as attractive. Like a fashion in women's clothes, the trend toward longer tails took off and gathered its own momentum. It was stopped only when tails became so grotesquely long that their manifest disadvantages started to outweigh the advantage of sexual attractiveness. This is a hard idea to swallow, and it has attracted its skeptics since Darwin first proposed it under the name of sexual selection. One person who does not believe it is A. Zahavi. He puts forward his own handicap principle as a rival explanation. He points out that the very fact that females are trying to select for good genes opens the door to deception by the males. Strong muscles may be a genuinely good quality, but what is to stop males from growing dummy muscles with no more substance than human padded shoulders? If it costs a male less to grow false muscles than real ones, sexual selection should favor genes for producing false muscles. It will not be long, however, before counter-selection leads to the evolution of females capable of seeing through the deception. Zahavi's basic premise is that false sexual advertisement will eventually be seen through by females. He therefore concludes that really successful males will be those who do not advertise falsely, who palpably demonstrate that they are not deceiving. Displays will therefore evolve that only a genuine he-man is capable of doing. So far, so good. Now comes the part of Zahavi's theory that really sticks in the throat. He suggests that the tails of birds of paradise and peacocks, the huge antlers of deer, and other sexually selected features which seem to be handicaps evolved precisely because they are handicaps. A male bird with a long and cumbersome tail is showing off to females that he is such a strong he-man that he can survive in spite of his tail. Think of a woman watching two men run a race. If both arrive at the finishing post at the same time, but one has deliberately encumbered himself with a sack of coal on his back, the woman will naturally conclude that the man with the burden is really the faster runner. I do not believe this theory, although I am not quite so confident in my skepticism as I was when I first heard it. I pointed out then that the logical conclusion should be the evolution of males with only one leg and only one eye. Zahavi, who comes from Israel, instantly retorted, "Some of our best generals have only one eye." Nevertheless, the problem remains that the handicap theory seems to contain a basic contradiction. If the handicap is a genuine one, then it will penalize the offspring just as surely as it may attract females. It is important that the handicap must not be passed on to daughters. If we rephrase the handicap theory in terms of genes, we have something like this. A gene that makes males develop a handicap, such as a long tail, becomes more numerous because females choose males who have handicaps. Females choose males who have handicaps because genes that make females so choose also become frequent. This is because females with a taste for handicapped males will automatically tend to be selecting males with good genes in other respects, since those males have survived to adulthood in spite of the handicap. These good other genes will benefit the bodies of the children, which therefore survive to propagate the genes for the handicap itself, and also the genes for choosing handicapped males. Provided the genes for the handicap affect only sons, and the genes for a sexual preference for the handicap affect only daughters, the theory just might work. So long as it is formulated only in words, we cannot be sure. Mathematical geneticists who have tried to make the handicap principle into a workable model have failed. This may be because it is not a workable principle, or because they are not clever enough. One of them is Maynard Smith, and my hunch favors the former possibility. If a male can demonstrate his superiority over other males in a way that does not involve deliberately handicapping himself, nobody would doubt that he could increase his genetic success. Thus, elephant seals win their harems not by being aesthetically attractive, but by beating up any male who tries to move in. Harem holders tend to win these fights for the obvious reason that is why they are harem holders. Any female who mates only with a harem holder is therefore allying her genes with a male who is strong enough to beat off successive challenges from the large surplus of desperate bachelor males. With luck, her sons will inherit their father's ability to hold a harem. As we have seen, There are examples of females preferring to mate with males who hold territories and with males who have high status in the dominance hierarchy. To sum up this chapter so far, the various different kinds of breeding system we find, monogamy, promiscuity, harems, and so on, can be understood in terms of conflicting interests between males and females. Individuals of either sex want to maximize their total reproductive output. Because of a fundamental difference between sperms and eggs, males are in general likely to be biased towards promiscuity and lack of paternal care. Females have two main available counterploys, the he-man and the domestic bliss strategies. The ecological circumstances of a species will determine whether the females are biased towards one or the other, and will also determine how the males respond. In practice, all intermediates are found, and as we have seen, there are cases in which the father does even more child care than the mother. I will now consider the differences that are commonly observed between males and females in general, and show how these may be interpreted. First, it tends to be the males who go in for sexually attractive, gaudy colors, and the females who tend to be more drab. Individuals of both sexes want to avoid being eaten by predators, and there will be some evolutionary pressure on both to be drably colored. Bright colors attract predators no less than they attract sexual partners. In gene terms, genes for bright colors are more likely to meet their end in the stomachs of predators. On the other hand, genes for drab colors may be less likely to find themselves in the next generation because drab individuals have difficulty attracting a mate. There are therefore two conflicting selection pressures. What interests us is that the optimal compromise for a male seems to be different from that for a female. This is compatible with our view of males as high-risk, high-reward gamblers. Because a male produces millions of sperms to every egg produced by a female, sperms heavily outnumber eggs. Any given egg is therefore much more likely to enter into sexual fusion than any given sperm. Eggs are a relatively valuable resource, and therefore a female does not need to be as sexually attractive as a male to ensure her eggs are fertilized. A male is capable of siring all the children born to a large population of females. Even if a male has a short life because his gaudy tail attracts predators, he may have fathered a very large number of children before he dies. An unattractive or drab male may live as long as a female, but he has few children, and his genes are not passed on. Another common sexual difference is that females are more fussy than males about whom they mate with. One reason for fussiness is the need to avoid mating with a member of another species. Such hybridizations are a bad thing. When more closely related species like horses and donkeys crossbreed, the cost, at least to the female, can be considerable. An embryo mule is likely to be formed, and it then clutters up her womb for 11 months. It takes a large quantity of her total parental investment. Then when the mule reaches adulthood, it turns out to be sterile. The very considerable investment by the mother is totally wasted from the point of view of her genes. Female horses should be very careful that the individual they copulate with is another horse, not a donkey. A male, on the other hand, has less to lose if he mates with a member of the wrong species, and we should expect males to be less fussy. Where this has been looked at, it has been found to be true. Even within a species, there may be reasons for fussiness. Incestuous mating, like hybridization, is likely to have damaging genetic consequences, because lethal and semi-lethal recessive genes are brought out into the open. Once again, females have more to lose than males, since their investment in any particular child tends to be greater. Where incest taboos exist, we should expect females to be more rigid in their adherence to them than males. If we assume the older partner in an incestuous relationship is relatively likely to be the active initiator, we should expect that incestuous unions in which the male is older than the female should be more common than unions in which the female is older. For instance, father-daughter incest should be commoner than mother-son. Brother-sister incest should be intermediate. In general, males should tend to be more promiscuous than females. Since a female produces a limited number of eggs at a relatively slow rate, she has little to gain from having a large number of copulations with different males. A male, on the other hand, who can produce millions of sperms every day, has everything to gain from as many promiscuous matings as he can snatch. Excess copulations may not actually cost a female much, other than a little lost time and energy, but they do not do her positive good. A male can never get enough copulations with as many different females as possible. The word excess has no meaning for a male. I have not explicitly talked about man, but inevitably, when we think about evolutionary arguments such as these, we cannot help reflecting about our own species. Notions of females withholding copulation until a male shows some evidence of long-term fidelity may strike a familiar chord. This might suggest that human females play the domestic bliss rather than the He-Man strategy. Many human societies are indeed monogamous. In our own society, parental investment by both parents is large and not obviously unbalanced. Mothers certainly do more direct work for children, but fathers often work hard in a more indirect sense to provide the material resources. On the other hand, some human societies are promiscuous, and many are harem-based. What this astonishing variety suggests is that man's way of life is largely determined by culture rather than by genes. However, it is still possible that human males in general have a tendency towards promiscuity, and females a tendency towards monogamy, as we would predict on evolutionary grounds. Which of these two tendencies wins in particular societies depends on details of cultural circumstance, just as in different animal species it depends on ecological details. One feature of our own society that seems decidedly anomalous is the matter of sexual advertisement. As we have seen, it is strongly to be expected that where the sexes differ, it should be the males that advertise and the females that are drab. Modern Western man is undoubtedly exceptional in this respect. It is true that some men dress flamboyantly and some women dress drably, but on average, in our society, the equivalent of the peacock's tail is exhibited by the female, not the male. Women paint their faces and glue on false eyelashes. Apart from special cases, men do not. Women seem to be interested in their own personal appearance, and they are encouraged in this by their magazines. Men's magazines are less preoccupied with male sexual attractiveness, and a man who is unusually interested in his own dress and appearance is apt to arouse suspicion. When a woman is described in conversation, it is quite likely that her sexual attractiveness will be prominently mentioned. When a man is described, the adjectives used are much more likely to have nothing to do with sex. Faced with these facts, a biologist would be forced to suspect that he was looking at a society in which females compete for males, rather than vice versa. In the case of birds of paradise, we decided that females are drab because they do not need to compete for males. Males are bright and ostentatious because females are in demand and can afford to be choosy. The reason female birds of paradise are in demand is that eggs are a more scarce resource than sperms. What has happened in modern Western man? Has the male really become the sought-after sex, the one that can afford to be choosy? If so, why? Chapter 10, You Scratch My Back, I'll Ride on Yours. Let's begin Chapter 10. We have considered parental, sexual, and aggressive interactions between survival machines belonging to the same species. There are striking aspects of animal interactions which do not seem to be obviously covered by any of these headings. One of these is the propensity that so many animals have for living in groups. Birds flock, insects swarm, fish and whales school, plains-dwelling mammals herd together or hunt in packs. These aggregations usually consist of members of a single species only, but there are exceptions. Zebras often herd together with noose, and mixed-species flocks of birds are sometimes seen. The suggested benefits that a selfish individual can get from living in a group are quite varied. I'm not going to list them all, but will mention just a few. In the course of this, I shall return to the remaining examples of apparently altruistic behavior that I gave in Chapter 1, and which I promised to explain. This will lead into a consideration of the social insects, without which no account of animal altruism would be complete. Finally, I shall mention the important idea of reciprocal altruism, the principle of, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. If animals live together in groups, their genes must get more benefit out of the association than they put in. A pack of hyenas can catch prey so much larger than a lone hyena can, that it pays each selfish individual to hunt in a pack, even though this involves sharing food. It is probably for similar reasons that some spiders cooperate in building a huge communal web. Emperor penguins conserve heat by huddling together. Each one gains by presenting a smaller surface area to the elements than he would on his own. A fish who swims obliquely behind another fish may gain a hydrodynamic advantage from the turbulence produced by the fish in front. This could be partly why fish school. A related trick concerned with air turbulence is known to racing cyclists, and it may account for the V formation of flying birds. There is probably competition to avoid the disadvantageous position at the head of the flock. Possibly the birds take turns as unwilling leader, a form of delayed reciprocal altruism. Many of the suggested benefits of group living have been concerned with avoiding being eaten by predators. An elegant formulation of such a theory was given by W. D. Hamilton in a paper called Geometry for the Selfish Herd. Lest this lead to misunderstanding, I must stress that by selfish herd he meant herd of selfish individuals. Once again, we start with a simple model which, though abstract, helps us to understand the real world. Suppose a species of animal is hunted by a predator that always tends to attack the nearest prey individual. From the predator's point of view, this is a reasonable strategy. From the prey's point of view, it has an interesting consequence. It means that each prey individual will constantly try to avoid being the nearest to a predator. If the prey can detect the predator at a distance, it will simply run away. But if the predator is apt to turn up suddenly without warning, then each prey individual can still take steps to minimize its chance of being the nearest. We can picture each prey individual as being surrounded by a domain of danger. This is defined as the area of ground in which any point is nearer to that individual than it is to any other individual. For instance, if the prey individuals are spaced out in a regular geometric formation, the domain of danger around each one might be roughly hexagonal. If a predator happens to be lurking in the hexagonal domain of danger surrounding individual A, then A is likely to be eaten. Individuals on the edge of the herd are especially vulnerable, since their domain of danger is not a small hexagon, but includes a wide area on the open side. Now clearly, a sensible individual will try to keep his domain of danger as small as possible. In particular, he will try to avoid being on the edge of the herd. If he finds himself on the edge, he will take immediate steps to move towards the center. Unfortunately, somebody has to be on the edge, but as far as each individual is concerned, it is not going to be him. There will be a ceaseless migration in from the edges of an aggregation towards the center. If the herd was previously loose, it will soon become tightly bunched. Even if we start our model with no tendency towards aggregation at all, and the prey animals start by being randomly dispersed, the selfish urge of each individual will be to reduce his domain of danger by trying to position himself in a gap between other individuals. This will quickly lead to the formation of aggregations, which will become ever more densely bunched. Obviously, in real life, the bunching tendency will be limited by opposing pressures, otherwise all individuals would collapse in a writhing heap. But still, the model is interesting as it shows us that even very simple assumptions can predict aggregation. The selfish herd model in itself has no place for cooperative interactions. There is no altruism here, only selfish exploitation by each individual of every other individual. But in real life, there are cases where individuals seem to take active steps to preserve fellow members of the group from predators. Bird alarm calls spring to mind. These certainly function as alarm signals, causing individuals who hear them to take immediate evasive action. There is no suggestion that the caller is trying to draw the predator's fire. He is simply informing them of the predator's existence, warning them. Nevertheless, the act of calling seems, at least at first sight, to be altruistic, because it has the effect of calling the predator's attention to the caller. We can infer this indirectly from a fact noticed by P.R. Marler. The physical characteristics of the calls seem to be ideally shaped to be difficult to locate. If an acoustic engineer were asked to design a sound that a predator would find it hard to approach, he would produce something very like the real alarm calls of many small songbirds. Now in nature, this shaping of the calls must have been produced by natural selection. and we know what that means. It means that large numbers of individuals have died because their alarm calls were not quite perfect. Therefore, there seems to be danger attached to giving alarm calls. The selfish gene theory has to come up with a convincing advantage of giving alarm calls, which is big enough to counteract this danger. In fact, this is not very difficult. Bird alarm calls have been held up so many times as awkward for the Darwinian theory that it has become a kind of sport to dream up explanations for them. As a result, we now have so many good explanations that it is hard to remember what all the fuss was about. Obviously, if there is a chance that the flock contains some close relatives, a gene for giving an alarm call can prosper in the gene pool because it has a good chance of being in the bodies of some of the individuals saved. This is true, even if the caller pays dearly for his altruism by attracting the predator's attention. If you are not satisfied with this kin selection idea, there are plenty of other theories to choose from. There are many ways in which the caller could gain selfish benefit from warning his fellows. Trivers reels off 5 good ideas, but I find the following 2 of my own rather more convincing. The first I call the cave theory, from the Latin word for beware. This theory is suitable for camouflaged birds that crouch frozen in the undergrowth when danger threatens. Suppose a flock of such birds is feeding in a field. A hawk flies past. He has not yet seen the flock, but there is a danger that his keen eyes will spot them at any moment. Suppose one member of the flock sees the hawk, but the rest have not. This one sharp-eyed individual could immediately freeze and crouch. But this would do him little good, because his companions are still walking around conspicuously and noisily. Any one of them could attract the hawk's attention, and then the whole flock is in peril. From a purely selfish point of view, the best policy for the individual who spots the hawk first is to hiss a quick warning to his companions, and so shut them up and reduce the chance that they will inadvertently summon the hawk into his own vicinity. The other theory I want to mention may be called the never break ranks theory. This one is suitable for species of birds that fly off when a predator approaches, perhaps up into a tree. Once again, imagine that one individual in a flock has spotted a predator. What is he to do? He could simply fly off himself without warning his colleagues. But now he would be a bird on his own, no longer part of a relatively anonymous flock, but an odd man out. Hawks are known to go for odd pigeons out, but even if this were not so, there are plenty of theoretical reasons for thinking that breaking ranks might be a suicidal policy. Even if his companions eventually follow him, the individual who first flies up temporarily increases his domain of danger. Whatever the advantage of living in flocks may be, the individual who leaves the flock ahead of the others will, at least in part, forfeit that advantage. If he must not break ranks, what is he to do? Perhaps he should just carry on as if nothing had happened. But this too carries grave risks. The best policy is indeed to fly up into a tree, but to make sure everybody else does too. That way, he will not become an odd man out, but he will gain the advantage of flying off into cover. Once again, uttering a warning call is seen to have a purely selfish advantage. E.L. Charnoff and J.R. Krebs have proposed a similar theory in which they use the word manipulation to describe what the calling bird does to the rest of his flock. We have come a long way from pure, disinterested altruism. Superficially, these theories may seem incompatible with the statement that the individual who gives the alarm call endangers himself. Really, there is no incompatibility. He would endanger himself even more by not calling. Some individuals have died because they gave alarm calls, especially the ones whose calls were easy to locate. Other individuals have died because they did not give alarm calls. The cave theory and the never break ranks theory are just 2 out of many ways of explaining why. What of the Stodding-Thompson's gazelle, which I mentioned in Chapter 1? Here, the selfish gene theory has a more exacting challenge. Alarm calls in birds are designed to be as inconspicuous as possible. Not so the Stodding high jumps. They are ostentatious to the point of downright provocation. The gazelles look as if they are deliberately inviting the predator's attention. This observation has led to a delightfully daring theory, originally foreshadowed by N. Smythe but pushed to its logical conclusion by A. Zahavi. Zahavi's theory can be put like this. The crucial bit of lateral thinking is the idea that stotting is really aimed at the predators. It is noticed by the other gazelles, but this is incidental. Translated roughly into English, it means, look how high I can jump. I am obviously such a fit and healthy gazelle. You can't catch me. You would be much wiser to try and catch my neighbor who is not jumping so high. In less anthropomorphic terms, genes for jumping high and ostentatiously are unlikely to be eaten by predators because predators tend to choose prey who look easy to catch. An individual who jumps high is advertising, in an exaggerated way, that he is neither old nor unhealthy. According to this theory, the display is far from altruistic. If anything, it is selfish, since its object is to persuade the predator to chase somebody else. In a way, there is a competition to see who can jump the highest, the loser being the one chosen by the predator. The other example I said I would return to is the case of the kamikaze bees, who sting honey raiders but commit almost certain suicide. The honeybee is just one example of a highly social insect. Others are wasps, ants, and termites. I want to discuss social insects generally, not just suicidal bees. The exploits of the social insects are legendary, in particular their astonishing feats of cooperation and apparent altruism. Suicidal stinging missions typify their prodigies of self-abnegation. In the honeypot ants, there is a caste of workers with grotesquely swollen, food-packed abdomens, whose sole function is to hang motionless from the ceiling like bloated light bulbs being used as food stores. In the human sense, they do not live as individuals at all. Their individuality is subjugated, apparently to the welfare of the community. A society of ants, bees, or termites achieves a kind of individuality at a higher level. Food is shared to such an extent that one may speak of a communal stomach. Information is shared so efficiently by chemical signals and by the famous dance of the bees that the community behaves almost as if it were a unit with its own nervous system and sense organs. Foreign intruders are recognized and repelled with the selectivity of a body's immune reaction system. The rather high temperature inside a beehive is regulated nearly as precisely as that of the human body. Finally, and most importantly, the analogy extends to reproduction. The majority of individuals in a social insect colony are sterile workers. The germ line, the line of immortal gene continuity, flows through the bodies of a minority of individuals, the reproductives. These are the analogues of our own reproductive cells. The sterile workers are the analogy of our liver, muscle, and nerve cells. Kamikaze behavior and other forms of altruism by workers are not astonishing once we accept that they are sterile. The body of a normal animal is manipulated to ensure the survival of its genes, both through bearing offspring and through caring for other individuals containing the same genes. Suicide in the interests of caring for others is incompatible with future bearing of one's own offspring. Suicidal self-sacrifice therefore seldom evolves. But a worker bee never bears offspring of its own. All its efforts are directed to preserving its genes by caring for relatives other than its own offspring. The death of a single sterile worker bee is no more serious to its genes than is the shedding of a leaf in autumn to the genes of a tree. There is a temptation to wax mystical about the social insects, but there is no need for this. It is worth looking in detail at how the selfish gene theory deals with them, and in particular at how it explains the evolutionary origin of worker sterility. A social insect colony is a huge family, usually all descended from the same mother. The workers, who seldom or never reproduce, are often divided into distinct castes, including small workers, large workers, soldiers, and highly specialized castes like the honeypots. Reproductive females are called queens. Reproductive males are sometimes called drones or kings. In the more advanced societies, the reproductives never work at anything except procreation. They rely on the workers for their food and protection, and the workers are also responsible for looking after the brood. In some ant and termite species, the queen has swollen into a gigantic egg factory, hundreds of times the size of a worker and quite incapable of moving. She is constantly tended by workers who groom her, feed her, and transport her ceaseless flow of eggs to the communal nurseries. In Chapter 7, I introduced the distinction between bearing and caring. I said that mixed strategies, combining bearing and caring would normally evolve. In Chapter 5, we saw that mixed evolutionarily stable strategies could be of two general types. Either each individual could behave in a mixed way, or the population may be divided into two different types of individual. Now, it is theoretically possible for an evolutionarily stable balance between bearing and caring to be achieved in the latter kind of way. The population could be divided into bearers and carers. But this can only be evolutionarily stable if the carers are close kin to the individuals for whom they care, at least as close as they would be to their own offspring if they had any. Although it is theoretically possible for evolution to proceed in this direction, it seems to be only in the social insects that it has actually happened. Social insect individuals are divided into two main classes, bearers and carers. The bearers are the reproductive males and females. The carers are the workers, infertile males and females in the termites, infertile females in all other social insects. Both types do their job more efficiently because they do not have to cope with the other. But from whose point of view is it efficient? The question which will be hurled at the Darwinian theory is the familiar cry, "What's in it for the workers?" Some people have answered, nothing. They feel that the queen is having it all her own way, manipulating the workers by chemical means to her own selfish ends. This is a version of Alexander's parental manipulation theory. The opposite idea is that the workers farm the reproductives, manipulating them to increase their productivity and propagating replicas of the workers' genes. To be sure, the survival machines that the queen makes are not offspring to the workers, but they are close relatives nevertheless. It was Hamilton who brilliantly realized that, at least in the ants, bees, and wasps, the workers may actually be more closely related to the brood than the queen herself is. This led him, and later Travers and Hare, on to one of the most spectacular triumphs of the selfish gene theory. The reasoning goes like this. Insects of the group known as the Hymenoptera, including ants, bees, and wasps, have a very odd system of sex determination. A Hymenopteran nest typically has only one mature queen. She made one mating flight when young and stored up the sperms for the rest of her long life. She rations the sperms out to her eggs over the years, allowing them to be fertilized as they pass out. But not all the eggs are fertilized. The unfertilized ones develop into males. A male, therefore, has no father, and all the cells of his body contain just a single set of chromosomes from his mother. A female Hymenopteran, on the other hand, is normal in that she does have a father, and she has the usual double set of chromosomes. Whether a female develops into a worker or a queen depends not on her genes, but on how she is brought up. That is to say, each female has a complete set of queen-making genes and a complete set of worker-making genes. Which set is turned on depends on how she is reared. Although there are many complications, this is essentially how things are. We do not know why this extraordinary system evolved. Whatever the reason, it plays havoc with our neat rules for calculating relatedness. It means that the sperms of a single male, instead of all being different, are all exactly the same. A male has only a single set of genes in each of his body cells. Every sperm must therefore receive the full set of genes, and all sperms from a given male are identical. Let us now try to calculate the relatedness between a mother and son. If a male is known to possess a gene A, the chances that his mother shares it must be 100%, since the male had no father. But now, suppose a queen is known to have the gene B. The chance that her son shares the gene is only 50%, since he contains only half her genes. This sounds like a contradiction, but it is not. A male gets all his genes from his mother, but a mother only gives half her genes to her son. From the point of view of a gene A in the body of a queen, the chance that the gene is shared by a son is 1/2, just as it is for a daughter. From a queen's point of view, her offspring of either sex are as closely related to her as human children are to their mother. Things start to get intriguing when we come to sisters. Full sisters not only share the same father, the two sperms that conceived them were identical in every gene. The sisters are therefore equivalent to identical twins as far as their paternal genes are concerned. If one female has a gene A, she must have gotten it from either her father or her mother. If she got it from her mother, there is a 50% chance that her sister shares it. But if she got it from her father, the chances are 100% that her sister shares it. Therefore, the relatedness between hymenopteran full sisters is not 1/2, as it would be for normal sexual animals, but 3/4. It follows that a hymenopteran female is more closely related to her full sisters than she is to her offspring of either sex. As Hamilton realized, this might well predispose a female to farm her own mother as an efficient sister-making machine. A gene for vicariously making sisters replicates itself more rapidly than a gene for making offspring directly. Hence, worker sterility evolved. It is presumably no accident that true sociality, with worker sterility, seems to have evolved no fewer than 11 times independently in the Hymenoptera and only once in the whole of the rest of the animal kingdom, namely in the termites. However, there is a catch. If the workers are successfully to farm their mother, they must somehow curb her natural tendency to give them an equal number of little brothers as well. From the point of view of a worker, the chance of any one brother containing a particular one of her genes is only 1/4. Therefore, if the queen were allowed to produce male and female reproductive offspring in equal proportions, the farm would not show a profit as far as the workers are concerned. They would not be maximizing the propagation of their precious genes. Trivers and Hare realized that the workers must try to bias the sex ratio in favor of females. They took the Fisher calculations on optimal sex ratios and reworked them for the special case of the Hymenoptera. It turned out that the stable ratio of investment for a mother is, as usual, 1:1. But the stable ratio for a sister is 3:1 in favor of sisters rather than brothers. If you are a hymenopteran female, the most efficient way to propagate your genes is to refrain from breeding yourself and to make your mother provide you with reproductive sisters and brothers in the ratio 3:1. But if you must have offspring of your own, you can benefit your genes best by having reproductive sons and daughters in equal proportions. As we have seen, the difference between queens and workers is not a genetic one. As far as her genes are concerned, an embryo female might be destined to become either a worker who wants a 3:1 sex ratio or a queen who wants a 1:1 ratio. A gene that finds itself in a queen's body can propagate itself best if that body invests equally in reproductive sons and daughters. But the same gene in a worker's body can propagate itself best by making the mother of that body have more daughters than sons. There is no real paradox here. A gene must take best advantage of the levers of power at its disposal. This means there is a conflict of interests down on the farm. The queen is trying to invest equally in males and females. The workers are trying to shift the ratio of reproductives in the direction of 3 females to every 1 male. If we are right to picture the workers as the farmers and the queen as their broodmare, presumably the workers will be successful in achieving their 3:1 ratio. If not, if the queen really lives up to her name and the workers are her slaves, then we should expect the 1:1 ratio which the queen prefers to prevail. Who wins in this special case of a battle of the generations? This is a matter that can be put to the test, and that is what Trivers and Hare did, using a large number of species of ants. The sex ratio that is of interest is the ratio of male to female reproductives. These are the large winged forms which emerge from the ant's nest for mating flights. It is these winged forms that have to be counted to obtain an estimate of the sex ratio. The male and female reproductives are, in many species, very unequal in size. This complicates things, since the Fisher calculations apply not to numbers, but to the quantity of investment. Trivers and Hare made allowance for this by weighing them. They took 20 species of ant and estimated the sex ratio in terms of investment. They found a rather convincingly close fit to the 3:1 female-to-male ratio predicted by the theory that the workers are running the show for their own benefit. It seems then that in the ants studied, the conflict of interests is won by the workers. This is not too surprising, since worker bodies, being the guardians of the nurseries, have more power than queen bodies. Genes trying to manipulate the world through queen bodies are outmaneuvered by genes manipulating the world through worker bodies. It is interesting to look for special circumstances in which we might expect queens to have more practical power. Trivers and Hare realized that there was just such a circumstance which could be used as a critical test. This arises from the fact that there are some species of ant that take slaves. The workers of a slave-making species either do no ordinary work or are rather bad at it. What they are good at is going on slaving raids. True warfare in which large rival armies fight to the death is known only in humans and in social insects. The slavers mount an attack on a nest of ants belonging to a different species, attempt to kill the defending workers, and carry off the unhatched young. These young ones hatch out in the nest of their captors. They do not realize that they are slaves, and they set to work doing all the duties that they would normally perform in their own nest. The slave-making workers go on further slaving expeditions while the slaves stay at home and get on with the everyday business of running an ant's nest. The slaves are, of course, blissfully ignorant of the fact that they are unrelated to the queen and the brood that they are tending. Unwittingly, they are rearing new platoons of slave-makers. The consequence of slavery that is interesting from our point of view is this. The queen of the slave-making species is now in a position to bend the sex ratio in the direction she prefers. This is because her own true-born children, the slavers, no longer hold the practical power in the nurseries. This power is now held by the slaves. The slaves think they are looking after their own siblings and are presumably doing whatever would be appropriate in their own nests to achieve their desired 3-1 bias in favor of sisters. But the queen of the slave-making species is able to get away with countermeasures, and there is no selection operating on the slaves to neutralize these, since the slaves are totally unrelated to the brood. The upshot of this involved argument is that we should expect in slave-making species that the ratio of investment in reproductives of the two sexes should approach 1-1 rather than 3-1. For once, the queen will have it all her own way. This is just what Trivers and Hare found, although they only looked at 2 slave-making species. I must stress that I have told the story in an idealized way. Real life is not so neat and tidy. For instance, the most familiar social insect, the honeybee, seems to do entirely the wrong thing. There is a large surplus of investment in males over queens. Hamilton has offered a possible solution to this puzzle. He points out that when a queen bee leaves the hive, she goes with a large swarm of attendant workers. These workers are lost to the parent hive, and the cost of making them must be reckoned as part of the cost of reproduction. Investment in these extra workers should be counted as part of the investment in reproductive females. The extra workers should be weighed in the balance against the males when the sex ratio is computed. A more awkward spanner in the works of the theory is the fact that, in some species, the young queen on her mating flight mates with several males instead of one. This means that the average relatedness among her daughters is less than 3/4. It is tempting to regard this as a cunning blow struck by queens against workers. Incidentally, this might seem to suggest that workers should chaperone a queen on her mating flight, to prevent her from mating more than once. But this would in no way help the workers' own genes, only the genes of the coming generation of workers. There is no trade union spirit among the workers as a class. A worker might have liked to have chaperoned her own mother, but she lacked the opportunity. A young queen on her mating flight is the sister of the present generation of workers, not the mother. Therefore, they are on her side rather than on the side of the next generation of workers, who are merely their nieces. My head is now spinning, and it is high time to bring this topic to a close. I have used the analogy of farming for what hymenopteran workers do to their mothers. The farm is a gene farm. The workers use their mother as a more efficient manufacturer of copies of their own genes than they would be themselves. The genes come off the production line in packages called reproductive individuals. This farming analogy should not be confused with a different sense in which social insects may be said to farm. They discovered, as humans did long after, that settled cultivation of food can be more efficient than hunting and gathering. For example, several species of ants in the New World, and quite independently, termites in Africa cultivate fungus gardens. The best known are the parasol ants of South America. These are immensely successful. Their nests consist of huge spreading underground complexes. The chambers contain the fungus gardens. The ants deliberately sow fungus of a particular species in special compost beds, which they prepare by chewing leaves. Instead of foraging for their own food, the workers forage for leaves to make compost. The appetite of a colony for leaves is gargantuan. The leaves are not food for themselves, but for their fungi. The ants eventually harvest and eat the fungi and feed them to their brood. The fungi are more efficient at breaking down leaf material than the ants' own stomachs, which is how the ants benefit. It is possible that the fungi benefit too, even though they are cropped. The ants propagate them more efficiently than their own spore dispersal mechanism might achieve. Furthermore, the ants weed the fungus gardens, keeping them clear of alien species of fungi. A kind of relationship of mutual altruism could be said to exist between ants and fungi. It is remarkable that a very similar system of fungus farming has evolved independently among the quite unrelated termites. Ants have their own domestic animals as well as their crop plants. Aphids, greenfly, and similar bugs are highly specialized for sucking the juice out of plants. They pump the sap up more efficiently than they digest it. The result is that they excrete a liquid that has had only some of its nutritious value extracted. Droplets of sugar-rich honeydew pass out of the back end at a great rate. The honeydew normally rains down onto the ground, but ants of several species intercept it as soon as it leaves the bug. The ants milk the aphids by stroking their hindquarters. Aphids respond to this, in some cases apparently holding back their droplets until an ant strokes them. It has been suggested that some aphids have evolved a backside that looks and feels like an ant's face, the better to attract ants. What the aphids have to gain from the relationship is apparently protection from their natural enemies. Like our own dairy cattle, they lead a sheltered life. In some cases, ants care for the aphid eggs inside their own nests, feed the young aphids, and finally, when they are grown, gently carry them up to the protected grazing grounds. A relationship of mutual benefit between members of different species is called mutualism or symbiosis. Members of different species often have much to offer each other because they can bring different skills to the partnership. Aphids have the right sort of mouthparts for pumping up plant sap, but such sucking mouthparts are no good for self-defense. Ants are no good at sucking sap, but they are good at fighting. Ant genes for cultivating and protecting aphids have been favored in ant gene pools. Aphid genes for cooperating with the ants have been favored in aphid gene pools. Symbiotic relationships of mutual benefit are common. A lichen appears to be an individual plant, but it is really an intimate symbiotic union between a fungus and a green alga. Neither partner could live without the other. If their union had become just a bit more intimate, we would no longer be able to tell that a lichen was a double organism at all. Perhaps then there are other double or multiple organisms which we have not recognized as such. Perhaps even we ourselves. Within each of our cells, there are numerous tiny bodies called mitochondria. The mitochondria are chemical factories responsible for providing most of the energy we need. If we lost our mitochondria, we would be dead within seconds. Recently, it has been plausibly argued that mitochondria are, in origin, symbiotic bacteria who joined forces with our type of cell very early in evolution. Similar suggestions have been made for other small bodies within our cells. This is one of those revolutionary ideas that takes time to get used to, but it is an idea whose time has come. I speculate that we shall come to accept the more radical idea that each one of our genes is a symbiotic unit. We are gigantic colonies of symbiotic genes. The other side of this coin is that viruses may be genes who have broken loose from colonies, such as ourselves. Viruses consist of pure DNA surrounded by a protein jacket. They are all parasitic. The suggestion is that they have evolved from rebel genes who escaped and now travel from body to body directly through the air, rather than via sperm and eggs. If this is true, we might just as well regard ourselves as colonies of viruses. Some of them cooperate symbiotically and travel in sperms and eggs. These are the conventional genes. Others live parasitically and travel by whatever means they can. But these are speculations for the future. At present, we are concerned with symbiosis at the higher level of relationships between many-celled organisms. The word symbiosis is conventionally used for associations between members of different species. But now that we have eschewed the good of the species view, there seems no logical reason to distinguish associations between members of different species from associations between members of the same species. In general, associations of mutual benefit will evolve if each partner can get more out than he puts in. This is true whether we are speaking of members of the same hyena pack, or of widely distinct creatures such as ants and aphids, or bees and flowers. In practice, it may be difficult to distinguish cases of genuine two-way mutual benefit from cases of one-sided exploitation. The evolution of associations of mutual benefit is theoretically easy to imagine if the favors are given and received simultaneously, as in a lichen, but problems arise if there is a delay between the giving of a favor and its repayment. This is because the first recipient of a favor may be tempted to cheat and refuse to pay it back. The resolution of this problem is interesting and worth discussing. I can do this best in terms of a hypothetical example. Suppose a species of bird is parasitized by a nasty kind of tick which carries a dangerous disease. It is very important that these ticks should be removed as soon as possible. Normally, a bird can pull off its own ticks when preening. There is one place, however, the top of the head, which it cannot reach with its own bill. The solution quickly occurs to any human. An individual may not be able to reach his own head, but a friend can do it for him. Later, when the friend is parasitized, the good deed can be paid back. Mutual grooming is in fact very common in both birds and mammals. This makes immediate intuitive sense. Anybody with conscious foresight can see that it is sensible to enter into mutual back-scratching arrangements. But we have learnt to beware of what seems intuitively sensible. The gene has no foresight. Can the theory of selfish genes account for mutual back-scratching or reciprocal altruism, where there is a delay between good deed and repayment? Williams briefly discussed the problem in his 1966 book. He concluded, as had Darwin, that delayed reciprocal altruism can evolve in species that are capable of recognizing and remembering each other as individuals. Trivers in 1971 took the matter further. When he wrote, he did not have available Maynard Smith's concept of the ESS. If he had, I guess he would have used it, for it provides a natural way to express his ideas. Suppose B has a parasite on the top of his head. A pulls it off him. Later, the time comes when A has a parasite on his head. He seeks out B in order that B may pay back his good deed. B simply turns up his nose and walks off. B is a cheat, an individual who accepts the benefit of others' altruism, but who does not pay it back. Cheats do better than indiscriminate altruists because they gain the benefits without paying the costs. The cost of grooming another's head seems small compared with the benefit of having a dangerous parasite removed, but it is not negligible. Some valuable energy and time has to be spent. Let the population consist of individuals who adopt one of two strategies. Call them sucker and cheat. Suckers groom anybody who needs it, indiscriminately. Cheats accept altruism from suckers, but they never groom anybody else. As in the case of hawks and doves, we arbitrarily assign payoff points. It does not matter what the exact values are, so long as the benefit of being groomed exceeds the cost of grooming. If the incidence of parasites is high, any sucker in a population of suckers can reckon on being groomed about as often as he grooms. The average payoff for a sucker among suckers is therefore positive. But now suppose a cheat arises. Being the only cheat, he can count on being groomed by everybody else, but he pays nothing in return. His average payoff is better than the average for a sucker. Cheat genes will therefore start to spread. Sucker genes will soon be driven to extinction. This is because, no matter what the ratio in the population, cheats will always do better than suckers. Even if the whole population declines toward extinction, there will never be any time when suckers do better than cheats. Therefore, as long as we consider only these two strategies, nothing can stop the extinction of the suckers, and very probably the extinction of the whole population too. But now, Suppose there's a third strategy called grudger. Grudgers groom strangers and individuals who have previously groomed them. However, if any individual cheats them, they remember the incident and bear a grudge. They refuse to groom that individual in the future. In a population of grudgers and suckers, it is impossible to tell which is which. Both types behave altruistically towards everybody else, and both earn a high average payoff. In a population consisting largely of cheats, a single grudger would not be very successful. He would expend a great deal of energy grooming most of the individuals he met, for it would take time for him to build up grudges against all of them. On the other hand, nobody would groom him in return. If grudgers are rare in comparison with cheats, the grudger gene will go extinct. Once the grudgers manage to build up in numbers so that they reach a critical proportion, however, their chance of meeting each other becomes sufficiently great to offset their wasted effort in grooming cheats. When this critical proportion is reached, they will start to average a higher payoff than cheats, and the cheats will be driven at an accelerating rate towards extinction. When the cheats are nearly extinct, their rate of decline will become slower, and they may survive as a minority for a long time. I have told the story of these strategies as though it were intuitively obvious. In fact, it is not all that obvious, and I did take the precaution of simulating it on a computer to check. Grudger does indeed turn out to be an ESS against sucker and cheat, in the sense that in a population consisting largely of grudgers, neither cheat nor sucker will invade. Cheat is also an ESS, however, because a population of cheats will not be invaded by either grudger or sucker. A population could sit at either of these two ESSs. In the long term, it might flip from one to the other. Depending on the exact values of the payoffs, one or other of the two stable states will have a larger zone of attraction and will be more likely to be attained. It is quite entertaining to watch a computer simulation that starts with a strong majority of suckers, a minority of grudgers just above the critical frequency, and about the same sized minority of cheats. The first thing that happens is a dramatic crash in the population of suckers as the cheats ruthlessly exploit them. The cheats enjoy a soaring population explosion, reaching their peak just as the last sucker perishes. But the cheats still have the grudgers to reckon with. During the decline of the suckers, the grudgers have been slowly decreasing in numbers, but just managing to hold their own. After the last sucker has gone and the cheats can no longer get away with selfish exploitation so easily, the grudgers slowly begin to increase at the cheats' expense. Steadily their population rise gathers momentum. It accelerates steeply. The cheat population crashes to near extinction, then levels out as they enjoy the privileges of rarity. However, slowly and inexorably, the cheats are driven out of existence, and the grudgers are left in sole possession. Paradoxically, the presence of the suckers actually endangered the grudgers early on because they were responsible for the temporary prosperity of the cheats. My hypothetical example about the dangers of not being groomed is quite plausible. Mice kept in isolation tend to develop unpleasant sores on the parts of their heads that they cannot reach. In one study, mice kept in groups did not suffer in this way because they licked each other's heads. It would be interesting to test the theory of reciprocal altruism experimentally, and mice might be suitable subjects. Travers discusses the remarkable symbiosis of the cleaner fish. Some 50 species are known to make their living by picking parasites off the surface of larger fish of other species. The large fish obviously benefit from being cleaned, and the cleaners get a good supply of food. The relationship is symbiotic. In many cases, the large fish open their mouths and allow cleaners right inside to pick their teeth and then to swim out through the gills, which they also clean. One might expect that a large fish would craftily wait until he had been thoroughly cleaned and then gobble up the cleaner. Yet instead, he usually lets the cleaner swim off unmolested. This is a considerable feat of apparent altruism. Cleaner fish have special stripy patterns and special dancing displays which label them as cleaners. Large fish tend to refrain from eating small fish who have the right kind of stripes and who approach them with the right kind of dance. Instead, they go into a trance-like state and allow the cleaner free access. Selfish genes being what they are, it is not surprising that ruthless, exploiting cheats have cashed in. There are species of small fish that look just like cleaners and dance in the same way to secure safe conduct into the vicinity of large fish. When the large fish has gone into its expectant trance, the cheat, instead of pulling off a parasite, bites a chunk out of the large fish's fin and beats a hasty retreat. But in spite of the cheats, the relationship between fish cleaners and their clients is mainly amicable and stable. The profession of cleaner plays an important part in the daily life of the coral reef community. Each cleaner has his own territory, and large fish have been seen queuing up for attention like customers at a barber's shop. It is probably this sight tenacity that makes possible the evolution of delayed reciprocal altruism in this case. The benefit to a large fish of being able to return repeatedly to the same barber's shop must outweigh the cost of refraining from eating the cleaner. The presence of cheating cleaner mimics probably indirectly endangers the bona fide cleaners by setting up a minor pressure on large fish to eat stripy dancers. Sight tenacity on the part of genuine cleaners enables customers to find them and to avoid cheats. A long memory and a capacity for individual recognition are well developed in humans. We might therefore expect reciprocal altruism to have played an important part in human evolution. Travers goes so far as to suggest that many of our psychological characteristics, envy, guilt, gratitude, sympathy, and so on, have been shaped by natural selection for improved ability to cheat, to detect cheats, and to avoid being thought a cheat. Of particular interest are subtle cheats, who appear to be reciprocating, but who consistently pay back slightly less than they receive. It is even possible that our swollen brains and our predisposition to reason mathematically evolved as a mechanism of ever more devious cheating and ever more penetrating detection of cheating in others. Money is a formal token of delayed reciprocal altruism. There is no end to the fascinating speculation that the idea of reciprocal altruism engenders when we apply it to our own species. Tempting as it is, I am no better at such speculation than the next person, and I leave you to entertain yourself. I hope you're enjoying this discussion of symbiosis and cooperation. These ideas show how complex and interconnected life is, from the smallest genes to the largest communities. If you appreciate this kind of deep dive into biology, consider supporting the author by trying a free 30-day Audible trial or purchasing the book via the Amazon link in the description. As an Amazon associate, we earn from qualifying purchases, and your support helps us bring more of these fascinating topics to life. Thank you, and let's continue. Chapter 11, Memes, the New Replicators. Now we turn to Chapter 11. So far, I have not talked much about humans in particular, though I have not deliberately excluded them. Part of the reason I have used the term survival machine is that animal would have left out plants, and in some people's minds, humans. The arguments I have put forward should, on the face of it, apply to any evolved being. If a species is to be accepted, it must be for good particular reasons. Are there any good reasons for supposing our own species to be unique? I believe the answer is yes. Most of what is unusual about humans can be summed up in one word: culture. I use the word not in its snobbish sense, but as a scientist uses it. Cultural transmission is analogous to genetic transmission, in that, although basically conservative, it can give rise to a form of evolution. Geoffrey Chaucer could not hold a conversation with a modern Englishman, even though they are linked by an unbroken chain of some 20 generations of Englishmen, each of whom could speak to his immediate neighbors in the chain. Language seems to evolve by non-genetic means, and at a rate that is orders of magnitude faster than genetic evolution. Cultural transmission is not unique to man. The best non-human example I know has recently been described by P.F. Jenkins in the song of a bird called the saddleback, which lives on islands off New Zealand. On the island where he worked, there was a total repertoire of about 9 distinct songs. Any given male sang only one or a few of these. The males could be classified into dialect groups. By comparing the songs of fathers and sons, Jenkins showed that song patterns were not inherited genetically. Each young male was likely to adopt songs from his territorial neighbors by imitation, in an analogous way to human language. During most of the time Jenkins was there was a fixed number of songs on the island, a kind of song pool from which each young male drew his own small repertoire. But occasionally, Jenkins was privileged to witness the invention of a new song, which occurred by a mistake in the imitation of an old one. He writes, "New song forms have been shown to arise variously by change of pitch of a note, repetition of a note, the elision of notes, and the combination of parts of other existing songs. The appearance of the new form was an abrupt event, and the product was quite stable over a period of years. Further, in a number of cases the variant was transmitted accurately in its new form to younger recruits, so that a recognizably coherent group of like singers developed." Jenkins refers to the origins of new songs as cultural mutations. Song in the Saddleback truly evolves by non-genetic means. There are other examples of cultural evolution in birds and monkeys, but these are just interesting oddities. It is our own species that really shows what cultural evolution can do. Language is only one example out of many. Fashions in dress and diet, ceremonies and customs, art and architecture, engineering and technology, all evolve in historical time in a way that looks like highly speeded up genetic evolution, but has really nothing to do with it. As in genetic evolution, though, the change may be progressive. There is a sense in which modern science is actually better than ancient science. Our understanding of the universe improves. Admittedly, the current burst of improvement dates back only to the Renaissance, which was preceded by a dismal period of stagnation. But as we saw in Chapter 5, genetic evolution too may proceed as a series of brief spurts between stable plateaus. The analogy between cultural and genetic evolution has frequently been pointed out, sometimes with unnecessary mystical overtones. The analogy between scientific progress and genetic evolution by natural selection has been illuminated especially by Sir Karl Popper. I want to go even further into directions which are also being explored by others. As an enthusiastic Darwinian, I have been dissatisfied with explanations that my fellow enthusiasts have offered for human behavior. They have tried to look for biological advantages in various attributes of human civilization. For instance, tribal religion has been seen as a mechanism for solidifying group identity. Frequently, the evolutionary preconception is implicitly group selectionist, but it is possible to rephrase the theories in terms of orthodox gene selection. Humans may well have spent large portions of the last several million years living in small kin groups. Kin selection and selection in favor of reciprocal altruism may have acted on human genes to produce many of our basic psychological attributes. These ideas are plausible as far as they go, but I find that they do not begin to square up to the formidable challenge of explaining culture, cultural evolution, and the immense differences between human cultures around the world. I think we have got to start again and go right back to first principles. The argument I shall advance, surprising as it may seem coming from the author of the earlier chapters, is that, for an understanding of the evolution of modern man, we must begin by throwing out the gene as the sole basis of our ideas on evolution. I am an enthusiastic Darwinian, but I think Darwinism is too big a theory to be confined to the narrow context of the gene. The gene will enter my thesis as an analogy, nothing more. What, after all, is so special about genes? The answer is that they are replicators. The laws of physics are supposed to be true all over the accessible universe. Are there any principles of biology that are likely to have similar universal validity? When astronauts voyage to distant planets and look for life, they can expect to find creatures too strange for us to imagine. But is there anything that must be true of all life, wherever it is found? If I had to bet, I would put my money on one fundamental principle. This is the law that all life evolves by the differential survival of replicating entities. The gene, the DNA molecule, happens to be the replicating entity that prevails on our own planet. There may be others. If there are, they will almost inevitably tend to become the basis for an evolutionary process. But do we have to go to distant worlds to find other kinds of replicator and other kinds of evolution? I think that a new kind of replicator has recently emerged on this very planet. It is staring us in the face. It is still in its infancy, still drifting clumsily about in its primeval soup, but already it is achieving evolutionary change at a rate that leaves the old gene panting far behind. The new soup is the soup of human culture. We need a name for the new replicator, a noun that conveys the idea of a unit of cultural transmission or a unit of imitation. Mimeme comes from a suitable Greek root, but I want a monosyllable that sounds a bit like gene. I hope my classicist friends will forgive me if I abbreviate mimeme to meme. It should be pronounced to rhyme with cream. Examples of memes are tunes, ideas, catchphrases, clothes fashions, ways of making pots or of building arches. Just as genes propagate themselves in the gene pool by leaping from body to body via sperms or eggs, so memes propagate themselves in the meme pool by leaping from brain to brain via a process which, in the broad sense, can be called imitation. If a scientist hears a good idea, he passes it on to his colleagues and students. He mentions it in his articles and lectures. If the idea catches on, it can be said to propagate itself, spreading from brain to brain. As my colleague N.K. Humphrey neatly summed up an earlier draft of this chapter, memes should be regarded as living structures, not just metaphorically but technically. When you plant a fertile meme in my mind, you literally parasitize my brain, turning it into a vehicle for the meme's propagation, in just the way that a virus may parasitize the genetic mechanism of a host cell. Consider the idea of God. We do not know how it arose in the meme pool. Probably it originated many times by independent mutation. In any case, it is very old. How does it replicate itself? By the spoken and written word, aided by great music and great art. Why does it have such high survival value? Remember that survival value here does not mean value for a gene, but value for a meme in a meme pool. The question really means, what is it about the idea of a God that gives it its stability and penetrance in the cultural environment? The survival value of the God meme results from its great psychological appeal. It provides a superficially plausible answer to deep and troubling questions about existence. It suggests that injustices in this world may be rectified in the next. The everlasting arms hold out a cushion against our own inadequacies, which, like a doctor's placebo, is nonetheless effective for being imaginary. These are some of the reasons why the idea of God is copied so readily. God exists, if only in the form of a meme with high survival value in the environment provided by human culture. Some of my colleagues have suggested to me that this account of the survival value of the God meme begs the question. They wish to go back to biological advantage. They want to know why it has great psychological appeal. Psychological appeal means appeal to brains, and brains are shaped by natural selection of genes. They want to find some way in which having a brain like that improves gene survival. I have a lot of sympathy with this attitude, and I do not doubt that there are genetic advantages in our having brains of the kind that we have. But I think that these colleagues, if they look carefully at their own assumptions, will find that they are begging just as many questions. Fundamentally, the reason why it is good policy to try to explain biological phenomena in terms of gene advantage is that genes are replicators. As soon as the primeval soup provided conditions in which molecules could make copies of themselves, the replicators themselves took over. For more than 3,000 million years, DNA has been the only replicator worth talking about. But it does not necessarily hold these monopoly rights for all time. Whenever conditions arise in which a new kind of replicator can make copies of itself, the new replicators will tend to take over and start a new kind of evolution of their own. Once this new evolution begins, it will in no necessary sense be subservient to the old. The old gene-selected evolution, by making brains, provided the soup in which the first memes arose. Once self-copying memes had arisen, their own, much faster, kind of evolution took off. We biologists have assimilated the idea of genetic evolution so deeply that we tend to forget that it is only one of many possible kinds. Imitation is how memes can replicate. But just as not all genes that can replicate do so successfully, so some memes are more successful than others. This is the analog of natural selection. I have mentioned particular examples of qualities that make for high survival value among memes, but in general they must be the same as those for the replicators of Chapter 2. Longevity, fecundity, and copying fidelity. The longevity of any one copy of a meme is probably relatively unimportant. The copy of the tune Auld Lang Syne that exists in my brain will last only for the rest of my life. But I expect there will be copies of the same tune on paper and in people's brains for centuries to come. As in the case of genes, fecundity is much more important. If the meme is a scientific idea, its spread will depend on how acceptable it is to the population of scientists. A rough measure of its survival value could be obtained by counting the number of times it is referred to in successive years in scientific journals. If it is a popular tune, its spread may be gauged by the number of people heard whistling it. Some memes, like some genes, achieve brilliant short-term success but do not last long. Popular songs and stiletto heels are examples. Others, such as the Jewish religious laws, may continue to propagate themselves for thousands of years, usually because of the permanence of written records. This brings me to the third general quality of successful replicators: copying fidelity. Here I must admit that I am on shaky ground. At first sight, it looks as if memes are not high-fidelity replicators. Every time a scientist hears an idea and passes it on, he is likely to change it somewhat. I have made no secret of my debt in this audiobook to the ideas of R.L. Trivers, yet I have not repeated them in his own words. I have twisted them round for my own purposes. The memes are being passed on to you in altered form. This looks quite unlike the particulate, all-or-none quality of gene transmission. It looks as though meme transmission is subject to continuous mutation and blending. It is possible that this appearance of non-particulateness is illusory. After all, if we look at the inheritance of many genetic characters, such as human height or skin coloring, it does not look like the work of indivisible genes. If a black and a white person mate, their children are intermediate. This does not mean the genes are not particulate. It is just that there are so many of them concerned, each having such a small effect that they seem to blend. So far I have talked of memes as though it was obvious what a single unit meme consisted of, but it is far from obvious. I have said a tune is one meme, but what about a symphony? Is each movement one meme, each recognizable phrase of melody, each bar, or what? I appeal to the same verbal trick as I used in Chapter 3. There I divided the gene complex into large and small genetic units. The gene was defined not in a rigid way, but as a unit of convenience, a length of chromosome with just sufficient copying fidelity to serve as a viable unit of natural selection. If a single phrase of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony is sufficiently distinctive and memorable to be abstracted from the whole symphony and used as the call sign of a broadcasting station, then to that extent it deserves to be called one meme. Similarly, when we say that all biologists nowadays believe in Darwin's theory, we do not mean that every biologist has an identical copy of the exact words of Charles Darwin himself. Each individual has his own way of interpreting Darwin's ideas. Much of what Darwin said is, in detail, wrong. Yet, in spite of all this, there is something, some essence of Darwinism, which is present in the head of every individual who understands the theory. If this were not so, then almost any statement about two people agreeing with each other would be meaningless. An idea meme might be defined as an entity that is capable of being transmitted from one brain to another. The meme of Darwin's theory is therefore that essential basis of the idea which is held in common by all brains that understand it. The differences in the ways that people represent the theory are then, by definition, not part of the meme. If Darwin's theory can be subdivided into components, such that some people believe component A but not B, while others believe B but not A, then A and B should be regarded as separate memes. If almost everybody who believes in A also believes in B, if the memes are closely linked, to use the genetic term, then it is convenient to lump them together as one meme. Let us pursue the analogy between memes and genes further. Throughout this audiobook, I have emphasized that we must not think of genes as conscious, purposeful agents. Blind natural selection, however, makes them behave as if they were purposeful, and it has been convenient to refer to genes in the language of purpose. Just as we have found it convenient to think of genes as active agents, working purposefully for their own survival, perhaps it might be convenient to think of memes in the same way. Can we, in exactly the same spirit, look for selfish or ruthless memes? There is a problem here concerning the nature of competition. Where there is sexual reproduction, each gene is competing particularly with its own alleles. Memes seem to have nothing equivalent to chromosomes and alleles. In what sense, then, are memes competing with each other? Should we expect them to be selfish or ruthless? The answer is that we might, because there is a sense in which they must indulge in a kind of competition. Any user of a digital computer knows how precious computer time and memory storage space are. The computers in which memes live are human brains. Time is possibly a more important limiting factor than storage space, and it is the subject of heavy competition. The human brain cannot do more than one or a few things at once. If a meme is to dominate the attention of a human brain, it must do so at the expense of rival memes. Other commodities for which memes compete are radio and television time, billboard space, newspaper column inches, and library shelf space. In the case of genes, we saw that co-adapted gene complexes may arise. A large set of genes concerned with mimicry in butterflies became tightly linked together on the same chromosome, so they can be treated as one gene. Does anything analogous occur in meme pools? Has the God meme, say, become associated with any other particular memes, and does this association assist the survival of each? Perhaps we could regard an organized church, with its architecture, rituals, laws, music, art, and written tradition, as a co-adapted stable set of mutually assisting memes. To take a particular example, an aspect of doctrine that has been very effective in enforcing religious observance is the threat of hellfire. Many children and even some adults believe that they will suffer ghastly torments after death if they do not obey the priestly rules. This is a peculiarly nasty technique of persuasion, causing great psychological anguish, but it is highly effective. It might almost have been planned deliberately by a Machiavellian priesthood trained in deep psychological indoctrination. However, I doubt if the priests were that clever. Much more probably, unconscious memes have ensured their own survival by virtue of the same qualities of pseudo-ruthlessness that successful genes display. The idea of hellfire is self-perpetuating because of its own deep psychological impact. It has become linked with the God meme because the two reinforce each other and assist each other's survival in the meme pool. Another member of the religious meme complex is called faith. It means blind trust in the absence of evidence, even in the teeth of evidence. The story of doubting Thomas is told not so that we shall admire Thomas, but so that we can admire the other apostles in comparison. Thomas demanded evidence. Nothing is more lethal for certain kinds of meme than a tendency to look for evidence. The other apostles, whose faith was so strong that they did not need evidence, are held up to us as worthy of imitation. The meme for blind faith secures its own perpetuation by the simple unconscious expedient of discouraging rational inquiry. Blind faith can justify anything. If a man believes in a different God, or even if he uses a different ritual for worshiping the same God, blind faith can decree that he should die. Memes for blind faith have their own ruthless ways of propagating themselves. This is true of patriotic and political as well as religious blind faith. Memes and genes may often reinforce each other, but they sometimes come into opposition. For example, the habit of celibacy is presumably not inherited genetically. A gene for celibacy is doomed to failure in the gene pool. But still, a meme for celibacy can be successful. For example, suppose the success of a meme depends critically on how much time people spend in actively transmitting it. The meme for celibacy is transmitted by priests to young boys. The medium of transmission is human influence of various kinds. Suppose it happened to be the case that marriage weakened the power of a priest to influence his flock, say because it occupied a large proportion of his time. This has indeed been advanced as an official reason for the enforcement of celibacy among priests. If this were the case, it would follow that the meme for celibacy could have greater survival value than the meme for marriage. Of course, exactly the opposite would be true for a gene for celibacy. If a priest is a survival machine for memes, celibacy is a useful attribute to build into him. Celibacy is just a minor partner in a large complex of mutually assisting religious memes. I conjecture that co-adapted meme complexes evolve in the same kind of way as co-adapted gene complexes. Selection favors memes that exploit their cultural environment to their own advantage. This cultural environment consists of other memes which are also being selected. The meme pool, therefore, comes to have the attributes of an evolutionarily stable set, which new memes find it hard to invade. I have been a bit negative about memes, but they have their cheerful side as well. When we die, there are two things we can leave behind us: genes and memes. We were built as gene machines, created to pass on our genes, but that aspect of us will be forgotten in 3 generations. Your child, even your grandchild, may bear a resemblance to you, but as each generation passes, the contribution of your genes is halved. It does not take long to reach negligible proportions. Our genes may be immortal, but the collection of genes that is any one of us is bound to crumble away. Elizabeth II is a direct descendant of William the Conqueror, yet it is quite probable that she bears not a single one of the old king's genes. We should not seek immortality in reproduction. But if you contribute to the world's culture, if you have a good idea, compose a tune, invent a sparking plug, write a poem, it may live on, intact, long after your genes have dissolved in the common pool. Socrates may or may not have a gene or two alive in the world today, as G.C. Williams has remarked, but who cares? The meme complexes of Socrates, Leonardo, Copernicus, and Marconi are still going strong. However speculative my development of the theory of memes may be, there is one serious point which I would like to emphasize once again. This is that when we look at the evolution of cultural traits and at their survival value, we must be clear whose survival we are talking about. Biologists are accustomed to looking for advantages at the gene level. What we have not previously considered is that a cultural trait may have evolved in the way that it has, simply because it is advantageous to itself. We do not have to look for conventional biological survival values of traits like religion, music, and ritual dancing, though these may also be present. Once the genes have provided their survival machines with brains that are capable of rapid imitation, the memes will automatically take over. We do not even have to posit a genetic advantage in imitation, though that would certainly help. All that is necessary is that the brain should be capable of imitation. Memes will then evolve that exploit the capability to the full. I now close the topic of the new replicators and end the chapter on a note of qualified hope. One unique feature of man, which may or may not have evolved memically, is his capacity for conscious foresight. Selfish genes, and if you allow the speculation of this chapter, memes too, have no foresight. They are unconscious, blind replicators. The fact that they replicate, together with certain further conditions, means that they will tend towards the evolution of qualities which can be called selfish. A simple replicator, whether gene or meme, cannot be expected to forego short-term selfish advantage, even if it would really pay it, in the long term, to do so. We saw this in the chapter on aggression. Even though a conspiracy of doves would be better for every single individual than the evolutionarily stable strategy, natural selection is bound to favor the ESS. It is possible that yet another unique quality of man is a capacity for genuine, disinterested, true altruism. I hope so, but I'm not going to argue the case one way or the other, nor to speculate over its possible mimic evolution. The point I'm making now is that even if we look on the dark side and assume that individual man is fundamentally selfish, our conscious foresight, our capacity to simulate the future in imagination, could save us from the worst selfish excesses of the blind replicators. We have at least the mental equipment to foster our long-term selfish interests rather than merely our short-term selfish interests. We can see the long-term benefits of participating in a conspiracy of doves, and we can sit down together to discuss ways of making the conspiracy work. We have the power to defy the selfish genes of our birth and, if necessary, the selfish memes of our indoctrination. We can even discuss ways of deliberately cultivating and nurturing pure, disinterested altruism, something that has no place in nature, something that has never existed before in the whole history of the world. We are built as gene machines and cultured as meme machines, but we have the power to turn against our creators. We alone on Earth, can rebel against the tyranny of the selfish replicators. Chapter 12. Nice guys finish first. Here begins Chapter 12. Nice guys finish last. The phrase seems to have originated in the world of baseball. The American biologist Garrett Hardin used it to summarize the message of what may be called sociobiology or selfish genery. It is easy to see its aptness. If we translate the colloquial meaning of nice guy into its Darwinian equivalent, a nice guy is an individual that assists other members of its species at its own expense to pass their genes on to the next generation. Nice guys then seem bound to decrease in numbers. Niceness dies a Darwinian death. But there is another technical interpretation of the colloquial word nice. If we adopt this definition, which is not too far from the colloquial meaning, nice guys can finish first. This more optimistic conclusion is what this chapter is about. Remember the grudgers of Chapter 10. These were birds that helped each other in an apparently altruistic way, but refused to help, bore a grudge against individuals that had previously refused to help them. Grudgers came to dominate the population because they passed on more genes to future generations than either suckers, who helped others indiscriminately and were exploited, or cheats, who tried ruthlessly to exploit everybody and ended up doing each other down. The story of the grudgers illustrated an important general principle which Robert Trivers called reciprocal altruism. As we saw in the example of the cleaner fish, reciprocal altruism is not confined to members of a single species. It is at work in all relationships that are called symbiotic. For instance, the ants milking their aphid cattle. Since Chapter 10 was written, the American political scientist Robert Axelrod, working partly with W.D. Hamilton, has taken the idea of reciprocal altruism in exciting new directions. It was Axelrod who coined the technical meaning of the word nice, to which I alluded in my opening paragraph. Axelrod was fascinated by a simple gambling game called Prisoner's Dilemma. It is so simple that I have known clever men misunderstand it completely, thinking that there must be more to it. But its simplicity is deceptive. Whole shelves in libraries are devoted to the ramifications of this beguiling game. Many influential people think it holds the key to strategic defense planning and that we should study it to prevent a third world war. As a biologist, I agree with Axelrod and Hamilton that many wild animals and plants are engaged in ceaseless games of prisoner's dilemma, played out in evolutionary time. In its original, human version, here is how the game is played. There is a banker who adjudicates and pays out winnings to the two players. Suppose that I am playing against you. There are only two cards in each of our hands, labeled Cooperate and Defect. To play, we each choose one of our cards and lay it face down on the table. Face down so that neither of us can be influenced by the other's move. In effect, we move simultaneously. We now wait in suspense for the banker to turn the cards over. The suspense is because our winnings depend not just on which card we have played, but on the other player's card too. Since there are 2x2 cards, there are 4 possible outcomes. For each outcome, our winnings are as follows, quoted in dollars. Outcome 1. We have both played Cooperate. The banker pays each of us $300. This is called the reward for mutual cooperation. Outcome 2. We have both played Defect. The banker fines each of us $10. This is called the punishment for mutual defection. Outcome 3. You have played Cooperate. I have played Defect. The banker pays me $500, the temptation to defect, and fines you, the sucker, $100. Outcome 4. You have played Defect. I have played Cooperate. The banker pays you the temptation payoff of $500 and fines me, the sucker, $100. Outcomes 3 and 4 are obviously mirror images. In outcomes 1 and 2, we do as well as one another, but 1 is better for both of us than 2. The exact quantities of money don't matter. What matters, for the game to qualify as a true prisoner's dilemma, is their rank order. The temptation to defect must be better than the reward for mutual cooperation, which must be better than the punishment for mutual defection, which must be better than the sucker's payoff. Now, why the dilemma? To see this, look at the payoff matrix and imagine the thoughts that might go through my head as I play against you. I know that there are only 2 cards you can play, Cooperate and Defect. Let's consider them in order. If you have played Defect, the best card I could have played would have been Defect 2. Admittedly, I'd have suffered the penalty for mutual defection, but if I'd cooperated, I'd have gotten the sucker's payoff, which is even worse. Now let's turn to the other thing you could have done. Play the Cooperate card. Once again, Defect is the best thing I could have done. If I had cooperated, we'd both have gotten the rather high score of $300, but if I'd defected, I'd have gotten even more, $500. The conclusion is that, regardless of which card you play, my best move is always Defect. So I have worked out by impeccable logic that, regardless of what you do, I must defect. And you, with no less impeccable logic, will work out just the same thing. So when two rational players meet, they will both defect and both will end up with a fine or a low payoff. Yet each knows perfectly well that, if only they had both played Cooperate, both would have obtained the relatively high reward for mutual cooperation. That is why the game is called a dilemma. Prisoner comes from one particular imaginary example. The currency is prison sentences. Two men are in jail, suspected of collaborating in a crime. Each prisoner in his separate cell is invited to betray his colleague, which is to defect. If Peterson throws the blame entirely on Moriarty, and Moriarty remains silent, which is to cooperate with his friend, Moriarty gets a heavy jail sentence while Peterson gets off scot-free. If each betrays the other, both are convicted, but get a somewhat reduced sentence. If both cooperate with each other by refusing to speak, there is not enough evidence to convict them of the main crime, and they receive a small sentence for a lesser offense. Although it may seem odd to call a jail sentence a reward, that is how the men would see it. You will notice that the essential features of the game are preserved. If you put yourself in each prisoner's place, you will see that neither has any choice but to betray the other, thereby condemning both to heavy sentences. Is there any way out of the dilemma? Both players know that, whatever their opponent does, they themselves cannot do better than defect. Yet both also know that, if only both had cooperated, each one would have done better. If only there could be some way of reaching agreement, some way of reassuring each player that the other can be trusted. In the simple game of Prisoner's Dilemma, there is no way of ensuring trust. Unless at least one of the players is a saintly sucker, the game is doomed to end in mutual defection. But there is another version of the game. It is called the iterated or repeated Prisoner's Dilemma. The iterated game is more complicated, and in its complication lies hope. The iterated game is simply the ordinary game repeated an indefinite number of times with the same players. Once again, you and I face each other with a banker. We each have a hand of just 2 cards, cooperate and defect. We play, and the banker pays out or levies fines. But now, instead of that being the end of the game, we pick up our cards and prepare for another round. The successive rounds give us the opportunity to build up trust or mistrust, to reciprocate or placate, forgive or avenge. In an indefinitely long game, the important point is that we can both win at the expense of the banker, rather than at the expense of one another. After 10 rounds, I could theoretically have won as much as $5,000, but only if you have been extraordinarily silly and played cooperate every time, in spite of my consistent defecting. More realistically, it is easy for each of us to pick up $3,000 of the banker's money by both playing cooperate on all 10 rounds. For this, we don't have to be particularly saintly, because we can both see from the other's past moves that the other is to be trusted. We can, in effect, police each other's behavior. Another thing that is quite likely is that neither of us trusts the other. We both played defect for all 10 rounds, and the banker gains $100 in fines from each of us. Most likely of all is that we partially trust one another and each play some mixed sequence, ending up with some intermediate sum. The birds in Chapter 10 who removed ticks from each other's feathers were playing an iterated Prisoner's Dilemma game. It is important for a bird to pull off his own ticks, but he cannot reach the top of his own head. It would seem only fair that he should return the favor later. But this service costs a bird time and energy. If a bird can get away with cheating, having his own ticks removed but then refusing to reciprocate, he gains all the benefits without paying the costs. Rank the outcomes, and you'll find that we have a true game of prisoner's dilemma. But this is only one example. The more you think about it, the more you realize that life is riddled with iterated prisoner's dilemma games. Not just human life, but animal and plant life too. Plant life? Yes, why not? Remember that we are not talking about conscious strategies, but about strategies in the Maynard Smithian sense, strategies that genes might pre-program. Meanwhile, let's explore more fully what is so important about iteration. Unlike the simple game, which is rather predictable, the iterated version offers plenty of strategic scope. Iteration allows lots of conceivable strategies, and it is by no means obvious which one is best. The following is just one among thousands. Cooperate most of the time, but on a random 10% of rounds, throw in a defect. Or strategies might be conditional upon the past history of the game. My grudger is an example of this. Other strategies might be more forgiving and have shorter memories. Clearly, the strategies available are limited only by our ingenuity. Can we work out which is best? This was the task that Axelrod set himself. He ran a competition and advertised for experts in games theory to submit strategies. Strategies, in this sense, are pre-programmed rules for action, so it was appropriate for contestants to send in their entries in computer language. 14 strategies were submitted. For good measure, Axelrod added a 15th, called Random, which simply played cooperate and defect randomly and served as a baseline non-strategy. Axelrod translated all 15 strategies into one common programming language and set them against one another in one big computer. Each strategy was paired off in turn with every other one to play iterated prisoner's dilemma. Since there were 15 strategies, there were 225 separate games going on. When each pairing had gone through 200 moves, the winnings were totaled up and the winner declared. We are not concerned with which strategy won against any particular opponent. What matters is which strategy accumulated the most money, summed over all its 15 pairings. Money means simply points, awarded according to the following scheme: mutual cooperation, 3 points; temptation to defect, 5 points; punishment for mutual defection, 1 point; sucker's payoff, 0 points. The maximum possible score was 15,000. The minimum was 0. The most that a strategy can realistically hope to win in an average game cannot be much more than 600 points. This is what 2 players would each receive if they both consistently cooperated, scoring 3 points for each of the 200 rounds. We can use 600 as a benchmark and express all scores as a percentage of this. The players were not humans but computer programs. Their human authors played the same role as genes programming bodies. Some ingenious strategies were submitted. The winning strategy, remarkably, was the simplest and superficially least ingenious of all. It was called tit for tat and was submitted by Professor Anatol Rappaport. Tit for tat begins by cooperating on the first move, and thereafter simply copies the previous move of the other player. How might a game involving tit for tat proceed? Suppose the other player is also tit for tat. Both begin by cooperating. In the next move, each copies the other's previous move, which was cooperate. Both continue to cooperate until the end, and both end up with the full 100% benchmark score of 600 points. Now suppose tit for tat plays against a strategy called naive prober. Naive prober is basically tit for tat, except that once in a while, say on a random 1 in 10 moves, it throws in a gratuitous defection. Until naive prober tries one of its probing defections, the players might as well be 2 tit for tats. But suddenly, say on the 8th move, naive prober defects. Tit for tat is played cooperate and gets the sucker's payoff of 0 points. Naive prober appears to have done well, getting 5 points. But in the next move, tit for tat retaliates. It plays defect, copying the opponent's previous move. Naive prober, meanwhile, has copied its opponent's cooperate move, so it now collects the sucker's payoff of 0, while tit for tat gets 5. In the next move, naive prober retaliates against tit for tat's defection, and so the alternation continues. During these alternating runs, both players receive on average 2.5 points per move. This is lower than the steady 3 points per move from mutual cooperation. So, when naive prober plays against tit for tat, both do worse than when tit for tat plays against another tit for tat. Now consider another strategy called remorseful prober. Remorseful prober is like naive prober, except that it takes active steps to break out of runs of alternating recrimination. To do this, it needs a slightly longer memory. Remorseful prober remembers whether it has just spontaneously defected and whether the result was prompt retaliation. If so, it remorsefully allows its opponent one free hit without retaliating. This means that runs of mutual recrimination are nipped in the bud. Most of the game is spent in mutual cooperation, with both players enjoying the generous score. Some of the strategies in Axelrod's tournament were much more sophisticated, but they ended up with fewer points than simple tit-for-tat. The least successful of all the strategies, except random, was the most elaborate. It is more interesting to classify strategies according to certain categories. The most important category Axelrod recognizes is nice. A nice strategy is defined as one that is never the first to defect. Tit-for-tat is an example. Both naive prober and remorseful prober are nasty strategies because they sometimes defect when not provoked. Of the 15 strategies in the tournament, 8 were nice. Significantly, the 8 top-scoring strategies were the very same 8 nice strategies, the 7 nasties trailing well behind. Tit-for-tat obtained an average of 504.5 points, 84% of our benchmark. The other nice strategies scored only slightly less. There is a big gap between this and the 66.8% obtained by the most successful nasty strategy. It seems convincing that nice guys do well in this game. Another of Axelrod's technical terms is forgiving. A forgiving strategy is one that, although it may retaliate, has a short memory. It is swift to overlook old misdeeds. Tit-for-tat is a forgiving strategy. It raps a defector over the knuckles instantly, but after that, lets bygones be bygones. Chapter 10's Grudger is totally unforgiving. It never forgets a grudge. A strategy identical to Grudger was entered in Axelrod's tournament and didn't do well. Of all the nice strategies, it did next to worst. The reason unforgiving strategies don't do well is that they can't break out of runs of mutual recrimination. It is possible to be even more forgiving than tit-for-tat. Tit-for-two-tats allows its opponents 2 defections in a row before it retaliates. This might seem excessively saintly. Nevertheless, Axelrod worked out that if only somebody had submitted tit-for-two-tats, it would have won the tournament. This is because it is so good at avoiding runs of mutual recrimination. So we have identified 2 characteristics of winning strategies: niceness and forgivingness. This almost utopian-sounding conclusion came as a surprise to many experts who had tried to be too cunning by submitting subtly nasty strategies. Axelrod announced a second tournament. He received 62 entries and again added random, making 63. This time the exact number of moves per game was not fixed. Programmers in the second tournament had all been provided with the results of the first. It was only to be expected that they would take note of this. Some reasoned that niceness and forgivingness were winning qualities and submitted nice, forgiving strategies. John Maynard Smith even submitted the super forgiving tit-for-two-tats. The other school of thought reasoned that lots of their colleagues would now submit nice, forgiving strategies. They therefore submitted nasty strategies trying to exploit these anticipated soft eyes. But once again, nastiness didn't pay. Once again, tit-for-tat submitted by Anatol Rappaport was the winner with a massive 96% of the benchmark score. And again, nice strategies did better than nasty ones. All but one of the top 15 strategies were nice, and all but one of the bottom 15 were nasty. But although the saintly tit-for-two-tats would have won the first tournament, it did not win the second. This was because the field now included more subtle, nasty strategies capable of preying ruthlessly upon such a softie. This underlines an important point. Success for a strategy depends upon which other strategies happen to be submitted. This is the only way to account for the difference between the 2 tournaments. Is there an objective way to judge which is the truly best strategy in a more general sense? Readers of earlier chapters will be prepared to find the answer in the theory of evolutionarily stable strategies. I was one of those to whom Axelrod circulated his early results. I didn't submit a strategy, but I suggested that he should get in touch with W.D. Hamilton. He did, and the result of their subsequent collaboration was a brilliant joint paper published in 1981, a paper that won the Newcomb-Cleveland Prize of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. In addition to discussing some way-out biological examples of iterated prisoners' dilemmas, Axelrod and Hamilton gave due recognition to the ESS approach. Contrast the ESS approach with the round-robin system of Axelrod's tournaments. A round-robin is like a football league. To be successful, a strategy has to be a good competitor against all the other strategies submitted. Axelrod's name for a strategy that is good against a wide variety of others is robust. Tit for tat turned out to be robust, but the set of strategies submitted is arbitrary. How can we reduce this arbitrariness? By thinking ESS. The important characteristic of an ESS is that it carries on doing well when it is already numerous in the population. To a Darwinian, a successful strategy is one that has become numerous. For a strategy to remain successful, it must do well specifically when it is numerous, in a climate dominated by copies of itself. Axelrod did run a third round of his tournament as natural selection might have run it, looking for an ESS. He took the 63 strategies and threw them again into the computer to make Generation 1 of an evolutionary succession. At the end of Generation 1, winnings were paid out not as money, but as offspring, identical to their parents. As generations went by, some strategies became scarcer and eventually went extinct. Other strategies became more numerous. As the proportions changed, so did the climate. Eventually, after about 1,000 generations, stability was reached. Before this, the fortunes of the various strategies rose and fell. Some went extinct from the start. Of the nasty strategies, one or two began by increasing, but their prosperity was short-lived. The only nasty strategy to survive beyond Generation 200 was one called Harrington. Harrington did well temporarily by exploiting softies like tit-for-two-tats. Then, as the softies were driven extinct, Harrington followed them, having no easy prey left. The field was free for nice but provocable strategies like tit-for-tat. Tit-for-tat itself came out top in 5 out of 6 runs of round 3. 5 other nice but provocable strategies ended up nearly as successful. When all the nasties had been driven extinct, there was no way in which any of the nice strategies could be distinguished from tit-for-tat, because they all simply played cooperate against each other. A consequence of this is that although tit-for-tat seems like an ESS, it is strictly not a true ESS. To be an ESS, a strategy must not be invadable by a rare mutant strategy. Tit-for-tat cannot be invaded by any nasty strategy, but another nice strategy is a different matter. In a population of nice strategies, they will all look and behave exactly like one another. So any other nice strategy, like the totally saintly always cooperate, can drift into the population without being noticed. So technically, tit-for-tat is not an ESS. You might think that since the world stays just as nice, we could as well regard tit-for-tat as an ESS. But look what happens next. Unlike tit-for-tat, always cooperate is not stable against invasion by nasty strategies like always defect. Always defect does well against always cooperate since it gets the high temptation score every time. Nasty strategies will come in to keep down the numbers of too nice strategies. But although tit-for-tat is not strictly a true ESS, it is probably fair to treat some sort of mixture of basically nice but retaliatory tit-for-tat-like strategies as roughly equivalent to an ESS in practice. Robert Boyd and Jeffrey Lorberbaum looked at a mixture of tit-for-two-tats and a strategy called suspicious tit-for-tat. Suspicious tit-for-tat is technically nasty, but not very. It behaves just like tit-for-tat after the first move, but it does defect on the very first move. In a climate entirely dominated by tit-for-tat, suspicious tit-for-tat does not prosper because its initial defection triggers an unbroken run of mutual recrimination. When it meets a tit-for-two-tats player, however, tit-for-two-tats' greater forgivingness nips this recrimination in the bud. Both players end the game with at least the all-C score, with suspicious tit-for-tat scoring a bonus for its initial defection. Boyd and Lorberbaum showed that a population of tit-for-tat could be invaded by a mixture of tit-for-two-tats and suspicious tit-for-tat, the two prospering in each other's company. Axelrod recognized that tit for tat is not strictly an ESS and coined the phrase collectively stable strategy to describe it. As in the case of true ESSs, it is possible for more than one strategy to be collectively stable at the same time. Always defect is also stable, as well as tit for tat. In a population dominated by always defect, no other strategy does better. We can treat the system as bistable, with always defect being one stable point and tit for tat the other. Whichever stable point comes to dominate the population first will tend to stay dominant. But what does dominate mean quantitatively? How many tit for tats must there be for tit for tat to do better than always defect? That depends upon the detailed payoffs. All we can say is that there is a critical frequency, a knife edge. On one side of the knife edge, the critical frequency of tit for tat is exceeded, and selection will favor more tit for tats. On the other side, the critical frequency of always defect is exceeded, and selection will favor more always defects. It obviously matters on which side of the knife edge a population happens to start, and we need to know how it might happen that a population could occasionally cross from one side to the other. Suppose we start with a population on the always defect side. The few tit-for-tat individuals don't meet each other often enough to be of mutual benefit. So natural selection pushes the population even further towards the always defect extreme. If only the population could just manage, by random drift, to get itself over the knife edge, it could coast down the slope to the tit-for-tat side, and everyone would do much better. But of course, populations have no group will. They will cross it only if the undirected forces of nature happen to lead them across. How could this happen? We can do better than chance. We can think of practical ways in which a minority of tit-for-tat individuals might happen to increase to the critical mass. This amounts to a quest for possible ways in which tit-for-tat individuals might happen to cluster together in sufficient numbers that they can all benefit at the banker's expense. In nature, the obvious way is through genetic relatedness, kinship. Animals are likely to find themselves living close to their sisters, brothers, and cousins. This is not necessarily through choice. It follows automatically from viscosity in the population. Viscosity means any tendency for individuals to continue living close to where they were born. For instance, through most of history, individual humans have seldom strayed more than a few miles from their birthplace. As a result, local clusters of genetic relatives tend to build up. I remember visiting a remote island off the west coast of Ireland and being struck by the fact that almost everyone on the island had enormous jug-handle ears. This was because most of the inhabitants were close kin of one another. Genetic relatives will tend to be alike not just in facial features, but in all sorts of other respects. For instance, in genetic tendencies to play tit for tat. So even if tit for tat is rare in the population as a whole, it may still be locally common. In a local area, tit for tat individuals may meet each other often enough to prosper from mutual cooperation, even though calculations based on the global frequency might suggest they are below the critical frequency. If this happens, tit-for-tat individuals cooperating in cozy little local enclaves may prosper so well that they grow into larger clusters. These clusters may grow so large that they spread out into other areas that had hitherto been dominated by individuals playing always defect. Coming back to our knife edge then, tit-for-tat could surmount it. All that is required is a little local clustering of a sort that will naturally tend to arise. Tit-for-tat has a built-in gift, even when rare, for crossing the knife edge over to its own side. It is as though there were a secret passage underneath the knife edge. But that secret passage contains a one-way valve. There is an asymmetry. Unlike tit-for-tat, always defect cannot use local clustering to cross the knife edge. On the contrary, local clusters of always defect individuals do especially badly in each other's presence. They do one another down. Always defect then, unlike tit-for-tat, gets no help from kinship or viscosity. So although tit-for-tat may be only dubiously an ESS, it has a sort of higher-order stability. Always defect resists invasion for a long time. But if we wait long enough, tit-for-tat will eventually muster the numbers required to tip it over the knife edge, and the population will flip. But the reverse will not happen. Always defect cannot benefit from clustering and so does not enjoy this higher-order stability. Tit for tat, as we have seen, is nice and forgiving. I now introduce another of Axelrod's evocative technical terms. Tit for tat is also not envious. To be envious, in Axelrod's terminology, means to strive for more money than the other player, rather than for an absolutely large quantity. To be non-envious means to be quite happy if the other player wins just as much money as you do, so long as you both thereby win more from the banker. Tit for tat never actually wins a game. It cannot score more than its opponent because it never defects except in retaliation. The most it can do is draw, but it tends to achieve each draw with a high shared score. Where tit for tat and other nice strategies are concerned, the very word opponent is inappropriate. Sadly, however, when psychologists set up games of iterated prisoner's dilemma between real humans, nearly all players succumb to envy and therefore do relatively poorly. It seems that many people would rather do down the other player than cooperate to do down the banker. Axelrod's work has shown what a mistake this is. It is only a mistake in certain kinds of game. Games theorists divide games into zero-sum and non-zero-sum. A zero-sum game is one in which a win for one player is a loss for the other. Chess is zero-sum. Prisoner's Dilemma, however, is a non-zero-sum game. There is a banker paying out money, and it is possible for the two players to link arms and laugh all the way to the bank. This talk of laughing all the way to the bank reminds me of a delightful line from Shakespeare. The first thing we do, let's kill all the lawyers. In what are called civil disputes, there is often great scope for cooperation. What looks like a zero-sum confrontation can, with a little goodwill, be transformed into a mutually beneficial non-zero-sum game. Consider divorce. A good marriage is obviously a non-zero-sum game, but even when it breaks down, there are reasons why a couple could benefit by continuing to cooperate and treating their divorce as non-zero-sum. The fees of two lawyers will make a nasty dent in the family finances. So obviously, a sensible and civilized couple begin by going together to see one lawyer, don't they? Well, actually no. At least in England, and until recently in all 50 states of the USA, the lawyer's own professional code doesn't allow it. Lawyers must accept only one member of a couple as a client. The other is forced to go to another lawyer, and that is when the fun begins. In separate chambers but with one voice, the two lawyers immediately start referring to us and them. The case is listed as Smith versus Smith. It is assumed to be adversarial. And who benefits? The chances are only the lawyers. The hapless couple have been dragged into a zero-sum game. For the lawyers, however, the case is a nice fat non-zero-sum game, with the Smiths providing the payoffs and the two professionals milking their client's joint account in elaborately coded cooperation. Every letter, every telephone call exchanged adds to the bill. With luck, this can be dragged out for months or even years. The lawyers may not even be aware of what they are doing. Like the vampire bats we shall meet, they are playing to well-ritualized rules. The system works without any conscious overseeing. It's all geared to forcing us into zero-sum games. What about other games in human life? Which are zero-sum and which non-zero-sum? Which aspects of life foster envy and which foster cooperation against a banker? Think about wage bargaining and differentials. When we negotiate our pay rises, are we motivated by envy, or do we cooperate to maximize our real income? I simply pose these difficult questions. Football is a zero-sum game. At least, it usually is. Occasionally, it can become a non-zero-sum game. This happened in 1977 in the English Football League. Teams are split into 4 divisions. At the end of each season, the bottom 3 clubs in the first division are relegated to the second division. May 18, 1977 was the last day of that year's season. 2 of the 3 relegations had been determined, but the third was still in contention. It would be one of 3 teams: Sunderland, Bristol, or Coventry. These 3 teams had everything to play for. Sunderland were playing against a 4th team. Bristol and Coventry happened to be playing against each other. It was known that if Sunderland lost, then Bristol and Coventry needed only to draw against each other to stay in the first division. But if Sunderland won, then the team relegated would be either Bristol or Coventry, depending on the outcome of their game. The two crucial games were theoretically simultaneous. However, the Bristol-Coventry game happened to be running 5 minutes late. Because of this, the result of the Sunderland game became known before the end of the Bristol-Coventry game. For most of the game between Bristol and Coventry, the play was fast and furious. The score was 2-2 by the 80th minute. Then, 2 minutes before the end, the news came through that Sunderland had lost. Immediately, the Coventry team manager had the news flashed up on the giant electronic message board. All 22 players could read, and they all realized that they needn't bother to play hard anymore. A draw was all that either team needed. To put effort into scoring goals was now positively bad policy. Both sides became intent on securing a draw. To quote a news report, supporters who had been fierce rivals seconds before suddenly joined in a combined celebration. Referee Ron Chalice watched helpless as the players pushed the ball around with little or no challenge to the man in possession. What had been a zero-sum game had suddenly become a non-zero-sum game. It is as if an external banker had magically appeared, making it possible for both teams to benefit from the same outcome, a draw. Spectator sports are normally zero-sum games for a good reason. It is more exciting for crowds to watch players striving against one another. But real life is not set up for spectators. Many situations in real life are non-zero-sum games. Nature often plays the role of banker, and individuals can therefore benefit from one another's success. Without departing from the fundamental laws of the selfish gene, we can see how cooperation and mutual assistance can flourish even in a basically selfish world. We can see how in Axelrod's meaning, nice guys may finish first. But none of this works unless the game is iterated. The players must know that the present game is not the last one between them. In Axelrod's haunting phrase, the shadow of the future must be long. But how long must it be? It can't be infinitely long. From a theoretical point of view, it doesn't matter how long the game is. The important thing is that neither player should know when the game is going to end. Suppose you and I were playing, and we both knew that the number of rounds was to be exactly 100. We both understand that the 100th round, being the last, will be equivalent to a simple one-off game. Therefore, the only rational strategy for either of us on the 100th round will be defect. The 99th round will be the equivalent of a one-off game, and the only rational choice is also defect. The 98th round succumbs to the same reasoning, and so on back. Two strictly rational players can do nothing but defect if they both know how many rounds the game is destined to run. For this reason, when games theorists talk about the iterated prisoner's dilemma, they always assume that the end of the game is unpredictable. Even if the exact number of rounds is not known, in real life it is often possible to make a statistical guess as to how much longer the game is likely to last. This assessment may become an important part of strategy. If I notice the banker fidget and look at his watch, I may conjecture that the game is about to end, and I may therefore feel tempted to defect. If I suspect that you too have noticed the banker fidgeting, I may fear that you are also contemplating defection. I will probably be anxious to get my defection in first. The mathematician's simple distinction between the one-off game and the iterated game is too simple. Each player can be expected to behave as if he possessed a continuously updated estimate of how long the game will go on. The longer his estimate, the more he will play according to the expectations for the true iterated game. In other words, the nicer, more forgiving, less envious he will be. The shorter his estimate, the more he will be inclined to play according to the expectations for the one-off game. The nastier and less forgiving he will be. Axelrod draws a moving illustration of the importance of the shadow of the future from a remarkable phenomenon that grew up during the First World War, the live and let live system. His source is the research of Tony Ashworth. It is well known that at Christmas in 1914, British and German troops briefly fraternized. Less well known is that unofficial non-aggression pacts flourished all up and down the front lines for at least 2 years. A senior British officer is quoted as being astonished to observe German soldiers walking about within rifle range. Our men appeared to take no notice. These people evidently did not know there was a war on. Both sides apparently believed in the policy of live and let live. With hindsight, we can see what was going on. In the entrenched warfare of those times, the shadow of the future for each platoon was long. Each group of British soldiers could expect to be facing the same group of Germans for many months. The shadow of the future was long enough and indeterminate enough to foster the development of a tit-for-tat type of cooperation, provided the situation was equivalent to a game of prisoner's dilemma. Qualify as a true prisoner's dilemma, the payoffs have to follow a particular rank order. Both sides must see mutual cooperation as preferable to mutual defection. Defection while the other side cooperates is even better. Cooperation while the other side defects is worst of all. Mutual defection is what the General Staff would like to see. Mutual cooperation was undesirable from the General's point of view because it wasn't helping them win the war, but it was highly desirable from the point of view of the individual soldiers. They didn't want to be shot. The outcome of the entire war is unlikely to be materially affected by what one individual does. Mutual cooperation with the particular enemy soldiers facing you most definitely does affect your own fate and is greatly preferable to mutual defection. It seems that the situation was a true prisoner's dilemma. Something like tit for tat could be expected to grow up, and it did. The locally stable strategy was not necessarily tit for tat itself. Tit for tat is one of a family of nice, retaliatory but forgiving strategies. 3 tits for a tat, for instance, grew up in one local area. A contemporary account said, "We go out at night in front of the trenches. The German working parties are also out, so it is not considered etiquette to fire. The really nasty things are rifle grenades, but we never use ours unless the Germans get particularly noisy. As on their system of retaliation, 3 for every one of ours come back." It is important for any member of the tit-for-tat family that the players are punished for defection. The threat of retaliation must always be there. Displays of retaliatory capability were a notable feature. Crack shots on both sides would display their virtuosity by firing not at enemy soldiers, but at inanimate targets close to them. An important feature of tit-for-tat-like strategies is that they are forgiving. This helps to damp down long runs of mutual recrimination. The importance of damping down retaliation is dramatized by the following memoir by a British officer. "I was having tea when we heard a lot of shouting. We found our men and the Germans standing on their respective parapets. Suddenly a salvo arrived, but did no damage. Naturally, both sides got down and our men started swearing at the Germans, when all at once a brave German got onto his parapet and shouted out, 'We are very sorry about that. We hope no one was hurt. It is not our fault. It is that damned Prussian artillery.' Axelrod comments that this apology reflects moral regret for having violated a situation of trust. Axelrod also emphasizes the importance of predictability and ritual in maintaining a stable pattern of mutual trust. A pleasing example was the evening gun fired by British artillery with clockwork regularity. A German soldier said, "At 7 it came, so regularly that you could set your watch by it. There were even some inquisitive fellows who crawled out a little before 7 in order to see it burst." The German artillery did just the same thing. Axelrod remarks that such rituals of perfunctory and routine firing sent a double message. To the high command they conveyed aggression, but to the enemy they conveyed peace. The live and let live system was not worked out by conscious strategists bargaining round a table. It grew up as a series of local conventions, through people responding to one another's behavior. The individual soldiers were probably hardly aware that it was happening. This need not surprise us. The strategies in Axelrod's computer were definitely unconscious. Their behavior defined them as nice or nasty, forgiving or unforgiving. A computer program can behave in a strategic manner without being aware of its strategy. We are, of course, entirely familiar with the idea of unconscious strategists. Axelrod's programs are an excellent model for the way we have been thinking of animals and plants, and indeed of genes. So it is natural to ask whether his optimistic conclusions about the success of non-envious, forgiving niceness also apply in the world of nature. The answer is yes, of course they do. The only conditions are that nature should sometimes set up games of prisoner's dilemma. that the shadow of the future should be long, and that the game should be non-zero sum. These conditions are certainly met all round the living kingdoms. Nobody would ever claim that a bacterium was a conscious strategist, yet bacterial parasites are probably engaged in ceaseless games of prisoner's dilemma with their hosts. We can attribute Axelrodian adjectives, forgiving, non-envious, to their strategies. Axelrod and Hamilton point out that normally harmless bacteria can turn nasty in a person who is injured. A doctor might say the person's natural resistance is lowered. But perhaps the real reason is to do with games of prisoner's dilemma. In the game between human and bacteria, the shadow of the future is normally long. A seriously wounded human, on the other hand, may present a much shorter shadow. The temptation to defect correspondingly starts to look more attractive. Needless to say, there is no suggestion that the bacteria work this out. Selection on generations of bacteria has presumably built into them an unconscious rule of thumb, which works by purely biochemical means. Plants, according to Axelrod and Hamilton, may even take revenge, again unconsciously. Fig trees and fig wasps share an intimate cooperative relationship. The fig that you eat is not a fruit. It is a dark indoor hothouse for flowers, an indoor pollination chamber, and the only agents that can do the pollinating are fig wasps. The tree benefits from harboring the wasps. What is in it for the wasps? They lay their eggs in some of the tiny flowers, which the larvae then eat. They pollinate other flowers within the same fig. Defecting for a wasp would mean laying eggs in too many flowers and pollinating too few. But how could a fig tree retaliate? According to Axelrod and Hamilton, it turns out in many cases that if a fig wasp entering a young fig does not pollinate enough flowers for seeds and instead lays eggs in almost all, the tree cuts off the developing fig at an early stage. All progeny of the wasp then perish. A bizarre example of what appears to be a tit-for-tat arrangement in nature was discovered by Eric Fisher in a hermaphrodite fish, the sea bass. Every individual is capable of performing both female and male functions. In any one spawning episode, they shed either eggs or sperm. They form monogamous pairs, and within the pair, take turns to play the male and female roles. We may surmise that any individual fish, if it could get away with it, would prefer to play the male role all the time, because it's cheaper. In fact, what Fisher observed was that the fishes operate a system of pretty strict alternation. This is just what we should expect if they are playing tit for tat. And it is plausible that they should, because it does appear that the game is a true prisoner's dilemma. To play the cooperate card means to play the female role when it is your turn. Attempting to play the male role when it is your turn to play the female is equivalent to playing the defect card. Defection is vulnerable to retaliation. The partner can refuse to play the female role next time. Fisher did indeed observe that pairs with an uneven sharing of sex roles tended to break up. A question sociologists ask is why blood donors, in countries where they are not paid, give blood. I find it hard to believe the answer lies in reciprocity or disguised selfishness. It is not as though regular donors receive preferential treatment when they need a transfusion. Maybe I am naive, but I am tempted to see it as a genuine case of pure disinterested altruism. Be that as it may, blood sharing in vampire bats seems to fit the Axelrod model well. We learn this from the work of G.S. Wilkinson. Vampires feed on blood at night. It is not easy to get a meal, but if they do, it is a big one. When dawn comes, some will be unlucky and return empty, while others will have a surplus of blood. On a subsequent night, the luck may run the other way. So, it looks like a promising case for reciprocal altruism. Wilkinson found that lucky individuals did indeed sometimes donate blood by regurgitation to their less fortunate comrades. Out of 110 regurgitations he witnessed, 77 could be understood as mothers feeding their children, and many other instances involved other genetic relatives. There still remained some examples of blood sharing among unrelated bats. Significantly, the individuals involved tended to be frequent roost mates. They had every opportunity to interact repeatedly, as required for an iterated prisoner's dilemma. Do vampire economics really conform to the rules of a prisoner's dilemma? Wilkinson looked at the rate at which starved vampires lose weight. From this, he calculated the time it would take a sated bat to starve to death, and the time for an empty bat. This enabled him to cash out blood in the currency of hours of prolonged life. He found that a given amount of blood adds more hours to the life of a highly starved bat than to a less starved one. Although donating blood would increase the chances of the donor dying, this increase was small compared with the increase in the recipient's chances of surviving. Economically, it seems plausible that vampire economics conform to the rules of a prisoner's dilemma. On her lucky nights, a bat would benefit slightly if she could get away with defecting, refusing to donate blood. Getting away with it means something only if the bats are adopting some kind of tit-for-tat strategy. So, are the other conditions met? In particular, can these bats recognize one another as individuals? Wilkinson did an experiment with captive bats, proving that they can. The basic idea was to take one bat away for a night and starve it while the others were fed. The starved bat was then returned, and Wilkinson watched to see who gave it food. The experiment was repeated many times, with the bats taking turns to be the victim. The key point was that this population was a mixture of two separate groups, taken from caves many miles apart. If vampires can recognize their friends, the starved bat should be fed only by those from its own original cave. That is pretty much what happened. 13 cases of donation were observed. In 12, the donor was an old friend of the starved victim, from the same cave. In only one case was the victim fed by a new friend, not from the same cave. The odds against this being a coincidence are less than 1 in 500. It is pretty safe to conclude that the bats were biased in favor of feeding old friends. Vampires are great myth-makers. To devotees of Victorian Gothic, they are dark forces that terrorize by night. Combine this with that other Victorian myth, nature red in tooth and claw, and aren't vampires the very incarnation of deepest fears about the world of the selfish gene? As for me, I am skeptical of all myths. If we must have myths, the real facts about vampires could tell a different moral tale. To the bats themselves, not only is blood thicker than water. They rise above the bonds of kinship, forming their own lasting ties of loyal blood brotherhood. Vampires could form the vanguard of a comfortable new myth, a myth of sharing, mutualistic cooperation. They could herald the benignant idea that, even with selfish genes at the helm, nice guys can finish first. Chapter 13, The Long Reach of the Gene. We now begin Chapter 13. An uneasy tension disturbs the heart of the selfish gene theory. It is the tension between gene and individual body as fundamental agent of life. On the one hand, we have the beguiling image of independent DNA replicators, skipping like chamois, free and untrammeled down the generations, temporarily brought together in throwaway survival machines. On the other hand, we look at the individual bodies themselves, and each one is obviously a coherent, integrated, immensely complicated machine with a conspicuous unity of purpose. A body doesn't look like the product of a loose and temporary federation of warring genetic agents. It has one single-minded brain which coordinates a cooperative of limbs and sense organs to achieve one end. The body looks and behaves like a pretty impressive agent in its own right. In some chapters, we have indeed thought of the individual organism as an agent, striving to maximize its success in passing on all its genes. Yet in other chapters, the fundamental rationale was presented from the point of view of genes. Without the gene's eye view of life, there is no particular reason why an organism should care about its reproductive success and that of its relatives, rather than its own longevity. How shall we resolve this paradox? My own attempt to do so is spelled out in the extended phenotype, the book that is my pride and joy. This chapter is a brief distillation of a few of the themes in that book. On any sensible view, Darwinian selection does not work on genes directly. DNA is cocooned in protein, swaddled in membranes, shielded from the world, and invisible to natural selection. If selection tried to choose DNA molecules directly, it would hardly find any criterion. All genes look alike. The important differences between genes emerge only in their effects. This usually means effects on the processes of embryonic development and hence on bodily form and behavior. Successful genes are genes that have beneficial effects on the embryo. Beneficial means that they make the embryo likely to develop into a successful adult, an adult likely to reproduce, and pass those very same genes on. The technical word phenotype is used for the bodily manifestation of a gene, the effect that a gene has on the body. The phenotypic effect of some gene might be, say, green eye color. In practice, most genes have more than one phenotypic effect. Natural selection favors some genes rather than others, not because of the nature of the genes themselves, but because of their consequences, their phenotypic effects. Darwinians have usually chosen to discuss genes whose phenotypic effects benefit the survival and reproduction of whole bodies. They have tended not to consider benefits to the gene itself. This is partly why the paradox doesn't normally make itself felt. For instance, a gene may be successful through improving the running speed of a predator. The whole predator's body is more successful because it runs faster. Its speed helps it survive to have children, and therefore more copies of all its genes, including the gene for fast running, are passed on. Here the paradox conveniently disappears because what is good for one gene is good for all. But what if a gene exerted a phenotypic effect that was good for itself but bad for the rest of the genes in the body? This is not a flight of fancy. Cases of it are known, for instance, the intriguing phenomenon called meiotic drive. Meiosis, you will remember, is the special kind of cell division that makes sperm or egg cells. Normal meiosis is a completely fair lottery. Of each pair of alleles, only one can be the lucky one that enters any given sperm or egg. But meiosis is a physical process, and it can be influenced by genes. What if a mutant gene arose that happened to bias meiosis in such a way that it, the mutant gene itself, was more likely than its allelic partner to end up in the egg? There are such genes, and they are called segregation distorters. They have a diabolical simplicity. When a segregation distorter arises by mutation, it will spread inexorably through the population at the expense of its allele. This is meiotic drive. It will happen even if the effects on bodily welfare are disastrous. Throughout this audiobook, we have been alert to the possibility of individual organisms cheating. Here we are talking about single genes cheating against the other genes with which they share a body. One of the best-known segregation distorters is the T gene in mice. When a mouse has two T genes, it either dies young or is sterile. If a male mouse has only one T gene, it will be a normal, healthy mouse, except in one remarkable respect. If you examine such a male's sperms, you will find that up to 95% of them contain the T gene, only 5% the normal allele. This is a gross distortion of the 50% ratio we expect. Whenever a T allele arises by mutation, it immediately spreads like a brush fire. How could it not, when it has such a huge unfair advantage in the meiotic lottery? It spreads so fast that pretty soon, large numbers of individuals in the population inherit the T gene in double dose. These individuals die or are sterile, and before long the whole local population is likely to be driven extinct. Not all segregation distorters have such destructive side effects as T. Nevertheless, most of them have at least some adverse consequences. In spite of its deleterious side effects, if a segregation distorter arises by mutation, it will surely tend to spread. Natural selection, which works at the genic level, favors the segregation distorter, even though its effects at the level of the individual organism are likely to be bad. Although segregation distorters exist, they aren't very common. We could ask why they aren't common, which is another way of asking why meiosis is normally fair. We'll find that the answer drops out once we have understood why organisms exist anyway. The individual organism is something whose existence most biologists take for granted. Questions about life are conventionally questions about organisms. Biologists ask why organisms do this or that. They frequently ask why organisms group themselves into societies. They don't ask, though they should, why living matter groups itself into organisms in the first place. Why isn't the sea still a primordial battleground of free and independent replicators? Why did the ancient replicators club together to make and reside in lumbering robots? And why are those robots, individual bodies, you and me, so large and so complicated? It is hard for many biologists even to see that there is a question here. This is because it is second nature for them to pose their questions at the level of the individual organism. Some biologists even see DNA as a device used by organisms to reproduce themselves, just as an eye is a device used by organisms to see. As you will recognize, this attitude is an error of great profundity. It is the truth turned crashingly on its head. The alternative attitude, the selfish gene view of life, has a deep problem of its own. That problem is why individual organisms exist at all, especially in a form so large and coherently purposeful as to mislead biologists into turning the truth upside down. To solve our problem, we have to begin by purging our minds of old attitudes that covertly take the individual organism for granted. The instrument with which we shall purge our minds is the idea that I call the extended phenotype. The phenotypic effects of a gene are normally seen as all the effects that it has on the body in which it sits. This is the conventional definition. But we shall now see that the phenotypic effects of a gene need to be thought of as all the effects that it has on the world. It may be that a gene's effects turn out to be confined to the succession of bodies in which it sits. But if so, it will be just as a matter of fact. It will not be something that ought to be part of our very definition. In all this, remember that the phenotypic effects of a gene are the tools by which it levers itself into the next generation. All that I'm going to add is that the tools may reach outside the individual body wall. What might it mean to speak of a gene as having an extended phenotypic effect on the world outside the body? Examples that spring to mind are artifacts like beaver dams, bird nests, and caddis houses. Caddis flies are rather nondescript insects, but before they emerge as adults, they have a longer incarnation as larvae walking about the river bottom. And caddis larvae are anything but nondescript. They are among the most remarkable creatures on Earth. Using cement of their own manufacture, they skillfully build tubular houses for themselves out of materials they pick up from the stream bed. The house is a mobile home, carried about as the caddis walks. Some species use sticks as building materials, others fragments of dead leaves, others small snail shells. But perhaps the most impressive are the ones built in local stone. The caddis chooses its stones carefully, rejecting those that are too large or too small, even rotating each stone until it achieves the snuggest fit. The caddis house, nobody could doubt, is an adaptation evolved by Darwinian selection. It must have been favored by selection in very much the same way as the hard shell of lobsters. It is a protective covering for the body. As such, it is of benefit to the whole organism and all its genes. But we have now taught ourselves to see benefits to the organism as incidental. The benefits that count are the benefits to those genes that give the shell its protective properties. In the case of the lobster, this is the usual story. But what about the caddis house? Natural selection favored those ancestral caddis genes that caused their possessors to build effective houses. The genes worked on behavior, presumably by influencing the embryonic development of the nervous system. But what a geneticist would actually see is the effect of genes on the shape and other properties of houses. The geneticist should recognize genes for house shape in precisely the same sense as there are genes for, say, leg shape. Nobody has actually studied the genetics of caddis houses, but you don't have to study genetics to be sure that there are, or at least once were, genes influencing differences between caddis houses. All you need is good reason to believe that the caddis house is a Darwinian adaptation. In that case, there must have been genes controlling variation in caddis houses, for selection cannot produce adaptations unless there are hereditary differences to select from. Although geneticists may think it an odd idea, it is therefore sensible for us to speak of genes for stone shape, stone size, stone hardness, and so on. Any geneticist who objects to this language must, to be consistent, object to speaking of genes for eye color. One reason the idea might seem odd in the case of stones is that stones are not living material. Moreover, the influence of genes upon stone properties seems especially indirect. A geneticist might wish to claim that the direct influence of the genes is upon the nervous system that mediates the stone-choosing behavior, not upon the stones themselves. But a close look at what it can ever mean to speak of genes exerting an influence on a nervous system shows that such a claim is misplaced. All that genes can really influence directly is protein synthesis. A gene's influence upon a nervous system is always indirect. The caddis house is only a further extension of this kind of sequence. Stone hardness is an extended phenotypic effect of the caddis's genes. If it is legitimate to speak of a gene as affecting the wrinkliness of a pea or the nervous system of an animal, then it must also be legitimate to speak of a gene as affecting the hardness of the stones in a caddis house. Startling thought, isn't it? Yet the reasoning is inescapable. We are ready for the next step. Genes in one organism can have extended phenotypic effects on the body of another organism. Caddis houses helped us take the previous step. Snail shells will help us take this one. The shell plays the same role for a snail as the stone house does for a caddis larva. It is secreted by the snail's own cells, so a conventional geneticist would be happy to speak of genes for shell qualities such as shell thickness. But it turns out that snails parasitized by certain kinds of fluke have extra thick shells. What can this thickening mean? If the parasitized snails had extra thin shells, we'd happily explain this as a debilitating effect. But a thicker shell? A thicker shell presumably protects the snail better. It looks as though the parasites are actually helping their host by improving its shell. But are they? We have to think more carefully. If thicker shells are really better for the snail, why don't they have them anyway? The answer probably lies in economics. Making a shell is costly for a snail. It requires energy and chemicals that have to be extracted from food. A snail that spends lots of resources on making an extra thick shell has bought safety for its own body, but at what cost? It may live longer, but it will be less successful at reproducing and may fail to pass on its genes, including the genes for making extra thick shells. It is possible for a shell to be too thick as well as too thin. So when a fluke makes a snail secrete an extra thick shell, the fluke is not doing the snail a good turn unless the fluke is bearing the economic cost of thickening it. And we can safely bet that it isn't being so generous. The fluke is forcing the snail to shift away from its own preferred thickness of shell. It may be prolonging the snail's life, but it is not helping the snail's genes. What is in it for the fluke? Why does it do it? My conjecture is this. Both snail genes and fluke genes stand to gain from the snail's bodily survival, all other things being equal. But survival is not the same as reproduction, and there is likely to be a trade-off. Whereas snail genes stand to gain from the snail's reproduction, fluke genes don't. This is because any given fluke has no particular expectation that its genes will be housed in its present host's offspring. Given that snail longevity has to be bought at the cost of some loss in the snail's reproductive success, the fluke genes are happy to make the snail pay that cost, since they have no interest in the snail's reproducing. The snail genes are not happy to pay that cost. So I suggest that fluke genes exert an influence on the shell-secreting cells of the snail, an influence that benefits themselves but is costly to the snail's genes. This theory is testable, though it hasn't been tested yet. We are now in a position to generalize the lesson of the caddises. If I am right about what the fluke genes are doing, it follows that we can legitimately speak of fluke genes as influencing snail bodies, in just the same sense as snail genes influence snail bodies. It is as if the genes reached outside their own body and manipulated the world outside. We need to accept only that the change in snail shell is a fluke adaptation. If it is, it has to have come about by Darwinian selection of fluke genes. We have demonstrated that the phenotypic effects of a gene can extend not only to inanimate objects like stones, but to other living bodies too. The story of the snails and flukes is only the beginning. Parasites of all types have long been known to exert fascinatingly insidious influences on their hosts. A species of microscopic protozoan parasite called Nosema, which infests the larvae of flower beetles, has discovered how to manufacture a chemical that is very special for the beetles. Like other insects, these beetles have a juvenile hormone which keeps larvae as larvae. The normal change from larva to adult is triggered by the larva ceasing production of juvenile hormone. The parasite Nosema has succeeded in synthesizing a close chemical analog of this hormone. Millions of Nosema club together to mass-produce juvenile hormone in the beetle larva's body, preventing it from turning into an adult. Instead, it goes on growing, ending up as a giant larva more than twice the weight of a normal adult. No good for propagating beetle genes. but a cornucopia for nosema parasites. Giantism in beetle larvae is an extended phenotypic effect of protozoan genes. And here is a case history to provoke even more Freudian anxiety than the Peter Pan beetles. Parasitic castration. Crabs are parasitized by a creature called Sacculina. Sacculina is related to barnacles, though you would think it was a parasitic plant. It drives an elaborate root system deep into the tissues of the crab and sucks nourishment from its body. It is probably no accident that among the first organs it attacks are the crab's testicles or ovaries. It spares the organs the crab needs to survive till later. The crab is effectively castrated by the parasite. Like a fattened bullock, the castrated crab diverts energy and resources away from reproduction and into its own body, rich pickings for the parasite at the expense of the crab's reproduction. Very much the same story as I conjectured for nosema in the flower beetle and for the fluke in the snail. In all three cases, the changes in the host, if we accept that they are Darwinian adaptations for the benefit of the parasite, must be seen as extended phenotypic effects of parasite genes. Genes, then, reach outside their own body to influence phenotypes in other bodies. To quite a large extent, the interests of parasite genes and host genes may coincide. From the selfish gene point of view, we can think of both fluke genes and snail genes as parasites in the snail body. Both gain from being surrounded by the same protective shell, though they diverge from one another in the precise thickness of shell that they prefer. This divergence arises, fundamentally, from the fact that their method of leaving this snail's body and entering another one is different. For the snail genes, the method of leaving is via snail sperms or eggs. For the fluke's genes, it is very different. I suggest that the most important question to ask about any parasite is this: are its genes transmitted to future generations via the same vehicles as the host genes? If they are not, I would expect it to damage the host. But if they are, the parasite will do all that it can to help the host, not only to survive but to reproduce. Over evolutionary time, it will cease to be a parasite, will cooperate with the host, and may eventually merge into the host's tissues and become unrecognizable as a parasite. Maybe, as I suggested, our cells have come far across this evolutionary spectrum. We are all relics of ancient parasitic mergers. Look at what can happen when parasite genes and host genes do share a common exit. Wood-boring ambrosia beetles are parasitized by bacteria that not only live in their host body, but also use the host's eggs as their transport into a new host. The genes of such parasites therefore stand to gain from almost exactly the same future circumstances as the genes of their host. The two sets of genes can be expected to pull together, for just the same reasons as all the genes of one individual organism normally pull together. It is irrelevant that some of them happen to be beetle genes, while others happen to be bacterial genes. Both sets of genes are interested in beetle survival and the propagation of beetle eggs, because both see beetle eggs as their passport to the future. So the bacterial genes share a common destiny with their host's genes, and we should expect the bacteria to cooperate with their beetles in all aspects of life. It turns out that cooperate is putting it mildly. The service they perform for the beetles could hardly be more intimate. These beetles happen to be haplodiploid, like bees and ants. If an egg is fertilized by a male, it always develops into a female. An unfertilized egg develops into a male. Males have no father. The eggs that give rise to them develop spontaneously. But unlike the eggs of bees and ants, ambrosia beetle eggs do need to be penetrated by something. This is where the bacteria come in. They prick the unfertilized eggs into action, provoking them to develop into male beetles. These bacteria are just the kind of parasites that I argued should cease to be parasitic and become mutualistic, precisely because they are transmitted in the eggs of the host, together with the host's own genes. Ultimately, their own bodies are likely to disappear, merging into the host body completely. A revealing spectrum can still be found today among species of hydra, small, tentacled animals like freshwater sea anemones. Their tissues tend to be parasitized by algae. In the species Hydra vulgaris and Hydra attenuata, the algae are real parasites, making them ill. In Chlorohydra viridissima, on the other hand, the algae are never absent from the tissues and make a useful contribution, providing oxygen. Now here is the interesting point. Just as we should expect, in Chlorohydra, the algae transmit themselves to the next generation by means of the hydra's egg. In the other two species, they do not. The interests of alga genes and Chlorohydra genes coincide. Both are interested in increasing production of Chlorohydra eggs. But the genes of the other two species of hydra do not agree with the genes of their algae to the same extent. Both sets of genes may have an interest in the survival of hydra bodies, but only hydra genes care about hydra reproduction. So the algae hang on as debilitating parasites rather than evolving towards benign cooperation. The key point is that a parasite whose genes aspire to the same destiny as the genes of its host shares all the interests of its host and will eventually cease to act parasitically. Destiny, in this case, means future generations. Chlorohydra genes and alga genes, beetle genes and bacteria genes can get into the future only via the host's eggs. Therefore, whatever calculations the parasite genes make about optimal policy will converge on exactly the same optimal policy as similar calculations made by host genes. We can predict this without knowing any details of what the beetles use their wings for. We can predict it simply from our reasoning that both beetle genes and bacterial genes will take whatever steps lie in their power to engineer the same future events favorable to the propagation of beetle eggs. We can take this argument to its logical conclusion and apply it to normal own genes. Our own genes cooperate with one another, not because they are our own, but because they share the same outlet, sperm or egg, into the future. If any genes of an organism could discover a way of spreading themselves that did not depend on the conventional sperm or egg route, they would take it and be less cooperative. This is because they would stand to gain by a different set of future outcomes from the other genes in the body. We've already seen examples of genes that bias meiosis in their own favor. Perhaps there are also genes that have broken out of the proper channels altogether and pioneered a sideways route. There are fragments of DNA that are not incorporated in chromosomes but float freely and multiply in the fluid contents of cells, especially bacterial cells. They go under various names such as viroids or plasmids. A plasmid is even smaller than a virus, and it normally consists of only a few genes. Some plasmids are capable of splicing themselves seamlessly into a chromosome. So smooth is the splice that you can't see the join. The same plasmids can also cut themselves out again. This ability of DNA to cut and splice, to jump in and out of chromosomes, is one of the more exciting facts that have come to light since the first edition of this audiobook was written. From some points of view, it does not really matter whether these fragments originated as invading parasites or breakaway rebels. Their likely behavior will be the same. I shall talk about a breakaway fragment to emphasize my point. Consider a rebel stretch of human DNA that is capable of snipping itself out of its chromosome, floating freely in the cell, perhaps multiplying itself, and then splicing itself into another chromosome. What unorthodox alternative routes into the future could such a rebel replicator exploit? We are losing cells continually from our skin. We must be breathing in one another's cells all the time. The kisses and caresses of lovers must transfer multitudes of cells both ways. A stretch of rebel DNA could hitch a ride in any of these cells. If genes could discover an unorthodox route through to another body, we must expect natural selection to favor their opportunism and improve it. As for the precise methods they use, there is no reason why these should be any different from the machinations of viruses. When we have a cold or a cough, we normally think of the symptoms as annoying byproducts of the virus's activities. But in some cases it seems more probable that they are deliberately engineered by the virus to help it travel from one host to another. Not content with simply being breathed into the atmosphere, the virus makes us sneeze or cough explosively. The rabies virus is transmitted in saliva when one animal bites another. In dogs, one of the symptoms is that normally peaceful animals become ferocious biters, foaming at the mouth. Ominously too, instead of staying near home, they turn into restless wanderers, propagating the virus far afield. It has even been suggested that the well-known hydrophobic symptom encourages the dog to shake the wet foam from its mouth, and with it the virus. I do not know of any direct evidence that sexually transmitted diseases increase the libido of sufferers, but I conjecture that it would be worth looking into. The point of comparing rebel human DNA with invading parasitic viruses is that there really isn't any important difference between them. Viruses may well have originated as collections of breakaway genes. If we want to erect any distinction, it should be between genes that pass from body to body via the orthodox route of sperms or eggs, and genes that pass via unorthodox sideways routes. Both classes may include genes that originated as own chromosomal genes and genes that originated as external invading parasites. The important difference lies in the divergent circumstances from which they stand to benefit in the future. A cold virus gene and a breakaway human chromosomal gene agree in wanting their host to sneeze. An orthodox chromosomal gene and a venereally transmitted virus agree in wanting their host to copulate. It is an intriguing thought that both would want the host to be sexually attractive. More, an orthodox chromosomal gene and a virus that is transmitted inside the host's egg would agree in wanting the host to succeed not just in its courtship, but in every detailed aspect of its life. The caddis lives inside its house, and the parasites I have discussed have lived inside their hosts. The genes, then, are physically close to their extended phenotypic effects. But genes can act at a distance. Extended phenotypes can extend a long way. One of the longest I can think of spans a lake. Like a spider web, a beaver dam is one of the true wonders of the world. It is not entirely clear what its Darwinian purpose is, but it certainly must have one. The lake that it creates probably serves to protect the beaver's lodge from predators. It also provides a convenient waterway for traveling and for transporting logs. Whatever its benefits, a beaver lake is a conspicuous and characteristic feature of the landscape. It is a phenotype, no less than the beaver's teeth and tail, and it has evolved under Darwinian selection. This selection has to have genetic variation to work on. Here the choice must have been between good lakes and less good lakes. Selection favored beaver genes that made good lakes, just as it favored genes that made good teeth for felling trees. Beaver lakes are extended phenotypic effects of beaver genes, and they can extend over several hundreds of yards. A long reach indeed. Parasites, too, don't have to live inside their hosts. Their genes can express themselves in hosts at a distance. Cuckoo nestlings don't live inside robins or reed warblers, yet we have no hesitation in labeling them as parasites. Cuckoo adaptations to manipulate the behavior of foster parents can be looked upon as extended phenotypic action at a distance by cuckoo genes. It is easy to empathize with foster parents duped into incubating the cuckoo's eggs. What is harder to understand is the behavior of foster parents later in the season towards young cuckoos that are almost fledged. The cuckoo is usually much larger than its parent. I am looking at a photograph of an adult dunnock, so small in comparison to its monstrous foster child that it has to perch on its back to feed it. Here we feel less sympathy for the host. We marvel at its stupidity, its gullibility. Surely any fool should be able to see that there is something wrong with a child like that. I think that cuckoo nestlings must be doing rather more than just fooling their hosts. They seem to act on the host's nervous system in the same way as an addictive drug. This is not so hard to sympathize with. A man can be aroused by a printed photograph of a woman's body. He is not fooled into thinking that the pattern of ink is a woman. He knows he is only looking at ink on paper, yet his nervous system responds as it might to a real woman. We may find the attractions of a particular person irresistible, even though our better judgment tells us a liaison with that person is not in anyone's long-term interests. The dunnock probably has no conscious awareness of its long-term best interests, so it is even easier to understand that its nervous system might find certain kinds of stimulation irresistible. So enticing is the red gape of a cuckoo nestling that it is not uncommon for ornithologists to see a bird dropping food into the mouth of a baby cuckoo sitting in some other bird's nest. A bird may be flying home, carrying food for its own young. Suddenly, out of the corner of its eye, it sees the red supergape of a young cuckoo. It is diverted to the alien nest where it drops into the cuckoo's mouth the food that had been destined for its own young. The irresistibility theory fits with the views of early German ornithologists who referred to foster parents as addicts and to the cuckoo nestling as their vice. It is only fair to add that this kind of language finds less favor with some modern experimenters. But if we do assume that the cuckoo's gape is a powerful drug-like superstimulus, it becomes much easier to explain what is going on. It is not being stupid. Fooled is the wrong word. Its nervous system is being controlled as irresistibly as if it were a helpless drug addict, or as if the cuckoo were a scientist plugging electrodes into its brain. But even if we now feel more sympathy for the manipulated foster parent, we can still ask why natural selection has allowed the cuckoos to get away with it. Why haven't host nervous systems evolved resistance? Maybe selection hasn't yet had time to do its work. Perhaps cuckoos have only in recent centuries started parasitizing their present hosts. But I can't help feeling there must be more to it. In the evolutionary arms race between cuckoos and any host species, there is a sort of built-in unfairness, resulting from unequal costs of failure. Each individual cuckoo nestling is descended from a long line of ancestral cuckoo nestlings, every single one of whom must have succeeded in manipulating its foster parent. Any cuckoo nestling that lost its hold would have died, but each individual foster parent is descended from a long line of ancestors, many of whom never encountered a cuckoo, and those that did could have succumbed and still lived to rear another brood next season. The point is that there is an asymmetry in the cost of failure. Genes for failure to resist enslavement by cuckoos can easily be passed down the generations of robins or dunnocks. Genes for failure to enslave foster parents cannot be passed down the generations of cuckoos. This is what I meant by built-in unfairness. The point is summed up in one of Aesop's fables. The rabbit runs faster than the fox because the rabbit is running for his life while the fox is only running for his dinner. My colleague John Krebs and I have dubbed this the life-dinner principle. Because of the life-dinner principle, animals might at times behave in ways that are not in their own best interests, manipulated by some other animal. Perhaps to resist manipulation by a cuckoo, you need bigger eyes or a bigger brain, which would have overhead costs. Rivals with a genetic tendency to resist manipulation would actually be less successful in passing on genes because of the economic costs of resisting. But we have once again slipped back into looking at life from the point of view of the individual organism. When we talked about flukes and snails, we accustomed ourselves to the idea that a parasite's genes could have phenotypic effects on the host's body, in exactly the same way as any animal's genes have phenotypic effects on its own body. We showed that the very idea of an own body was a loaded assumption. Cuckoos came into the discussion as an example of parasites not living inside their hosts. They manipulate their hosts in much the same way as internal parasites, and the manipulation can be as powerful and irresistible as any internal drug. As in the case of internal parasites, we should now rephrase the whole matter in terms of genes and extended phenotypes. In the evolutionary arms race between cuckoos and hosts, advances on each side took the form of genetic mutations arising and being favored by natural selection. Whatever it is about the cuckoo's gape that acts like a drug on the host's nervous system, it must have originated as a genetic mutation. This mutation worked via its effect on the color and shape of the young cuckoo's gape. But even this was not its most immediate effect. Its most immediate effect was upon unseen chemical happenings inside cells. The effect of genes on color and shape of gape is itself indirect. And now here is the point. Only a little more indirect is the effect of the same cuckoo genes on the behavior of the besotted host. In exactly the same sense as we may speak of cuckoo genes having phenotypic effects on the color and shape of cuckoo gapes, so we may speak of cuckoo genes having extended phenotypic effects on host behavior. Parasite genes can have effects on host bodies, not just when the parasite lives inside the host where it can manipulate by direct chemical means, but when the parasite is quite separate from the host and manipulates it from a distance. Indeed, even chemical influences can act outside the body. Cuckoos are remarkable and instructive creatures. But almost any wonder among the vertebrates can be surpassed by the insects. They have the advantage that there are just so many of them. Insect cuckoos defy listing. They are so numerous, and their habit has been reinvented so often. Some examples have gone beyond familiar cuckooism to fulfill the wildest fantasies that the extended phenotype might have inspired. A bird cuckoo deposits her egg and disappears. Some ant cuckoo females make their presence felt in more dramatic fashion. The Latin names Bothrio myrmex regicidus and B. decapitans tell a story. These two species are both parasites on other species of ants. Among all ants, the young are normally fed by workers, so it is workers that any cuckoo must fool. A useful first step is to dispose of the worker's own mother. In these two species, the parasite queen, all alone, steals into the nest of another ant species. She seeks out the host queen and rides about on her back, while she quietly performs the one act for which she is uniquely specialized, slowly cutting off the head of her victim. The murderess is then adopted by the orphaned workers, who unsuspectingly tend her eggs and larvae. Some are nurtured into workers themselves, who gradually replace the original species in the nest. Others become queens who fly out to seek new royal heads to sever. But sawing off heads is a bit of a chore. Parasites are not accustomed to exerting themselves if they can coerce a stand-in. My favorite character in Wilson's The Insect Societies is Monomorium sanchii. This species has lost its worker caste altogether. The host workers do everything for their parasites, even the most terrible task of all. At the behest of the invading parasite queen, they actually murder their own mother. The usurper doesn't need to use her jaws. She uses mind control. How she does it is a mystery. She probably employs a chemical, for ant nervous systems are highly attuned to them. If her weapon is chemical, it is as insidious a drug as any known to science. It floods the brain of the worker ant, grabs the reins of her muscles, woos her from deeply ingrained duties, and turns her against her own mother. For ants, matricide is an act of special genetic madness. In the world of the extended phenotype, ask not how an animal's behavior benefits its genes. Ask instead whose genes it is benefiting. It is hardly surprising that ants are exploited by parasites, not just other ants, but an astonishing menagerie of specialist hangers-on. Worker ants sweep a rich flow of food from a wide area into a central hoard, which is a sitting target for freeloaders. Ants are also good agents of protection. The aphids of Chapter 10 could be seen as paying out nectar to hire professional bodyguards. Several butterfly species live out their caterpillar stage inside an ant's nest. Some are straightforward pillagers. Others offer something to the ants in return for protection. Often they bristle with equipment for manipulating their protectors. The caterpillar of a butterfly called Thisbe irenea has a sound-producing organ in its head for summoning ants, and a pair of telescopic spouts near its rear end which exude seductive nectar. On its shoulders stands another pair of nozzles, which cast a more subtle spell. Their secretion seems to be not food, but a volatile potion that has a dramatic impact on the ant's behavior. An ant coming under the influence leaps into the air. Its jaws open wide, and it turns aggressive, far more eager than usual to attack any moving object, except, significantly, the caterpillar responsible for drugging it. Moreover, an ant under the sway of a dope-peddling caterpillar eventually enters a state called binding, in which it becomes inseparable from its caterpillar for many days. Like an aphid, the caterpillar employs ants as bodyguards, but it goes one better. It administers an aggression-arousing drug and slips them something addictively binding as well. I have chosen extreme examples, but in more modest ways, nature teams with animals and plants that manipulate others. In all cases in which natural selection has favored genes for manipulation, it is legitimate to speak of those same genes as having extended phenotypic effects on the body of the manipulated organism. It doesn't matter in which body a gene physically sits. The target of its manipulation may be the same body or a different one. Natural selection favors those genes that manipulate the world to ensure their own propagation. This leads to what I have called the central theorem of the extended phenotype. An animal's behavior tends to maximize the survival of the genes for that behavior, whether or not those genes happen to be in the body of the particular animal performing it. I was writing in the context of animal behavior, but the theorem could apply to anything. It is finally time to return to the problem with which we started: the tension between individual organism and gene as rival candidates for the central role in natural selection. In earlier chapters, I assumed there was no problem because individual reproduction was equivalent to gene survival. I assumed you can say either the organism works to propagate all its genes, or the genes work to force a succession of organisms to propagate them. They seemed like two equivalent ways of saying the same thing, but somehow the tension remained. One way of sorting this out is to use the terms replicator and vehicle. The fundamental units of natural selection, the basic things that survive or fail to survive, that form lineages of identical copies with occasional random mutations, are called replicators. DNA molecules are replicators. They generally gang together into large communal survival machines or vehicles. The vehicles we know best are individual bodies like our own. A body is not a replicator. It is a vehicle. Vehicles don't replicate themselves. They work to propagate their replicators. Replicators don't behave, don't perceive the world, don't catch prey. They make vehicles that do all those things. For many purposes, it is convenient for biologists to focus on the vehicle. For other purposes, it is convenient to focus on the replicator. Gene and individual organism are not rivals for the same starring role. They are cast in different, complementary, and in many respects equally important roles: the replicator and the vehicle. The replicator-vehicle terminology is helpful. For instance, it clears up a controversy over the level at which natural selection acts. Superficially, it might seem logical to place individual selection on a ladder halfway between gene selection and group selection. But we can now see that it isn't like that. The organism and the group are true rivals for the vehicle role, but neither is a candidate for the replicator role. The controversy between individual selection and group selection is a real controversy between alternative vehicles. The controversy between individual selection and gene selection isn't a controversy at all, for gene and organism are candidates for different and complementary roles. The rivalry between individual organism and group for the vehicle role can be settled. In my view, the outcome is a decisive victory for the individual organism. The group is too wishy-washy an entity. A herd of deer or a pride of lions has a certain rudimentary coherence, but this is paltry in comparison to the coherence and unity of purpose of the body of an individual lion. Why is this true? Extended phenotypes and parasites can again help us. We saw that when the genes of a parasite work together, but in opposition to the genes of the host, it is because the two sets of genes have different methods of leaving the shared vehicle. Snail genes leave via snail sperm and eggs. Because all snail genes have an equal stake in every sperm and egg, they work together for the common good and tend to make the snail body a coherent, purposeful vehicle. The real reason a fluke is recognizably separate from its host is that the fluke genes don't share the snail gene's method of leaving the shared vehicle. If fluke genes were passed on in snail eggs and sperms, the two bodies would evolve to become as one flesh. Single individual organisms such as ourselves are the ultimate embodiment of many such mergers. The group of organisms, the flock of birds, the pack of wolves, does not merge into a single vehicle, precisely because the genes in the flock or pack do not share a common method of leaving the present vehicle. Genes in a pack of wolves don't all stand to gain from the same set of events in the future. A gene can foster its own future welfare by favoring its own individual wolf at the expense of other wolves. An individual wolf is a vehicle worthy of the name. A pack of wolves is not. Genetically, the reason is that all the cells except the sex cells in a wolf's body have the same genes, while for the sex cells, all genes have an equal chance of being in each one. But the cells in a pack of wolves do not have the same genes, nor the same chance of being in the cells of subpacks that are budded off. The essential quality that an entity needs to become an effective gene vehicle is an impartial exit channel into the future for all the genes inside it. This is true of an individual wolf. The channel is the thin stream of sperms or eggs it manufactures by meiosis. It is not true of the pack of wolves. A beehive, when it swarms, appears to reproduce by broad-fronted budding, like a wolf pack. But if we look more carefully, we find that the future of the genes in the swarm is largely lodged in the ovaries of one queen. This is why the bee colony looks and behaves like a truly integrated single vehicle. Everywhere we find that life is bundled into discrete, individually purposeful vehicles. But the doctrine of the extended phenotype has taught us that it needn't have been so. Fundamentally, all that we have a right to expect is a battleground of replicators, jostling for a future in the genetic hereafter. The weapons are phenotypic effects, initially direct chemical effects, but eventually feathers, fangs, and more remote effects. It happens to be the case that these phenotypic effects have largely become bundled up into discrete vehicles, each with its genes disciplined by the prospect of a shared bottleneck of sperms or eggs funneling them into the future. But this is not a fact to be taken for granted. It is a fact to be questioned and wondered at. Why did genes come together into large vehicles, each with a single genetic exit route? Why did genes choose to gang up and make large bodies for themselves to live in? I shall divide the question into three. Why did genes gang up in cells? Why did cells gang up in many-celled bodies? And why did bodies adopt what I shall call a bottlenecked life cycle? First, why did genes gang up in cells? Why did those ancient replicators give up the freedom of the primeval soup? Why do they cooperate? We can see part of the answer by looking at how modern DNA molecules cooperate in cells. DNA molecules make proteins which work as enzymes, catalyzing chemical reactions. Often a single reaction is not sufficient to synthesize a useful end product. A whole set of enzymes is necessary, one to catalyze the transformation of the raw material into the first intermediate, another to transform the first into the second, and so on. Each of these enzymes is made by one gene. If a sequence of 6 enzymes is needed, all 6 genes for making them must be present. Now, it is quite likely that there are 2 alternative pathways for arriving at the same end product, each needing 6 different enzymes. How can natural selection see to it that the 2 pathways are not mixed and that cooperating groups of compatible genes emerge? In the same way as my analogy of the German and English rowers. A gene for a stage in pathway 1 will flourish in the presence of genes for other stages in pathway 1, but not in the presence of pathway 2 genes. If the population is dominated by genes for pathway 1, selection will favor other genes for pathway 1 and penalize genes for pathway 2. It is positively wrong to speak of the genes for the 6 enzymes of pathway 2 being selected as a group. Each is selected as a separate selfish gene, but it flourishes only in the presence of the right set of other genes. Nowadays, this cooperation goes on within cells. Cell walls perhaps arose as a device to keep useful chemicals together. Second, why did cells gang up in many-celled bodies? This is another question about cooperation, but on a larger scale. Many-celled bodies can outgrow the microscope. They can even become elephants or whales. Being big is not necessarily a good thing. Most organisms are bacteria, but when the ways of making a living open to small organisms have all been filled, there are still prosperous livings to be made by larger organisms. Large organisms can eat smaller ones and can avoid being eaten by them. The advantages of being in a club of cells don't stop with size. The cells can specialize, each becoming more efficient. Specialist cells serve other cells and benefit from the efficiency of other specialists. Some can specialize as sensors, others as nerves, others as muscle cells, and so on. We must not forget that the cells are a clone. All contain the same genes, although different genes will be turned on in different specialist cells. Genes in each cell type are directly benefiting their own copies in the minority of cells specialized for reproduction, the cells of the immortal germline. So to the third question, why do bodies participate in a bottlenecked life cycle? What do I mean by bottlenecked? No matter how many cells there are in an elephant, it began life as a single cell, a fertilized egg. The fertilized egg is a narrow bottleneck which widens out into the trillions of cells of an adult. And no matter how many cells cooperate to run an adult elephant, the efforts of all those cells converge on the final goal of producing single cells again, sperms or eggs. The life cycle of the broad and bulky elephant both begins and ends with a narrow bottleneck. This is characteristic of the life cycles of all many-celled animals and most plants. Why? It will be helpful to imagine two hypothetical species of seaweed called bottlerock and splurgeweed. Splurgeweed grows as a set of straggling, amorphous branches. Every now and then, branches break off and drift away. These breakages can occur anywhere, and the fragments can be large or small. They are capable of growing just like the original plant. This is its method of reproducing. It isn't really different from its method of growing, except that the growing parts become detached. Bottlerock looks the same and grows in the same straggly way. There is one crucial difference. It reproduces by releasing single-celled spores which drift off and grow into new plants. The daughters of a plant consist of cells that are clone mates of the parent. The only difference is that splurgeweed reproduces by hiving off chunks of itself consisting of indeterminate numbers of cells, while bottlerock reproduces by hiving off chunks that are always single cells. By imagining these two plants, we have zeroed in on the crucial difference between a bottlenecked and an unbottlenecked life cycle. What is its significance? The answer can be divided into three parts. First, think about the problem of evolving a complex organ from a simpler one. The ancestral organs did not literally change into the descendant organs. There is only a limited amount of change that can be achieved by direct transformation. Really radical change can be achieved only by going back to the drawing board and starting afresh. When engineers go back to the drawing board, they do not necessarily throw away the ideas from the old design, but they don't literally try to deform the old object into the new one. You can't beat a propeller engine into a jet engine. You have to discard the propeller engine and go back to the drawing board. Living things do go back to fresh beginnings. They make a clean start in every generation. Every new organism begins as a single cell and grows anew. It inherits the ideas of ancestral design in the form of the DNA program, but it does not inherit the physical organs of its ancestors. It starts from scratch and grows a new heart using the same design program to which improvements may be added. One important thing about a bottlenecked life cycle is that it makes possible the equivalent of going back to the drawing board. Bottlenecking has a second related consequence. It provides a calendar that can be used to regulate embryology. In a bottlenecked life cycle, every fresh generation marches through the same parade of events. The organism begins as a single cell, grows by cell division, and reproduces. Presumably, it eventually dies, but the end of the cycle is reached when the present organism reproduces and a new generation's cycle begins. Although in theory it could reproduce at any time, an optimum time would emerge. The stereotyped growth cycle provides a clock by which embryological events may be triggered. To varying extents, cell divisions during development occur in a rigid sequence, recurring in each repetition of the life cycle. The stereotyped growth cycle makes it possible for particular things to happen at particular times. Particular genes can be switched on and off at particular times because the bottleneck growth cycle calendar ensures there is such a thing as a particular time. Such well-tempered regulations of gene activity are a prerequisite for the evolution of embryologies capable of crafting complex tissues and organs. The third consequence is a genetic one. Think about the fate of a newly mutated gene, first in splurgeweed, then in bottlerock. In splurgeweed, the mutation can arise in any cell. Since daughter plants are produced by broad-fronted budding, lineal descendants of the mutant cell can find themselves sharing daughter plants with unmutated cells that are distant cousins. In bottlerock, on the other hand, the most recent common ancestor of all the cells in a plant is no older than the spore that provided its bottleneck beginning. If that spore contained the mutant gene, all the cells of the new plant will contain it. Cells in bottlerock will be more genetically uniform within plants than cells in splurgeweed. In bottlerock, the individual plant will be a unit with a genetic identity. Plants of splurgeweed will have less genetic identity. With mutations around, the cells within a plant of splurgeweed will not have all the same genetic interests at heart. A gene in a splurgeweed cell stands to gain by promoting the reproduction of its cell, not necessarily its individual plant. Natural selection will choose among cells rather than plants. In bottle rack, all the cells within a plant are likely to have the same genes. Therefore, they will happily collaborate in manufacturing efficient survival machines. Cells in different plants are more likely to have different genes. Selection will therefore judge rival plants, not rival cells. So we can expect to see the evolution of organs and contrivances that serve the whole plant. To sum up, we have seen 3 reasons why a bottlenecked life history tends to foster the evolution of the organism as a discrete and unitary vehicle. Back to the drawing board, orderly timing cycle, and cellular uniformity. Which came first, the bottlenecking of the life cycle or the discrete organism? I suspect they evolved together. The essential defining feature of an individual organism is that it is a unit that begins and ends with a single-celled bottleneck. If life cycles become bottlenecked, living material seems bound to become boxed into discrete, unitary organisms. And the more that living material is boxed into discrete survival machines, the more will the cells of those machines concentrate their efforts on that special class of cells destined to ferry their shared genes through the bottleneck into the next generation. The 2 phenomena go hand in hand. The extended phenotype is a long book, and its argument cannot easily be crammed into one chapter. I have been obliged to adopt a condensed, rather intuitive style here. I hope I have succeeded in conveying the flavor of the argument. Let me end with a brief manifesto, a summary of the entire selfish gene extended phenotype view of life. It is a view that applies to living things everywhere in the universe. The fundamental unit, the prime mover of all life, is the replicator. A replicator is anything in the universe of which copies are made. Replicators come into existence by chance. Once a replicator has come into existence, it is capable of generating an indefinitely large set of copies of itself. No copying process is perfect, and the population of replicators comes to include varieties that differ. Some of these varieties are better self-replicators than their predecessors. It is their descendants that come to dominate the population. As time goes by, the world becomes filled with the most powerful and ingenious replicators. Gradually, more and more elaborate ways of being a good replicator are discovered. Replicators survive not only by virtue of their own intrinsic properties, but by virtue of their consequences on the world. These consequences can be indirect. All that is necessary is that eventually the consequences feed back and affect the success of the replicator at getting itself copied. The success that a replicator has will depend on the pre-existing conditions. Among the most important of these conditions will be other replicators and their consequences. Replicators that are mutually beneficial will come to predominate in each other's presence. At some point, this ganging up of mutually compatible replicators began to be formalized in the creation of discrete vehicles, cells, and later, many-celled bodies. Vehicles that evolved a bottlenecked life cycle prospered and became more discrete and vehicle-like. This packaging of living material into discrete vehicles became such a salient feature that when biologists arrived and started asking questions about life, their questions were mostly about vehicles, individual organisms. The individual organism came first in the biologist's consciousness, while the replicators, now known as genes, were seen as part of the machinery. It requires a deliberate mental effort to turn biology the right way up again and remind ourselves that the replicators come first, in importance as well as in history. One way to remind ourselves is to reflect that even today, not all the phenotypic effects of a gene are bound up in the individual body in which it sits. In principle, and in fact, the gene reaches out through the individual body wall and manipulates objects in the world outside, some of them inanimate, some of them other living beings, some a long way away. With only a little imagination, we can see the gene as sitting at the center of a radiating web of extended phenotypic power, and an object in the world is the center of a converging web of influences from many genes sitting in many organisms. The long reach of the gene knows no obvious boundaries. The whole world is crisscrossed with causal arrows joining genes to phenotypic effects, far and near. It is an additional fact, too important to be called incidental but not necessary enough to be called inevitable, that these causal arrows have become bundled up. Replicators are no longer peppered freely through the sea. They are packaged in huge colonies, individual bodies, and phenotypic consequences have in many cases congealed into those same bodies. But the individual body, so familiar to us, did not have to exist. The only kind of entity that has to exist for life to arise anywhere in the universe is the immortal replicator. This has been an audio adaptation of The Selfish Gene by Richard Dawkins. I hope you found this journey into the world of genetics and evolution as fascinating as I have. If you'd like to support the author's work, you can purchase the original book through the Amazon link in the description. Your support helps bring more of these incredible ideas to a wider audience. Thank you for listening.